spent 100 years of life to buy a steamed bun. But everyone not only doesn't ridicule you, instead, they will exchange your parents' lifespan. Even the world's richest man would give his daughter to you overnight, only asking for you to give him 10 years of life. Just because this is a world assimilated by the game. Not only are there monster invasions, but also humans with awakened professions. In this world, only having a profession means having the ability to survive. And if ordinary people want to survive, they can only use their lifespan to buy professions in the mysterious store. But the professions in the mysterious store are outrageously expensive. Even the most rubbish miner requires 50 years of life. Yet, you laughed at the lifespan shown on the panel, simply because you have the talent for longevity. You, who had no chance of awakening, have unlimited lifespan, so you didn't hesitate to open them all. If this world has been gamified, then the pay-to-win mechanism is fate. When the mysterious shop opened, you clearly see that everything inside is traded with lifespan, and the mysterious shop never sells junk. Everything is of gold quality. In other words, good items of gold quality. Next, the job change scrolls that come into view are all God-tier professions. God-tier profession, Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, 990,000 years lifespan. God-tier profession, Necromancer, 99,990,000 years lifespan. God-tier profession, Shadow Monarch, 99,990,000 years lifespan. After you finish reading these pages, almost none have less than 990,000 years of lifespan. God-tier professions are really expensive. It seems that there are also different levels of God-tier. The more expensive, the more powerful. Now, the highest price you can see is only a few with a lifespan of 91 years. You should know that divine level professions are not like those below divine level. Divine level possesses unique properties. The unique property is that there will never be a second identical profession. You look at the most expensive ones. If you have to choose for yourself, definitely choose the most expensive. Divine level profession, Order of the Holy Light, 900 million lifespan. Divine level profession, Destroyer of the Demon Ancestor, 900 million lifespan. Divine level profession, Elemental Creator, 900 million lifespan. Divine level profession, Essence Manipulator, 900 million lifespan. You never thought that one day you would choose your own profession. All of them are divine level, because you can't see the professional information and types. You can only rely on your own thoughts to choose. In front of you should be the strongest God-level professions right now, priced as high as 900 million. Their lifespan should all be very impressive, but you definitely have to choose the one that suits you best. Your eyes can't help but look at the lowest God-level profession. If there are so many God-level professions, the only God-level profession that completely suits you, Immortal of Life, 9 billion lifespan. You can feel your great innate talent for longevity and this profession. You didn't hesitate at all to choose to purchase Immortal of Life. You spent 9 billion lifespan to purchase the God-level Immortal of Life. Take a look at your own lifespan. Poof, hasn't changed at all. Or rather, can't see any change at all. You look at this job change scroll. Suppress the excitement in your heart. There are not many words on the scroll, just a simple line. Witness death. Witness the life without end. Eternal and immortal. If you are willing to become nothing, please accept this inheritance. You have no hesitation. Press your life scroll in the designated place. Turn into green light and rush directly into your body. In an instant, with you as the center, the green light turns into radiance and directly shines out around. All plants are full of vitality, injecting them with powerful life energy. With such a commotion, won't you start worrying in your heart that you don't want your bound priesthood ceremony to be revealed? But now the green light is like a mist covering the entire Shengjiang room. Although it looks harmless, it will definitely attract attention. Fortunately, there's no beam of light shooting up from the top. Otherwise, you'll have to run away overnight. Your relaxed self will finally leave the ordinary and become a player, or a professional player. But you still need to think carefully about whether to reveal your professional status. Furthermore, do you really need the support from above when you're not lacking resources yourself? In your opinion, the drawbacks of revealing your professional status outweigh the benefits. Sigh, just go with the flow. You plan to let yourself be. Having a profession now is a good thing. The next day, you and your chubby childhood friend are ready to trigger the novice instance. As you enter the instance, a prompt appears in your eyes. Choose the easy difficulty. Normal. Difficult. Nightmare. You asked without hesitation. That's extreme confidence. The fat guy followed and clicked OK. In his heart, he definitely believes in you. After being saved by Chingu, my life belongs to him, no questions asked. Even if it's death today, he will definitely follow to his death. Your figures disappeared at the entrance of the instance. However, in less than a minute, all players in Shangjiang City received a regional notification, notifying players in the area that someone has started to challenge the Nightmare Green Source instance. If failed, the instance monsters will descend on the area. What deathly silence! Someone is challenging a nightmare level instance. Someone screamed in surprise. Everyone just reacted. What big shot! When did we have such a big shot in Shangjiang? This doesn't seem right. Today is the first day after awakening. How is it possible for a newcomer to reach reach level 9. Perform as usual. Even if we go crazy running dungeons, it will still take until tomorrow to reach level 9. Oh my goodness. Wasn't it a level 9 expert who went in? Someone must be looking for trouble. If that's the case, it would be disgusting. There are penalties for failing the clearance. The monsters inside the instance in Shenzhen City will appear, hee. Even the mayor is not in a hurry. What's your hurry? Mr. Gao from the Shenzhen City Affairs Office. This is the list of all the awakened players in Shenzhen City this year. Excluding 966 players of regular professions, there are 148 players with rare professions, 4 with inherited professions. At this time, inside the city office, Li Jingming is reporting the situation in Shenzhen City to his superiors this year. Every year on the first day after awakening, Zhangzhou will send inspectors to collect information on local affairs and the situation of awakened players. Just at this time, a knocking sound came from outside the door. 4 people walked in from outside. 3 women and 1 man, not very old. Gao Deshan introduced. All 4 of them are students at Zhangzhou University. They are all very outstanding awakened individuals. He introduced them one by one. He is the first student of Zhangzhou University, Yang Yujun, legendary chairman of the Awakening Professional Association. Hello, Yang Yujun. Xin Lang looked at him coldly. She greeted quietly and calmly. Li Jingming stood up quietly. Since taking over Shinsher, there has never been a student who awakened to the legendary level of profession like Gadshan. Regardless, he continues to introduce 2 more female students, Shen Xiaoying's Epic Collection, and Ru's Epic Collection, Zhang Yuan's Inheritance Collection. All of these people have first-rate potential. As the introduction finishes, Li Jingming's gaze towards Gadshan becomes inexplicably strange. Hi Inspector, what do you mean by this? Gadshan smiles. Student Yang, please explain it. Yang Yujun does not hesitate at all. The reason for this is as follows. Chairman, I want to enter the Dragon Spirit Academy. Not to enter as the person challenging the first place on the rookie list with legendary professional skills. Li Jingming takes a deep breath. This group of students really can't stop for a moment. As soon as you wake up, get to work. He looked helplessly at Gao Deshan. Inspector Gao, in that case, then let Yang go challenge directly. No one is guarding the novice instance, nor do we need the mayor's approval. Gao Deshan smiled and said, of course it's possible, but this is not afraid of making too much noise, and didn't say hello in advance. Will it scare directorly? But suddenly, a regional notification appears in front of all of them. Notify players that a player in the area has started challenging the nightmare-eligible green source instance. If failed, the instance monsters will descend on the area. The office is silent until after a while. Gao Deshan looked at Li Jingming with a smile that was not a smile. Chairman, what a clever trick to deceive everyone. Speak, tell the truth. Confession will be lenient. There are 2 sides to the story. In front of you, the nightmare of the source of the green tree slowly disappears. Nightmare and task release, kill all the monsters in the copy within the specified time. The reward is a nightmare treasure chest. Introduction within the specified time of 2 hours. Remember, they are all monsters. Both of them received the task. A tacit understanding glance. Looking at the task at a glance, you directly release the violation of life. 3 is life. The fat guy feels the powerful strength in his body, full of confidence. The walking posture is all unclear. Brother Qian, you are really strong. Enhance my attributes 4 times. You didn't say anything. Your strength value has already exceeded 5,000 at this moment. Strength 50-70, Spirit 900, Agility 1020. The attribute values are quite exaggerated. Moving forward in the darkness, the 2 are moving very fast. In just a few minutes, in front of you, a marching cannon appeared. There are many bonfires around for illumination. You can see inside, responsible for patrolling, are green and ferocious goblins, estimated to be around 10 ordinary silver tents. There are about 20 goblins in armor under each tent. This is about 200 to 300 green creatures. You pat the fat guy's body. Go and hand over the fat guy to you to kill. I'll cover you. The fat guy whispered in shock. Are you kidding me? Bro, that's hundreds. You're speechless. You have AA skills. Are you afraid of the hanging monster? Leave the elf monster to me. If a monster above the lord level comes out, run immediately. The fat guy answered firmly. Okay. Then he directly released a skill with lightning in voltage. All the green board goblins within 5 meters melted. Only 2 goblin warlords are left nearby. They were also seriously injured by the skill and knelt down. But before they could be happy, a voice came from the air. Shameful. This isn't your swordsman. Only to see the archer suddenly shooting directly at the fat man's chest from the largest silver tent. Extremely high accuracy, 683. Because there is no barrier defense. Directly shot at the body. A large number pops up on the fat guy's head. Even after leveling up, the fat guy's blood volume is just over 1,000. This one deducted half of the health in one go. Shang, bro, save me. Brushing the fat guy feels like a gust of wind. A figure flashed past him at an extremely fast speed, like a shadow explosion. You, who was behind, saw the fat guy lose blood. First time, gather strength under your feet. The whole person is like a shell shooting out. Your figure directly rushing towards the silver tent. As soon as you enter the camp, the goblin commander pops up at first sight. Lord level 15, health value 7200, strength 139, spirit 102, agility 125, defense 30. Caught you. That's a white goblin, Lord. His chest is covered in strange red patterns. He's holding a blue longbow in his hand. His figure is a bit shorter than a human's, only about 14 meters, even smaller than the goblins outside. You can't be bothered with this. You only know this guy responded. The fat one flashed in an instant. You press the entire head of the goblin leader with one hand. The goblin leader 5283 seems to have not yet reacted to what happened, but his head is already out of control. Pressed against the floor, human, you are thud. You coldly smashed his head with one punch. 1717. Just like this, the goblin chief just died in one hit. He almost died without any poker face. The fat guy outside saw you rushing in. He quickly dealt with the remaining minions, then run inside. Chen, he saw strange green blood below you. There's also the body of a white goblin. For a moment, no words were spoken. Pat him. We don't have much time. And looking at the mission time, continue to say, only 1 hour and 23 minutes left. The fat guy is puzzled. Bro, are we in a hurry? You still have 2 camps. If I'm not mistaken, is this camp now or that camp? I wonder how many goblins are left. Want to perfect the clearance. This task must be completed. You give him a stick. The 2 quickly head towards the small path. Brother Chen's plan. Hey, where's Brother Chen? Boom. Don't know where the wind came from. Instantly rushed into the largest goblin camp. Then I saw a human actually pressing a 3-meter tall, extremely strong goblin and rushing out of the camp. Watching you actually press the chief goblin to the ground and push him away. Even the fat guy is running fast. Even the goblin general never thought he would have this day. As a lord-level monster, actually inexplicably pressed to the ground by a human, rushing out of the camp like a bulldozer. The strong wind and dust stopped when it hit the huge rock. The goblin general's health suddenly decreased at this moment. The goblin general roared and the goblin war staff released its magic with the roar. The goblin's eyes gradually began to turn red, and veins appeared on their weak bodies. You watched the goblin general you had firmly pinned down. Didn't expect this guy to still use skills. It should be some kind of enhancement. The goblin shaman raised his staff. Dark magic rushed directly towards the 3 elite generals, swung the sword towards you, and you don't have to. The damage caused by the 4 monsters is not even enough to make a dent. Not even a second. Your health points directly recovered. The elite monsters saw the human completely unharmed. Their attacks in hand inevitably accelerated. One after another, they struck, causing you to yawn. Without any hesitation, with a bang, the goblin general couldn't hold on any longer. Let's move on. Time is running out. We still have one last camp to charge. This one can hit hard. You don't have time to dawdle. Hurry up. After going up, also found another big log in front of the camp gate. Fatty sees you running so fast, couldn't help but shout anxiously, Brother Chen, wait for me. You turned to look at him. You said if all are clear monster levels, why would there be a real clear monster mission? Fatty brainstorming. Why? You smiled and said, of course, there will be a special boss appearing within this specified time. You see goblins in the distant camp seem to be holding some kind of celebration. My thoughts are even more determined. You take the lead. No skills or techniques. You only have the exaggerated vertical support to suddenly leap high towards the camp. The moment your feet exert force, you shoot out, easily tens of meters high. Creak, creak, creak. A goblin noticed and shouted in the enemy's mouth, continuously pointing at the figure in the sky. But before there's time to call for help, there was a huge sound. Bang! The stone fortress built with bricks was hit by a huge object. Countless debris splattered in all directions, and the figure had already disappeared into the sky. You lift your foot, with all your might, kick directly downward from the stone fortress. The bricks couldn't withstand the force at all. With a bang, your foot shattered from the top layer directly to the second layer. At this moment, you see several pieces of information appearing. The Goblin General, Lord Goblin Baron, the Chieftain Goblin, the High Priest Goblin, the Chief Goblin Guardian, and about 10 goblins are sitting around the large wooden table. There is even a goblin sitting in the main seat, but it seems to be a female goblin, and behind her stands the 3rd Lord Goblin Guardian. You look at his information. The Goblin royal family is special. Seeing this information, you can almost lock on. This is the key to the mission, and they are still frozen for a few seconds, until you have all the goblins' information in your sight. Suddenly, a spear thrusts directly towards you. The 1958 spear instantly pierces through your chest. You don't even need to dodge, plus 80,000 blood just deducted, instantly restored. You don't hesitate. There's not even much to say. Lifts his leg and kicks the nearest elite monster. The nearly 3-meter tall goblin general is directly kicked, flying backwards and crashing into the stone wall. All the monsters see the goblin general being kicked so easily. Finally, not underestimating the human in front of them anymore. The goblin general beside him stands up directly. His body suddenly bursts with power as he steps towards you with a heavy punch. But the movement is too slow, can't even touch you as you dodge. The table below is connected to the floor, instantly smashed and cracked, pierced by spears. The two leaders of the Dark Moon Sphere are both mages. Several black spheres appear in front of the Goblin Baron and attack you directly. The Goblin High Priest also gathers an ice thorn nearly 5 meters long in front of his staff. You kick aside the Goblin General next to you and see that both leaders have already gathered their skills. You're not afraid at all. You rush directly towards the two leaders. The thundering spear pierces through the fortress and flies out, scattering the black orbs, causing an explosion around you. Just take it head on. The skills of both of them can actually take away tens of thousands of HP. The two leader monsters are surprised to see that you are unharmed. There's a look of shock in their eyes. The Goblin High Priest's hoarse voice rings out. Human, what level of strength are you exactly? Why are you still alive under our skills? You shouldn't be here. Who are you? When the fat guy arrives at the camp, there's already a huge battle situation inside the fortress, and huge spears pierce through from inside. All goblins in the camp feel the situation inside the fortress. Hurry up and put on the gear to rescue them. Fatty can't lag behind when he sees the situation. Seeing Brother Chen exerting himself inside, he needs to work harder to clear the monsters. He didn't hesitate at all. Instantly unleash his ultimate move. The Thunderstone Fortress suddenly made a loud noise. The stone wall instantly shattered with a rumble. A huge object seemed to be thrown out. The huge object fell right into the middle of the goblins. Their actions were unified. The small eyes looked at the huge object on the ground. Goblin General. That's the body of a Goblin General. Fatty looked at his level, which unexpectedly rose to level 9 at that moment. A figure slowly walked out from the collapsed gap in the stone fortress. You're holding that special monster, the female goblin. Fatty, just shout out. There are quite a few monsters below. Can't find it. Fatty hears a familiar voice. Quickly respond. Shen Gu, I'm here. All the goblins have stopped attacking at this moment. Look up at the figure on the second floor of the fortress, until they see the female goblin you're holding. They instantly drop the weapons in their hands, kneel towards the direction of the fortress, like slaves seeing their master. Fatty takes care of the little monsters. We've cleared the level. After saying that, in the female goblin's terror, you directly pat his head with your other hand. Crack! At the moment you take down the female goblin in your hand, all the goblins let out a collective cackle. But unfortunately, Fatty's ultimate skill is already cooled down. Thunderbolt. A huge electric current instantly strangles these charging goblins to death. At the same time, information pops up in front of the two. Nightmare level mission total kill completed. Obtain reward nightmare treasure chest. Gold Chen mission completed. Fatty shouts excitedly. This is the Nightmare Collection. He never thought he could clear the Nightmare Collection in his life. Indeed, Gold Chen is him. The clearance information pops up quickly. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level instance. Green Origins. Your team will be announced in the current area. Anonymous? No. You directly chose no. Reason? Sorry. No reason. If before, I didn't want to be famous, it's because I was afraid of being taken advantage of. But since feeling the power that comes with fame, perhaps being low-key is not the best choice because most resources are monopolized by capable people. Hiding is not a solution. Fatty exclaimed. Brother Chen. So many treasure chests, and they're all gold. Fatty's face lit up like a treasure hunter's. Take a look. My warehouse isn't full yet. Nightmare level clearance reward, 100 free attribute points. Team reward, 50 free attribute points. Title, Perfect Star, Nightmare Lord of Grinsu. These two attribute year rewards are somewhat expected. But then, unexpectedly, the area announcement appears in front of everyone in Shenzhen City. The area announcement, the Nightmare level instance, Gulin Shuyuan, has been perfectly cleared by the Wangsheng Linyang Junjin team. The area announcement, due to the complete clearance of the Nightmare level instance, Dulin Suyuan, by the Chen Wangshenglin Junjun team, the instance and its Nightmare level will be permanently closed. The area announcement due to special reasons. From today, all monster attributes in the Gulin Suyuan instance will be weakened by 30. The drop rate of items is increased. Shenzhen has never had a day like today. It's so lively and bustling. 3 area channels appear in succession. It's really exaggerated. Everyone's first reaction is what happened. But when you carefully watch the content in the area channel, everyone is shocked. The Nightmare level Gulin Suyuan was actually cleared, and it was a perfect clearance. The building has been gamified. In the past few hundred years, there have been fewer than 10 perfect level clearances. Each time, there is a national recognition ceremony. People in Shenzhen City didn't expect this. This time, it's their turn to be in the spotlight in Shenzhen. The difficulty of exploring the origins of the green has been reduced, and the drop rate has been increased. This is simply good news. The person upstairs understands clearly. After perfectly clearing the nightmare level dungeon, the difficulty and drops of the dungeon will be adjusted. This is our reward. The Shenzhen regional channel has never been so lively. The two of them clearing the nightmare level dungeon are simply amazing. Do you know these two veterans? Introduce me, I'll pay. Ha ha, don't rush. The city will soon investigate. We will know in 2 or 3 days. Just at this moment, at the Green Tree Source dungeon, you and the fatty walked out. After the two of you walked out, you found a crowd cheering and applauding outside the Green Tree Source dungeon. It's extremely lively. You probably understand that it's caused by the regional channel. You don't have time to worry about this. You need to tally up the things from the dungeon first. First, let's talk about the available attribute points. Leveling up twice gives you 100 points, then a reward of 150. Currently, you have 29 skill points available. Attribute points 250. Skill points can't be spent for now. You need to allocate the attribute points. For now, don't worry about the health points. Focus on the attribute points. Name, Chen Wangshen. Level 9. Profession, Immortal Life. The only divine talent. The only skill that can be upgraded to immortality. Everlasting Life Force. Life 99999. Strength 269 plus 5. Spirit 205 plus 5. Agility 153 plus 21. Equipped with Fallen Wolf Palace. Lifespan 999,999,000. 99,999 billion years. Occupational positioning all-rounder. Everlasting. Level 1. Your base health increases, including increased health obtained from leveling up. You will have the highest life value as you recover 1 lifespan per second. Unable to upgrade life force to level 3. Designate a companion. His strength, spirit, agility tripled. At the same time, your attributes are increased by 30 times. Lasts for 10 minutes. Spend 30 years of life. Cool down for 9 minutes. This is your current panel information. With your current 3-dimensional, even without adding hegemony, they are all top players among the same level. Of course, generally no idiot would add points like this. You open the warehouse. The total number of coins is over 120,000. Monsters above level 100 will drop coins. The more emphasis, the more. This is randomly dropped. You're too lazy to pay attention to the specifics. Apart from the chests placed in the warehouse, there are also dropped equipment. The only thing worth looking at is the skill chest, but you're not opening it now. Chen, bro, I haven't investigated things well. The fat guy said from the side. You also came to your senses from the warehouse. Oh, I'm about the same. To be honest, a total of 4 blue outfits. You really don't think there's anything good. The only thing that might be of interest is that medal. After all, you haven't heard of items that add luck. You see more and more people around you. I think it's better to leave here first. Although Lin Yongjun really wanted to shoot, but when he heard his big brother speak, he agreed. The real name release of the Jiangshi City Office Area channel. Let the City Investigation Department submit all the information at the first time. Li Jing, Chen Wang, Shan Lin. He knows both familiar names, Yongjun. One of them is a key focus of Shenzhen University. But after yesterday, the City Bureau directly gave up on this person. Another one is the young master of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce in Shenzhen City. Lin Yongjun is much more famous than you, but the main thing is he just can't figure out. Lin Yongjun's reported profession is just a rare one, and you're not even a player. How the two of them perfectly cleared a nightmare level instance, even if it's just a beginner instance. He just can't figure out the reason for this. At this moment, Li Jingming, facing the response that Gao Desan wants, he is completely baffled. I still have to ask someone about this matter of Director Gao's investigation. Gao Desan also has the intelligence that was handed over. He, just like Li Jingming, completely doesn't understand what's going on. There are still 4 people left in the office. It's the clearing team brought by Yang Yujun. They are very curious about the people who can clear the nightmare level dungeon with just 2 people. Li Jingming quickly learned about the situation from Lin Xiang, the big boss of the Lianlong Chamber of Commerce. So they gave you a rare job transfer scroll. So, in that case, you are a player with a profession. But it's really curious that the Lianlong Chamber of Commerce can produce a rare job transfer scroll. Thinking about it carefully, how could 2 rare professions possibly perfectly clear the nightmare level dungeon? Li Jingming looked at the potential geniuses coming from Jiangzhou. This is the setup for clearing the nightmare level dungeon, right? After all, he is the mayor. I have seen a lot of information about clearing nightmare level dungeons on the Shintheri network. Most of them, when dealing with the nightmare level difficulty, the lowest considered setup is an inheritance set, and this inheritance set must be useful. Otherwise, the team would rather bring along an epic level professional player from the sewers. In low level instances, the 3-dimensional combined skills of high quality professions are definitely better than low quality ones. Of course, if the city were to find this kind of genius, they definitely wouldn't be able to find one. Usually, it's allocated by the public. Anyway, it's truly incredible for 2 rare professions to clear nightmare level instances. It has never been seen or recorded in the 300 years of global gamification. Li Jingming hung up the call, but he didn't know how to bring up the matter of perfecting the clearance of nightmare level instances with Gao Desan. It will definitely be uploaded after Dezhou. It's over in Zhangzhou Rongjing. Even if this is just a beginner's instance. High-level inspection. I just verified it briefly. Li Jingming hesitated as he spoke. Regarding the just cleared instance dungeon, I reported to you truthfully. Hearing what Li Jingming said, they put down the files in their hands, quietly waiting for the truth. Being able to perfectly clear the nightmare level dungeon, there must be a special secret among them, but they didn't expect the next words to greet everyone to be so simple. The player who cleared the instance dungeon is indeed Lin Yongjun, the young master of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce, and Chen Wansheng, a student from Sanjian University. Their information is in everyone's hands. The only difference is that he paused. The Linlang Chamber of Commerce gave Chen Wansheng a rare profession transfer scroll, so both of them are players with rare professions. Gao Desan expressed doubt. Chairman Li wouldn't think that too. Players with rare professions can clear the nightmare level dungeon, right? Moreover, it's a perfect level clearance. Speaking of this, beside him, Yang Yujun's face turned much colder. This time, he persuaded his father for a long time, before he was allowed to take a few potential geniuses from Zhangzhou. If it weren't for his father refusing to give another epic level genius, how could he possibly take the heritage set to challenge the nightmare level instance? Chairman Yang Yujun couldn't help but speak. I've read countless strategies for nightmare level instances before coming here. Even the worst nightmare level instance strategies would never require a rare profession. His tone was cold and resolute. He believes this is impossible. He has understood all the monster attributes of the nightmare level instances he has researched. It's almost difficult to even fight elite monsters with rare level professions. Even if you go in wearing purple gear, the final usefulness is limited, so it's impossible for rare professions to clear the level. With a team like this, isn't it just aiming for the simplest and most reliable way to clear the level? Even if you can't have as many epic and legendary professions. With his current team, he can definitely clear the nightmare level dungeon. He wouldn't believe that only 2 rare profession players cleared the dungeon. Li Jingming listened to his words, sighed. This is the known fact. If you still need to know, let's go to Chen Wansheng's house and wait for a while first. Okay. Gao Desan has no objections. He himself didn't expect this trip to have a pleasant surprise. He's definitely going to stand firm on this. If it's certain that we need to investigate thoroughly, then we should also make a trip. Yang Yujun also stood up. He also wants to go see what kind of player created such a record. If possible, then he must have some ideas in mind. Because even if one copy is lost, even if there's still a backup when going up the river, Li Jingming will immediately arrange for a backup vehicle. But he did remind Gao Desan, shouldn't the High Inspector report this matter first? This is a performance issue, with such a situation occurring in the management area below. We must seek credit from above. If possible, he might be able to get a spot in the secret realm. It's been a long time since I'd been to the secret realm for an upgrade. If there are results this time, how should I put it? We should arrange one. Gao Desan also understands his thoughts, but this does need to be reported. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Jingming will definitely receive the commendation from above. But the real situation definitely needs to be reported clearly for any subsequent rewards. I will report to the higher-ups immediately. Let's chat as we walk. Li Jingming has already arrived at the most underdeveloped civilian area in Changjiang City's Wangxing Street. Everything here is not very prosperous. It looks more like a backward county town. Very soon, they found the residence according to your information. Li Jingming confirmed the location based on the building number. Turning to Gao Desan, he said, Inspector Gao, this is where we'll wait for Mr. Chen. After being said by Gao Desan like this, Li Jingming said, then let's go up. Let's also take a look at Chen Wansheng's house. Is there anyone at home? His mother is currently unemployed, taking care of him at home. Gao Desan nodded. Then a few people walked into this building that was only a few stories high. In the old and shabby rental house. On the other side, after you get off the car, go straight home. When you arrive at the doorstep quickly, you hear the conversation inside. You see there are a total of 6 people inside the house, for who look like students. Only 2 middle-aged people in formal attire see you. The 2 who were sitting stood up. Zhang Lanji looks very happy, but it's also very restrictive. This is our Shanjiang's chairman. He said yes, to find you. After he finished speaking, he quietly leaned in and asked you, kid, you haven't done anything naughty, have you? You shook your head, looked at Li Jingming. Chairman Li, hello, meeting the mayor. You're not exactly excited. Or maybe in your opinion, there's no need to be excited. Lin Yongjun behind will not exclaim much more. Li Jingming sees you calm down. Also said first with courtesy, ha ha ha, Student Chen, we are guests. Why are you so polite? Let's do it first. You nod. Skillfully sit on your own couch. After a few minutes of silence, finally, Li Jingming couldn't help but ask, Li, my classmate, you are a student at Sanjian University, right? I used to be. Not anymore. Continuing to say, Director Li, just say what you need. You're quite busy. Li Jingming's face twitches. Didn't expect myself as the mayor of Shenzhen City to show some concern. To be rejected. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. However, this is not the time to dwell on this. this. Li, my classmate, you don't need to hold such animosity towards us. Just want to ask you a few things. You looked at him calmly. Chairman, I've never had any hostility towards you. I roughly understand what you want to ask. Regarding the nightmare clearance and instances, I admit that this is indeed done by me and Fatso. There's no third person. When you said this, Li Yangjun's expression was a bit embarrassed, and his eyes looked at the Fatso next to him, then looked at you again, obviously still doubting something in his heart. Li Jinming just wanted to speak, but you interrupted him directly. Including everyone has doubts. This is impossible. I believe you've already seen the information about me and Fatso. Is it unprecedented for two rare professions to clear the nightmare and dungeon? No one in the room refuted what you said. Indeed, it is unprecedented. Just when they thought you would confess everything, but they didn't expect the next sentence to be Chu Keilang. But this matter is a secret between me and Fatty. It seems there is no reason to tell everyone, right? If there's nothing else. Director Li, please go back. Even Li Jingming, who has been in the officialdom for more than 10 years, feels very annoyed at this moment. He restrained himself. Finally, he said politely, Chen, my classmate, you are absolutely right. But since you don't want us to interfere, why not report yourself? Do you know how much influence your name has in Zhengzhou City now? And this matter, does the senior inspector next to me need to report to the Zhengzhou merchant? Your deeds will be directly reported to Longjin. Don't you want to get the support from the higher-ups? Li Jingming's words make a lot of sense. Since you chose not to be anonymous, then you want to become famous. What's the purpose of becoming famous? Power, status, resources, and the attention and cultivation from the higher-ups. That's the superficial meaning. Behind the scenes, Li Jingming means that I don't like what you're doing now. Do you want to offend our authorities? If you don't speak carefully from now on, then don't expect to easily get all the good things. Anyway, Li Jingming is hinting at one thing in his words. Resources. He easily handled the secrets of the two. Gain recognition and resources from above. At the same time, you receive attention and cultivation. Best of both worlds. At least in his opinion. So many years. So many talented individuals with potential. Isn't this the reason? He thought this visit would be very easy to handle. Now it seems this student in front of him is not easy to deal with. But the fact is so. He, Chen Wangsheng, really doesn't care about the so-called cultivation and resources. Yes, doesn't really need to have a lot of resources right now. You can have a Divine Destiny shop. Even though the Divine Destiny shop only sells items, materials, props, etc., don't have skill books, weapons, equipment, and so on, but can't resist the high quality. The drop rate for many gold quality items is extremely low, but you can directly purchase them, then take them out for trading. Who wouldn't want you to make a non-anonymous announcement? It's not about wanting any attention from above. It's about making a name for yourself. Although I don't want to have a falling out with Dessia officially, but I also don't want to become their pawn. In general, you don't want to join the official side. You smile. Chairman, I really don't need the attention and cultivation from the official side. However, if there's a chance for future transactions, it's still possible. As for how the two of us will clear the nightmare in dungeons, you look at the middle-aged man next to you who hasn't spoken. You've just figured out that this person should be the inspector from above Zhengzhou. The status is not low, since the inspector is here. By the way, help us come up with a reason. Just say both of us are god-level professionals, so we can clear the nightmare-level instance dungeon. How do you feel looking at the chairman with a half-smile? The room fell silent for a moment. Li Jingming suddenly stood up in anger. God-level professionals. Classmate Chen, do you think god-level profession is a piece of cake? You said there are human races. No one has awakened as a god-level professional in 300 years. Now, based on years of speculation, god-level profession does not exist in the awakening range. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Could it be that you can get a god-level job change scroll? Li Jingming is going to be furious. Now he can already feel the aura emanating from God sitting next to him. It's already putting pressure on him. And this kid talking about what divine profession? Even if it's a legendary profession, they can all make up stories. What can they make up about divine professions? But they don't know. Dang dang is a profession. Dang dang is the important information you get from this conversation. That means no one currently obtains a divine profession through awakening. It seems that even if there is a divine profession, it's obtained through some kind of reward. That's what you're thinking. After all, in the gods market, people see divine professions being traded. Of course, it might be because no one is using the scrolls. Uniqueness still exists. The mysterious market still has the same professional scrolls. You don't want to think about this for now. Right now, you need to send a few people away before you can start planning for the future. Chairman, I don't think there's anything good to talk about anymore. You can report to the higher-ups however you like. You know, just cleared the nightmare and the instance. We still have a lot of things to do. After speaking, he stood up and opened the door. Like seeing off a guest, Li Jingming nodded and walked out the door. His expression was neither good nor bad. Beside him, Gao Desan went out and took a deep look. You also saw this look, but they didn't communicate at all. As the two leaders walked out, the four students who followed behind, you didn't understand why they came, until the girl in the front should be the leader. Do you see the cold expression on that girl's face? Can't tell, but he's very good looking. Among the girls I've seen, he's the only one with both elegance and good looks. The three female classmates in front of us are all wearing summer dresses. They look very pure and charming. Yang Yu-jun walks up to you and stops. He carefully looks at the boy in front of him. Good looking, good figure, good style. Anyway, the data shows that the boy in front of us is the template for the previous ones. The boy in front of us is the template for the previous ones. But you haven't awakened to your profession. Chen Wangsheng. Hello. Yang Yu-jun reaches out his tender and fair little hand. The people present are stunned for a moment, especially the few people behind her. Compared to you and Lin Yangjun, who have no idea about Yang Yu-jun's background at all. They are well aware that when they entered the team, they were invited to join by the governor of Jiangzhou, and the governor's surname is also Yang. Chen Wansheng saw the outstretched hand. He just stared for a moment but still shook the person's fingertips to show his greetings. Yang Yu-jun had a good impression of his attitude. We already know your information. Introduce yourself. We are from Jiangzhou, and we came to Shangjiang City this time for the nightmare level instance. It's quite a coincidence. Yang Yu-jun smiled and said, you actually cleared one of the instances. Her tone of voice became much softer, which surprised the three people behind her even more. They had never seen Yang, the team leader, speak so harmoniously along the way. Chen Wansheng didn't pay attention to the expressions of the others. He just said to himself, you're from Jiangzhou? That's a big place. I'm sorry for taking the instance you wanted. Besides the beginner instance in Brother Lin's tree garden, you can also try the Shrimp Head River instance by the Shangjiang River. Yang Yu-jun nodded slightly. Yes, I plan to go to another beginner instance tomorrow. Chen Wansheng responded. She continued, by the way, since you cleared the nightmare level instance perfectly, have you considered your university aspirations for this year? Like Dragon Jing University? Chen Wansheng laughed. Dragon Jing? Ha, classmate, you're overestimating me. How can someone with a rare profession like me get into Dragon Jing? With the usual admission criteria, Dragon Jing University naturally cannot admit you, Yang Yu-jun added, but you cleared the nightmare level instance perfectly, and that reputation is enough for you to get into Dragon Jing. She made her point clear, but Chen Wansheng shook his head. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm not really interested in going to university. I see. Yang Yu-jun looked deeply at the young man in front of her. If you don't go to university, you will lose many avenues to acquire resources. Are you really not interested in resources? From Chen Wansheng and Li Jingming's conversation, Yang Yu-jun could already tell that this young man was different from the others. He seemed to have some special secret, especially the resources that everyone wanted. Why did they seem so insignificant to him? Could it be that people were just giving them to him for free? Chen Wansheng looked at her without answering. Yang Yu-jun understood his meaning. Alright, then we'll meet again. After saying that, she followed the footsteps of the leader in front. The two girls behind them nodded slightly to Chen Wansheng and left without saying anything. When the last boy walked over, his eyes showed a disdainful look towards the two of them. If you're lucky, just be more modest. Don't bargain and act superior here, he said in a very disdainful tone, clearly targeting Chen Wansheng. In his eyes, Chen Wansheng was just a fake person who used secrets to demand more benefits from the city. He had never seen anyone refuse so many benefits. Otherwise, why? Nowadays, people are all about money, fame, and resources. Chen Wansheng didn't care about what he said and just asked, what's your name, classmate? Jiangzhou, Zhang Yuan. His tone of voice carried a hint of arrogance, and it was unclear where his confidence came from. Classmate Zhang Yuan, I hope you and your teammates have the same luck as us and clear the nightmare level instance perfectly. Chen Wansheng smiled. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said, we rely on pure strength, not luck. Lin Yangjun, who was standing behind, angrily stepped forward and said, you brat, purely brain dead. You've been alive for 20 years. Can't you use your brain and see who on the Divine Theory Network cleared the nightmare level instance by luck? Being openly scolded like this, Zhang Yuan's face became much uglier. Does the lack of examples mean there is no such luck? Then you guys explain clearly how you cleared it. You! Lin Yangjun was about to speak in anger but was stopped by Chen Wansheng. Brother Chen, he's like this, I think. Fatty, don't be in a hurry. Chen Wansheng looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, since you're so eager to know, can I ask what profession you are? Level 7, Inheritor Profession, Spirit Talisman Master. Spirit Talisman Master? Both of them were a little surprised. This thing is one of the money-making professions. If the prop profession has a certain status, then the spiritual symbol master can be said to be T1 level in the inheritance profession. Anyway, as a support profession, it is indeed powerful. Chen Wansheng smiled and said, since you are an inheritance profession, why not experience the damage of a rare profession? Lin Yangjun suddenly thought of something fun when he said this. Hey, I think what Chen Gu said is right. Why don't you give it a try? Stared at by the two of them, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a strange chill crawling up his back. He gritted his teeth and said, give it a try. Just give it a try. You guys are rare professions now. You will be rare professions for a lifetime. You brat! Lin Youngjun was furious at his words, and without even turning his head, he shouted at Chen Wangsheng, Chen-gu, give me a buff, I'll deal with him. Come on! Who's afraid of you? Zhang Yuan was equally unwilling to show weakness, but Chen Wangsheng wasn't foolish enough to buff the fat guy. If they really fought, with the fat guy's current attributes, not to mention skills, just to thunder press A, this Zhang Yuan in front of him, even if he is an inheritance profession, might not be able to withstand it. Seeing the tension between the two, Chen Wangsheng saw the people outside and patted the fat guy. Alright, I was just joking. The leader outside is still waiting for him. Zhang Yuan felt as if he was being underestimated when he heard him say this, and his attitude became even more arrogant. Fight! Today, I want to see what a rare profession like you can do. After saying that, his body lit up with blue and purple lights, and various mage equipment appeared on him, even though he was originally wearing student clothes. With a set of such equipment, even Lin Youngjun without any bonuses might not be able to fight back. Even though it was just this kind of thin mage equipment, if the level was purple, the defensive power would be enough to scrape Lin Youngjun. But Lin Youngjun wasn't afraid at all, because he had Chen-gu by his side. As long as the buff was in place, what could a set of purple equipment do? Just as he was about to make a move, Yang Yujun's 3 female companions seemed to have not caught up with them and turned back. When they saw that Zhang Yuan had put on his equipment and looked like he was about to make a move, Yang Yujun coldly reprimanded, Zhang Yuan, do you still want to be in this team? Don't forget that the equipment on your body is a reward from Jiangzhou. Before Zhang Yuan could reply, the fat guy interrupted and said, Yang Beauty, your teammate looks down on us. Why don't you let him take a rare profession to clear the nightmare level instance? You look down on us so much, it's a disgrace to the students of Dazhou. Zhang Yuan seemed to be angered and pointed his finger at Lin Youngjun. He wanted to retort, but when he saw Yang Yujun's icy expression, he ultimately didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan glared fiercely at Lin Youngjun and then walked out of the door. Hey, don't go. Are you afraid of me, a rare profession player? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let me tell you, don't think that being an inheritance profession is impressive. You will be an inheritance profession for the rest of your life. Lin Youngjun shouted a few more times as he followed behind him, and Chen Wangsheng didn't stop him but looked at Yang Yujun at the door, who slightly nodded in apology. As Zhang Yuan left, Yang Yujun led the 4 of them downstairs and left. Alright, fat guy. Chen Wangsheng saw that he still wanted to continue arguing, so he stopped him. Stop competing, let's get back to business. After saying that, he saw a woman's head appear at the door opposite, looking at them, and then closed it reluctantly. Bang! Chen Wangsheng closed the door. Lin Youngjun's anger subsided. Chen-gu, why didn't you buff me just now? Otherwise, I would have given that guy a shock therapy. Chen Wangsheng walked into his own room. You still want me to buff you? If I buff you and he dies in my house, can your family solve it with Jiangzhou and the mayor? Lin Youngjun was stunned and couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be possible. How weak can that guy be, even if he is an inheritance profession? Chen Wangsheng looked at him speechlessly. The professional quality of others is only 1 level higher than yours, and besides, the combat power of spiritual symbol masters is not strong. At most, they are just walking tools. If I really hit you, I can't guarantee that you won't die. Lin Youngjun didn't understand. Then why was he so arrogant just now? I thought he was powerful. Your attack only scratched his purple equipment, but when I buff you, it's like scraping a major artery. After listening to Chen Wangsheng's explanation, Lin Youngjun also woke up. He skillfully sat on Chen Wangsheng's bed and looked at the decorations in the room. Brother Chen, what should we do now? Chen Wangsheng looked at him and said 2 words briefly, open boxes. Hearing that they were going to open boxes, Lin Youngjun smiled happily. Great, I love opening boxes. Seeing the topic being changed, Chen Wangsheng also shifted his gaze to his warehouse. But before opening the boxes, he had to look at something. Titles. He had obtained 2 titles. One was Perfect Newbie and the other was Nightmare Lord of the Korin Tree Garden. Title, Perfect Newbie, Quality, Gold, obtained, achieved perfect clearance in the Novice instance from levels 1 to 9. Effect, when equipped, all attributes plus 10. Introduction, you are the most outstanding player. Truly a perfect newbie. Title, Nightmare Lord of the Korin Tree Garden, Quality, Gold, obtained, cleared the Nightmare level Korin Tree Garden instance. Effect, when equipped, plus 10% experience gained from clearing instances, all attributes plus 1. Introduction, you are an exceptional player, able to easily clear instances. Both gold titles were not bad. Perhaps because the titles were obtained at a low level, their effects were not very strong. One focused on attribute increase, while the other provided experience increase. Chen Wangsheng chose to equip the Perfect Newbie title, as attributes were more important to him. His gaze then turned to the boxes in the warehouse. Level 10 Perfect Instance Treasure Chest Red, Gold First Clear Instance Treasure Chest, Gold Nightmare Treasure Chest, Gold Nightmare Level First Clear Treasure Chest, Gold Nightmare Level Clear Treasure Chest, Gold Skill Reward Treasure Chest, Pink Instance Equipment Treasure Chest, Pink Instance Weapon Treasure Chest. I won't introduce the specific information. Besides the 2 equipment chests, there was 1 gold skill chest. The rewards from clearing 3 gold treasure chests and mission gold treasure chests were random. They could include materials, items, skills, equipment, and more. The red treasure chest was special, but why? Because the description mentioned that it might contain something special. Chen Wanxing directly opened the 4 gold treasure chests. Obtained, Moon Beast Horn *1. Obtained, West Color Stone Crystal *1. Obtained, Freedom Potion *1. For gold treasure chests, 2 gold materials, 1 gold potion, and there's even a purple material? Well, it's useless to you. These materials. This potion seems pretty good. Item, Freedom Potion, Level 1, Quality, Gold, Effect, randomly increases attributes by 100 points when used, permanently effective, Introduction, Freedom, right? This thing is actually an attribute potion? And it's permanently effective. I thought I opened 4 pieces of junk. Although materials are valuable, the Divine Destiny store is not lacking in materials. So these materials are useless to him. The professions that need materials are usually forging weapons or alchemy. Anyway, they are all auxiliary professions and have nothing to do with him. Unless they are some intermediate materials needed for class advancement, otherwise they are sold. After opening the 4 gold chests, he looked at the red chest. Hopefully, this thing will give some power and not just materials. Obtained, Skill Book Ascend to God's Rank *1. Chen Wanxiang widened his eyes. It's a skill. This is a gold quality skill. Skill, Ascend to God's Rank, Level 1, Quality, Gold, Introduction, the power of the gods burns, judging all injustice in the world, and climbing this ladder to become a god, gaining the power of the gods, wielding the blade of judgment, growing eternal wings, and letting them perish in the scorching waves of death. The good news is, a golden skill. The bad news is, it's a level 1 skill. According to the concept that the higher the learning level, the higher the skill enhancement. Obviously, this golden skill may not cause as much damage as a higher level purple skill in the future. But luckily, he can only learn skills below level 10 for now. I don't know if it's because the red box is level 10 that it can only give rewards below level 10. It can only be said that he can learn skills at the right level. The only red box giving skill books is the result he wants the most. There are still 3 boxes left, skill books and equipment boxes. At this point, he didn't hesitate and opened them all. Obtained by opening, Skill Book Qua Accumulation **1 obtained by opening, Heroic Battle Armor *1 obtained by opening, Broken Light Stick *1 Average Luck, 1 Purple Skill Book, 2 Purple Equipment. At most, this can be considered a minimum guarantee. Skill, Gua Accumulation /Level, 15 Quality, Purple Description, Accumulate Gua Power, the Gua Accumulator, / with a sword. Heroic Battle Armor Level, 5 Quality, Purple Attributes, Defense plus 184, Strength plus 56, Agility -10 Type, Equipment Special, Body Damage minus 500 plus Defense *1, Damage Reduction plus 1. 2% Skill, Indomitable in Battle, During battle, damage reduction increases by 1% per second, up to a maximum reduction of 30%, each layer lasts for 1 minute. Wear and Tear, 100% Description, Bathes in the Divine Radiance, You and Me. Fight to the death. Broken Lightstick Level, 5 Quality, Purple Attributes, Strength plus 99, Agility plus 12, Critical Hit Effect Type, Melee Profession, Stick Special, Attack Power Effect is 180%, Critical Hit Effect plus 50% Damage Skill, Stick Technique, performs 2 attacks each time, the 3rd attack comes with a critical hit. Wear and Tear, 100% Description. Fast enough stick technique, no one can resist, the stick can break light. Good stuff. It turns out that the biggest improvement is the equipment. 2 purple equipment is equivalent to the attribute points gained by an ordinary person leveling up so much. He doesn't need that purple skill for now, it seems to be for a sword. Judging from these 2 pieces of equipment, he definitely made a profit from this nightmare level reward. To summarize, excluding useless materials and junk, his gains this time are 2 purple equipment, 1 golden skill, 1 purple skill, 100 random attribute points, and 2 titles. Adding what dropped from the monsters, excluding the staff. The only thing worth mentioning is the war medal. He doesn't care about the blue helmet at all, it looks ugly when worn. He equips the 2 purple equipment and the war medal, and while Lin Yongjun hasn't finished, he drinks the freedom potion. He'll wait a bit before learning the skills. This time, he looks at the panel. Name, Chen Wanxing Level, 9 Profession, Immortal of Life God Unique Talent, Eternal Life Unique Upgradable Skills, Eternal Life LV1, Life Power LV3 Life, 99999 Strength, 293 plus 170 Spirit, 249 plus 15 Agility, 185 plus 17 Defense, 184 plus 5 Equipment, Heroic Battle Armor, Broken Lightstick, Goblin War Metal Lifespan, 9999999999999. Billion Years Occupational Positioning, Versatile Skill Points, 29 Attribute Points, 0 Title, Perfect Newbie Equipped Special, Luck plus 1 with the basic 3 dimensions plus the amplification of external attributes. The Strength attribute has already exceeded 400. This is incredible. The attribute points randomly obtained from the potion have already been added, but he didn't pay attention to how much they increased. But it seems that the Spirit attribute is the highest. Fatty? Chen Wanxing didn't rush to learn the skills, but looked at Lin Yongjun. Lin Yongjun, sitting on the bed, didn't have the excitement he had just now. It seemed that he had encountered some difficulties. Why do you have that expression? Chen Wangxing asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Yongjun's hesitant expression, as if facing a multiple-choice question. Lin Yongjun looked up at him and said, Chenggu, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but... He wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and said, forget it, Chenggu, you can see for yourself. After speaking, he made a gesture with his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. It looked very familiar. Extremely familiar. Chen Wangxing couldn't help but think of the rare career transfer scroll he received today. He took a look at it. It was indeed exactly the same. Inherited career transfer scroll. When he opened it, he could see the contents of the career. Inherited career, Dragon Tiger Fistmaster, a close combat boxer. To be honest, this kind of career is neither strong nor weak, but not many people would like it. Chenggu, should I transfer to this? Lin Yongjun asked in confusion. After all, it's an inherited career. Although my family is wealthy, it's not easy to get a scroll of this level. Chen Wangxing handed him the scroll and asked, do you like the boxer profession? I don't like it. Lin Yongjun shook his head and extended his chubby hand, gesturing with the electric light in his hand. It's really not as good as my current Thunder Mage. Then don't transfer, leave it to your dad when you go back. Okay, I'll listen to you, Chenggu. Lin Yongjun had no objections to this decision. He wanted to become an inherited level player, but he didn't really like the boxer profession. Seeing Lin Yongjun put the scroll into the warehouse, Chen Wangxing continued to ask, did you get any other good things? Lin Yongjun shook his head and said, no, this career transfer scroll was opened from a red box. The rest are just some golden materials that I don't understand. What about the skill box and equipment box? Oh, the skill box gave me a purple skill called. Lin Yongjun seemed to have forgotten and looked at it again. It's called Swift Fist Technique. This name. Chen Wangxing was speechless. Are you having a conflict with the boxer? Why is the skill also for boxers? I don't know. Lin Yongjun looked innocent. What about the equipment? I can't use those two purple equipment. Lin Yongjun said helplessly. This time, he didn't earn anything from opening the box. His luck was a bit bad. Chen Wangxing heard about the purple equipment and was about to ask what it was. But before he could, Lin Yongjun interrupted. Chenggu, what good things did you get? Me? I'm fine. I got a golden skill that I can use. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yongjun, with his fat body, stood up and even shook the bed. What? A golden skill? Lin Yongjun's eyes were full of envy. Chenggu was indeed lucky. Not only did he get a mysterious career, but his luck in opening the box was also so good. Chenggu, what skill is it? What does it do? Chen Wangxing looked at the expectant eyes of the fat guy and simply said, I haven't learned it yet. Then Chenggu, you should learn it first. It's a golden skill. Chen Wangxing was about to say something when he heard the sound of the door opening outside. Hey, are you home, kid? Mom, I'm inside. Chen Wangxing and Lin Yongjun walked out of the room and saw Chang Lanji carrying groceries and fruits. Lin Yongjun quickly walked over and said, Auntie, let me help you. The two of them worked together to put away the groceries, which could probably feed 7 or 8 people. After putting down the things, Chang Lanji looked around. Son, where are the leaders? They left. Left? Chang Lanji was puzzled. They didn't stay for dinner? Chen Wangxing looked at his own mother speechlessly and said, Mom, they are leaders. They don't have time to eat here. Besides, the food we make here, the leaders probably won't like it. Lin Yongjun chimed in, that's right, Auntie. Mayor Li might not be used to it. These two kids. Chang Lanji couldn't help but laugh and cry, but her expression seemed to relax a lot. You haven't told me why Mayor Li was looking for you. Did you do something bad? Lin Yongjun looked at her in surprise. Auntie, didn't you see the regional notice? Chen and I cleared a nightmare level instance. That's a nightmare level instance. Who in Shangjiang City has cleared it in so many years? Even if Mayor Li has a big reputation, he still wants to meet me and Chen. Reminded by her, Chang Lanji covered her mouth in astonishment. Wait, are you saying that the people mentioned in the regional notice were really you two? Of course, Auntie. Lin Yongjun proudly said, there can't be two people with the exact same name in Shangjiang City. Chang Lanji still didn't believe it. Her son didn't seem like he had awakened as a professional yesterday. How could he bring such a big surprise today? She excitedly walked up to the two of them. Quick, tell Mom what you've been hiding from me. How did you clear the instance? And what profession are you? Lin Yongjun hurriedly said, Auntie, let me explain. Chen Wangxing. Indeed, this fat guy can't keep a secret at all. Li Jingming and Gao Desan sat in the car. No one spoke from the moment they got in until now. Until Li Jingming received a call. It was from the Investigation Bureau. What's the matter? Mayor, the investigation results of the mist incident from last night are out. Li Jingming's mood wasn't good at the moment. Report it. The investigator on the other end of the call said, according to the investigation, the mist has a high vitality due to its low information content, and it is temporarily classified as a skill effect. The mist didn't appear for a long time, but it covered about 1/3 of Shangjiang City. The most important information is that the center of the mist is near Wangxing Street. It's Wangxing Street again. Li Jingming's head was exploding. Why is it always related to this place? The large-scale green mist that appeared last night started from Wansheng Street? Could it be that there is a powerful player lurking in this place? No, if there really is a player of that level, why would they stay in Shenzhen City? Li Jingming was annoyed by these things. There can only be speculation about this mist incident, but because it appeared and disappeared so quickly, it is impossible to investigate. But this thing is once again connected to Wansheng Street. Just as the car was about to leave Wansheng Street, he felt frustrated. The call ended, and Gao Desan, who was sitting next to him, casually asked, "Mayor Li, what is this green mist?" Li Jingming was already troubled, so he had to tell him the whole story. Gao Desan frowned when he heard it. "Are you saying that there might be a player above the first transformation in Shenzhen City?" "Yes." Li Jingming nodded. "With the ability to use skills over such a large area, I estimate that this player's strength should not be underestimated." Gao Desan agreed with this statement. If a player can cover such a large area with skills, it is indeed not something an ordinary player can do. Mayor Li, based on the information we have, even if there is a player above the first transformation, if they don't want to show themselves or have no malicious intent, there is no need to investigate further for now. Li Jingming's face looked unpleasant. "Inspector Gao, that's what I meant. The main issue is that all these sudden incidents are happening around Wansheng Street, which makes me feel exhausted." "Ha ha ha." Gao Desan laughed. "Mayor Li, are you referring to Chen Wansheng just now?" Li Jingming didn't say anything. The mist didn't cause him much trouble, and he couldn't solve it anyway. He would definitely report it later. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the two students who could perfectly clear nightmare-level instances in his city, but he couldn't negotiate with them. Most importantly, this couldn't be credited to his achievements. Clearing nightmare-level instances would only bring fame to Shenzhen City and attract many players. He was still concerned about the secret realm before he set off, and now it's all in vain? Gaechan saw that he was not speaking and said, "I will report the matter truthfully to Zhengzhou. As for how they pass through, there is no need to study. This is a good thing for Shenzhen City, isn't it?" There was a deep meaning in his tone, as if there was something more to say. Li Jingming thought of something and could only nod. Inspector Gao is right. Let him bring benefits to the entire Shenzhen City. With that, he made a call to his subordinates. Arrange it and make the information of Chen Wansheng and the others public and thank them in the area. Following behind them was a team of 4 people led by Yang Yujun. Like Li Jingming in the car, they were also silent. It wasn't until Yang Yujun spoke first, "We don't have much time. I have decided to set off for the remaining novice instances in Shenzhen City tomorrow morning. And as for your behavior just now, Zhang Yuan, I am very dissatisfied." Her cold eyes looked at the only male in the team. She didn't particularly like people with weak abilities, especially men. If it weren't for the fact that the profession of spiritual symbol master had a great improvement for them, she would probably want to expel him from her team immediately. Zhang Yuan seemed to feel the coldness and looked up to explain to Yang Yujun, "Young classmate, call me Captain." Yang Yujun reminded in a cold voice, "Okay, Captain." Zhang Yuan swallowed and continued, "I was indeed impulsive just now, but I really don't believe that those 2 rare professions can clear nightmare-level instances. I just wanted to test them. I didn't really want to attack." He was wearing a complete set of equipment, with a defense value of 4 to 500 alone. If the opponent's attack could hurt him, it meant that the basic damage was definitely not low. Although Zhang Yuan looked down on the 2 of them, he only wanted to see if they really had the ability. Unexpectedly, he caused trouble for himself. Yang Yujun could accept his reason. "No matter what you find out, I just want to ask you one thing. What do you want to do? Even if they hide their secrets, what can you do after finding out? Are you one of those crazy people from the Creation God Association? Do you want to attack our excellent players from Daxia?" Her words were like a huge hat suddenly put on Zhang Yuan's head. When he heard Creation God Association, Zhang Yuan's face turned pale. No, how could I be one of those crazy people? Since you're not, why do you want to dig into their secrets? Zhang Yuan was pale and didn't know how to answer. I'm just curious. Captain, you have done a lot of instance investigations, but it's only these 2 rare professions that can perfectly clear nightmare-level instances. I feel it's unfair for you, Captain. Yang Yujun listened to his words with a cold expression. "Do I need you to worry for me? Who are you to me? Xiaoying and Ro haven't said a word. What qualifications do you have to speak? You're just an inheritor-level profession. Do your job properly. If we fail the first instance tomorrow, don't blame me. Our team will lose face in Zhengzhou. If my dad sees it, he will disband my team, and I won't let you off either." Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he could only say in a low voice, I will do well with the spiritual symbols." In Chen Wansheng's home, his mother Chang Lanji had a smile on her face when she learned that her son had a rare profession. She was very happy with every word Lin Yongjun said, especially when she heard that her child had cleared nightmare-level instances. Although she couldn't believe it, she didn't doubt anything and quickly got up to prepare a big meal for them. After half an hour of busyness, the dishes that were no less inferior to yesterday's feast were served on the table. Although Lin Yongjun came from a wealthy family, he never found fault with anything when eating at Chen Wansheng's home and was very satisfied. Chang Lanji looked at the leftover monster meat from yesterday with some regret and said, "Ah, look at this meat. I forgot to buy new ones." She looked at Chen Wansheng with a smile. "It's all because of you. Why didn't you tell Mom about this good news first? Knowing this good news, Mom would have prepared delicious food for you." Chen Wansheng, with chopsticks in his mouth, said, "That's enough, that's enough. We should be grateful for what we have." Lin Yongjun, without any hesitation, quickly picked up the food with his chopsticks and ate, as if he was enjoying a delicious meal. Auntie, now that Chen Go has a job and can make money, you can retire at home in the future. Or maybe you should consider moving? Fatty's suggestion entered Chen Wansheng's mind. Although he grew up on Wansheng Street, he knew how chaotic the place was. There is a dedicated security department in Shenzhen City. This security department may not be very effective, but they are also overwhelmed. First of all, the purpose of the security department is to ensure the safety of the entire city. The concept of safety here is quite intriguing. Wansheng Street is a backward area in Shenzhen City. At least 80% of the residents here are not awakened to their professions, meaning they are not players. Although the security department is responsible for maintaining public order, they are limited in manpower, and most of the areas they patrol are the bustling streets and districts of Shenzhen City. Only players can afford to live in those places because players can make money quickly. They have the money to live there. The security department definitely focuses on supervising and protecting players. In their eyes, only players can have a significant impact on the city's safety. How can ordinary people who choose to live on Wansheng Street possibly affect the city's safety? Ordinary people struggle every day just to survive. Whether it's meat or vegetables, they are all produced by players in relevant professions. Those players are not charitable, they need money to buy groceries. But now, the ways for ordinary people to make money are truly limited. The desire to survive accumulates day by day, and most people undergo changes. In this place, he has seen too much, all kinds of things. Fights, brawls, hooligans at the alley all day long, and the crowds of people on the streets. Because they don't have professions, everyone lives day by day. Some people even gamble their lives for money or to change professions. Anyway, there are plenty of them, and the security department doesn't manage ordinary people every day. As long as nothing major happens, Wansheng Street will continue as it is. The future of ordinary people in this world is ordinary and confused. This is why Chen Wansheng especially wants to become a player. Only by obtaining a profession and becoming a player will you know which path to take in the future. And he doesn't feel attached to this place either. Chen Wansheng grew up here, but besides his own mother, he has never truly felt cared for by others. Even his neighbors, whom he has known for years, changed their attitude when they found out he wasn't a player. He doesn't dislike it here, he has learned a lot on Wansheng Street. But if you ask him to stay here forever? Sorry, the moment he became a player, he wanted to leave this place. No one wants to stay on Wansheng Street forever. Chen Wansheng looked at his mother and made the same suggestion. "Mom, how about moving?" "Move? Move where?" Chang Lanji said seriously, "Let's wait until you earn enough money, no rush." Hearing that it was a matter of money, Lin Yongjun quickly spoke up, "Auntie, you probably don't know, but after clearing that instance, Chenggu definitely has over 100,000 gold coins now. You can rent a large apartment in the center of Shenzhen City for only 2,000 gold coins a month. That's definitely enough, Auntie." Chang Lanji's eyes sparkled. 100,000 gold coins? She turned to look at Chen Wansheng. "Son, is what Shaolin said true?" Chen Wansheng nodded. He currently has over 120,000 gold coins, and that's not counting the golden materials he has. Even just one of them would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. "Mom, I have the money," Chen Wansheng said while eating. "We definitely need to move, otherwise, we'll have more and more troubles, and it won't be safe here." Hearing her own son say this, Chang Lanji couldn't refuse anymore. After a short silence at the dinner table, Chang Lanji agreed. "Okay, kid, you're grown up now. You handle this matter yourself. Mom will go with you tomorrow to take a look." Chen Wansheng postponed. "No need, I happen to have something to do in the city tomorrow, so I'll go take a look." After that, Chang Lanji didn't stop him anymore. She just reminded him of a few things, asking Chen Wansheng not to be careless like his father. They quickly finished their meal. Chang Lanji cleaned up the table. Chen Wansheng called Lin Yongjun into the house. He first looked at the last two pieces of purple equipment that he hadn't seen, a shoulder guard and leg guards. The added attributes were good, and he wanted to ask Lin Yongjun if he could have them. However, Lin Yongjun refused. "Brother, both of these are level 5 purple equipment. They might not suit you. How about I ask the master blacksmith of our guild to make you a set of level 10 purple equipment tonight?" He almost forgot about this. He didn't necessarily have to rely on dropped equipment. Even if he couldn't buy it, couldn't he find someone to forge it himself? He almost made a mistake. Chen Wansheng looked at Lin Yongjun. "Fatty, can your family's blacksmith forge level 10 purple equipment?" The forging profession also has different levels. He wasn't very clear about this. Lin Yongjun rubbed his head. "Shinji, to be honest, I don't think much of these two purple equipment. If they were sold to other guild players, they would probably fetch a good price, but my family has materials and money, so we can ask the master blacksmith to make a set exclusively for you." Exclusive sets are very different from loose pieces like theirs. One has special set effects, while the other doesn't. Of course, forging equipment usually depends on the blueprints the blacksmith possesses. Fatty, don't you have this good opportunity to introduce me? Shinji, don't get me wrong, didn't I tell you? Besides, who knew we would level up so quickly? Lin Youngjun spread his hands. Originally, my family had planned to do it in a few days, but now it seems like my dad will contact the master blacksmith tonight. Chen Wansheng looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Then what about my equipment, Shinji? Shinji, as long as you open your mouth, I'll immediately beg my dad, Lin Youngjun said confidently. Chen Wansheng gave him a disdainful look. He couldn't keep begging for such a valuable thing. He just had a thought and wanted to ask. Forget it, don't beg your dad. I just want to ask if your so-called master blacksmith can make a set of gold equipment? Gold equipment? Lin Youngjun widened his eyes. Shinji, are you crazy? Gold equipment not only tests the blacksmith, but do you know how much gold material is needed for a set? So, this is a difficult thing, right? Of course. Lin Youngjun explained. Although I don't know much about forging equipment, I asked my dad about this requirement. He told me that not only in Jiangshi City, but even in the entire Jiangzhou, there are only a handful of blacksmiths who can forge gold equipment, and those who can reach that level have a very high status in the player temple. Speaking up to this point, Lin Youngjun looked very helpless. Those masters of that level can't be hired with money anymore. They either owe them a favor or find the gold materials or equipment they want to forge. Listening to his explanation, Chen Wansheng roughly understood this profession. True master blacksmiths no longer consider money. It's all based on personal will. If that's the case, then there's really no way. As a compromise, a full set of purple equipment is also possible. That student who just came from Jiangzhou, named Zhang Yuan, didn't have a full set of purple equipment, so it seems that a full set of purple equipment is still valuable. Or maybe, it's difficult to find a full set of purple equipment that suits one's own profession, other than forging. Chen Wansheng wasn't picky. Whether it's mage equipment, tank equipment, warrior equipment, or DPS equipment, it's all fine. As long as he can wear it, it's best to have a set to switch between. Suddenly, he had an idea. Why not keep a blacksmith of his own? That way, he would have equipment whenever he needed it. Seeing Chen Wansheng deep in thought, Lin Youngjun didn't disturb him. After a while, he thought the idea was not bad. Fatty, does your guild have a dedicated blacksmith? Yes. Lin Youngjun hesitated and continued. However, the words of the master blacksmith do not represent our guild. He is a friend of my father's. Chen Wansheng asked again, so, do you think it's feasible to train our own blacksmith? Lin Youngjun seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, Shengu, are you thinking of getting a dedicated blacksmith to forge equipment for yourself? If you plan to do that, it's not very likely, he added. Chen Wansheng was puzzled and asked, why? Lin Youngjun explained, because you simply can't afford it. Our guild's blacksmiths not only need someone to help them level up, but also materials to practice with and money for expenses. It's not a small investment. Chen Wansheng found his words reasonable and listened as Lin Youngjun proposed his next idea. Shengu, nowadays, only powerful alliance guilds can afford to have blacksmiths. It's like several wealthy individuals investing in a guild and cultivating a group of specialized players. It's quite common in Daxia. This point made Chen Wansheng's eyes light up. Yes, instead of relying on others, why not establish our own guild and entrust things to subordinates? But the disadvantages of this approach are obvious. What if your subordinates are not trustworthy? Alright, Fatty, Chen Wansheng said, now needing to think about what to do next. He had a lot to digest today. It was only the first day after awakening, and most new players hadn't even reached level 5 yet, but he was already close to level 10, leaving the beginner's dungeon behind. He really needed to think about how to proceed. Let's stop here for today. Go back and share your happiness with your family, Chen Wansheng said, patting Fatty to drive him away. Lin Youngjun lay on the bed as if dead and said, oh, it's still early. I'm so excited about today's events. I wanted to stay with Chenggu a little longer. Get lost. Chen Wansheng said with disdain. Hurry up and leave. I'm not gay, and I'm not interested in spending more time with you. Lin Youngjun rolled on the bed and said, no, Chenggu, how about I sleep here tonight? Chen Wansheng's face turned black. 3 seconds. If you're still lying down after that, I won't take you through the dungeon. Swish. Before he even started counting, Lin Youngjun's figure appeared outside the door. Okay, Chenggu, I'll go home first. Call me if you need anything. He made a phone gesture and quickly ran out of the house. Chen Wansheng could still hear his mother's greeting in the kitchen, but it was just a sound. Fatty had already closed the door for him. He wasn't in a hurry and decided to take a shower and think. The mind is clearest when taking a shower. He quickly entered the bathroom, turned on the warm water, and revealed his fit and tall figure. With his regular exercise, both his back and front sides had perfect muscle shape. As he showered, he began to think about what had happened today. First, the unexpected arrival of the divine level profession, then his daring challenge of the nightmare level, which confirmed that his own improvement far exceeded his peers. There was also the instance that changed because of him, and the visit from Mayor Li and others. Today, he experienced the difference of being a player. If his previous self only wanted to study well, exercise, and learn some martial arts to protect himself, now he had found what he needed to do next. However, he lacked too much experience on the path of monster hunting and leveling up. Many universities wouldn't teach you much. Universities were just a huge filtering mechanism, and only a few were truly helpful to players. It had to be a university. That's why, after leaving high school, most people chose to go to college. What about the small number of people? Only an extremely small number of them couldn't afford to go to college. These people had ordinary professions and no money, so they had to rely on themselves. Not all graduating players could enter college. Those colleges not only selected based on talent but also required a considerable amount of tuition. Therefore, many low-level profession players relied on themselves after coming out of high school. With this in mind, Chen Wangxing couldn't help but ask himself, could he go to the academy for further studies 2 months later? This idea was quickly dismissed. If he had a normal profession, even a legendary one, maybe his attributes wouldn't be so outrageous, and he would choose to go to the academy. But from what he could see now, going to the academy might gain him a lot of knowledge and connections, but he would also lose something. Unless he wanted to show off to those peers who weren't even divine professionals. So he decided to put this idea aside for now. From the student group that came from Jiangzhou today, their captain, Yang Yujun, should be planning to go to Longjing Academy. She casually mentioned it, revealing her thoughts. Chen Wangxing knew about Longjing Academy. It was the top university in Daxia, the Dragon Capital University. Anyone who could enter Longjing University was an epic-level professional player. It seemed that all the students there were at least epic level. Some might even be legendary. He decided to put this matter aside for now, as there were still many things he didn't understand. The second matter was about Mayor Li and the others. It was impossible for the other party to know his secrets, and revealing his divine profession was even more impossible. From what he heard from the other party, awakening as a divine-level professional was almost impossible. In the 300 years until now, no one had been able to do it. Even becoming a divine-level professional was only possible through a job change scroll. In any case, once he reported the matter of becoming a divine professional, it would definitely attract the attention of many important figures. Attracting attention? Getting cultivation? Chen Wangxing sneered at this idea. The risks and rewards were the same. If he really wanted to attract attention from above, he definitely wouldn't reveal his divine profession. Being legendary should be enough. Although his conversation with Mayor Li this time wasn't very pleasant, they didn't actually fall out. Despite Mayor Li's angry appearance, he wouldn't show his true thoughts on his face. Since the other party could come to his house to inquire about the situation at the first opportunity, it meant that he was important in the other party's eyes. If he was important, they wouldn't fall out. Chen Wangxing understood that Mayor Li just wanted to know what he wanted to know from him, and then report it to his superiors in order to gain the benefits he wanted. It was a common occurrence. However, the other party would definitely not easily let go of his achievements. It all depended on how the other party would make a move. Just then, a regional chat appeared. Regional chat, Li Jingming, level 64. Hello, citizens of Shengjiang City. As the mayor, I would like to express my gratitude to the young heroes who successfully completed the nightmare level instance today. You may not have expected it, but they are students who awakened at the university this year. 2 young heroes who have just turned 18. One is Chen Wangsheng, a student from Sanjiang University, and the other is Lin Yongjun, a student from Shangjiang University. Seeing this, Chen Wangsheng understood that Li Jingming was starting to get annoyed. Li Jingming, level 64. Hello, citizens of Shangjiang City. As the mayor, I would like to express my gratitude to the young heroes who successfully completed the nightmare level instance today. You may not have expected it, but they are students who awakened at the university this year. 2 young heroes who have just turned 18. One is Chen Wangsheng, a student from Sanjiang University, and the other is Lin Yongjun, a student from Shangjiang University. They have almost broken records. Not only did they clear the instance quickly, but their professions are also extremely mysterious. They are the hope of our human race and the pride of Shangjiang City. Chen Wangsheng turned off the showerhead. With the appearance of Mayor Li in the regional channel, players quickly started talking in this usually quiet channel. Chen Jiala, wow. Level 64. It's really Mayor Li speaking. By the way, this newcomer's surname is Chen. It seems like our Chen family is getting prosperous. Wang Qi, level 28. I haven't heard of any geniuses coming out of Shangjiang City. There haven't been any big news from the universities this year. Could they be hiding something? Shuihan, level 12. Is the person above from the Zhenghe Guild? Can you let me join the guild, please? I'm begging you. Jiwanzing, it's really lively today, especially over at the vice instance of the Koran. There are so many newbies and beginner players. Are these 2 students really that strong? They cleared the nightmare level instance on the first day. Could we be the first in Daxia this year? Li Jianyue 52 level. Speaking in the public channel, if the 2 young students are willing to join our guild, they can be given the honorary position of elder. Monian 48 level. If the 2 brothers join our guild, I will directly arrange them as vice presidents. We have a big influence, and I will personally help you level up. Wine Defa 38 level. Wait, doesn't anyone care about what professions these 2 young brothers are? and merely said they are not only perfect in clearing the instance, but also are hope for the human race? Could they be a secret weapon for the human race? Like this, one after another, the topic quickly shifted to their professions. Li Jingming's words were very disgusting, seemingly praising them, but actually trying to dig into their backgrounds. Although speaking in the regional channel cost 100 gold coins each time, for players who already had a lot of money, it was just a small amount. Especially this time, the whole Shangjian was shaken by this incident, so it was necessary to spend a little money to gain some presents. With the emergence of Wang Defa, everyone started speculating. Someone as familiar as Lin Yongjun was quickly exposed. Wang Defa 38 level. I know Lin Yongjun. He is the young master of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce. I heard that only a rare profession awakened at Shangjiang University. How could he clear the nightmare level instance? As soon as this information came out, others quickly noticed this point. Passerby yes, I remember him too. My son is at Shangjiang University, and Lin Yongjun is in the class next to him. That kid is clearly just a rare profession. Passerby B, haven't we had any players above the inheritance level from our university this year? If there were new players with 2 epic level professions, the city would definitely hold a big event. Passerby C, wait, why is everyone focused on Lin Yongjun? Can't we take a look at Chen Wangsheng, the most outstanding genius youth at Sanjian University? He excels in intelligence and physical abilities. Immonian 48 level, so what did he awaken? Passerby C, I heard he's just an ordinary person. When it was said that Chen Wangsheng was an ordinary person, the regional channel fell silent. It seemed that everyone was confused, and Li Jingming spoke up again. Li Jingming 64 level, dear players, it is extremely difficult to clear the nightmare level instance, let alone a perfect clearance. In the history of Disya, who were the newcomers who perfectly cleared the nightmare level instance? The information and levels of their professions should be strictly protected. Please refrain from discussing them. After he said this, the other players definitely agreed. There was no more discussion on the public screen. Chen Wangsheng couldn't help but smile. This merely seemed to be defending him, but his true purpose had already been achieved. After releasing his information, his affairs would definitely attract the attention of others. At that time, countless people would be curious about his identity, profession, and strength. He would become the most dazzling newcomer in Shangjiang City. Despite everyone being easy to talk to, there were actually many people who wanted to know his information. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be enough to attract players from Shangjiang City. Chen Wangsheng dried himself off and put on his clothes. It seemed that his mother outside still didn't know what had happened. The regional announcement would automatically pop up, but not the regional chat. It wouldn't be visible unless the chat channel was opened. Returning to his room, Chen Wangsheng opened the channel again, and what everyone was talking about was no longer about the two of them. But Chen Wangsheng knew that starting from tomorrow, the whole Shangjiang city would be digging into his information. It was estimated that his school would also come knocking on his door tomorrow. Looks like I'll have to make my mother go out tomorrow. I was planning to go to the players' temple tomorrow to sell some things and also check out some houses. Since it's like this, I'll let my mom go see the houses instead. Looking at useless chat messages, he vaguely remembered a few guild member names and then opened the Divine Destiny store. He didn't have time to look at it last night, but tonight he wanted to see if there was anything special. The Divine Destiny store has 3 main categories: materials, items, and professions. He had already looked at the professions yesterday. The Divine Destiny store sells a wide variety of professions, so many that he couldn't even count them, let alone have time to look at them. If he could conclude, then the Divine Destiny store could sell all professions? He couldn't be sure about this because he didn't know how many types of professions there were. Today, he wanted to see what materials and items were available. After opening the materials, he could see that there were 2 categories below, gold and red. There were no materials above red. He clicked on one of them and saw a list of material names, but there were no images displayed. He then opened the description of the material. Item, Savage Crystal, quality, gold, description, suitable for forging equipment from level 5 to 15. The Savage Crystal is a crystal with a Savage bonus. Forging it into equipment will greatly increase the strength attribute. Price, 60 years of lifespan, of forging material. Item, 2 Cool Moon Heartgrass, quality, gold, description, herb that grows under the moonlight. It has a special growth environment and usually only appears at a specific time in a certain environment. It may have special effects when refined into medicinal soup or pills. Price, 60 years of lifespan, it's for life professions. Why are there so many materials for life professions? Aren't these things rare? Chen Wangsheng didn't understand. Or maybe these materials are rare, but they can be obtained stably here? He continued to look and found that most of these materials were used for auxiliary and life professions. They were human sub-professions, such as forging, alchemy, refining, and pill refining, among others. Of course, he also saw some special ones, such as materials for guild upgrades, enchanting materials, and buff materials. He would have to search for a summary on the Divine Forum about these things. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to research on his own. Thinking about it, he opened the items. The first thing is very special. Item, Guild Construction Order, Quality, Gold, Description. Allows you to create a guild when used. Price, 10 years of lifespan. Looking at the guild construction order, Chen Wangxing felt puzzled at first. Do you need this thing to create a guild? He thought that creating a guild only required registration at the player's temple. Now it seems that there are conditions for creating a guild. Chen Wangxing silently noted this down and looked at the other items. The Divine Destiny store also had many items, but they definitely couldn't compare to the materials. Item, Secret Realm Stone, Quality, Gold, Description, can help you find secret realms. Price, 100 years of lifespan. Secret Realm? Another new thing. Chen Wangxing could understand the term Secret Realm, but he had no knowledge of what a secret realm actually was. Isn't it similar to a dungeon? There was also something called a Secret Realm reward card. The description said it can be used in secret realms to increase the rewards obtained in that secret realm. The price is a whopping 200 years. Of course, for himself, this is just a small matter. However, he still needs to learn about the information regarding the secret realm. Chen Wangxing continued reading. A whole page of potion supplies, with potions that fully restore health and mental power, as well as potions that temporarily increase certain attributes by 20 points. The prices are all different, with a minimum starting at 10 years. These items do not have any items with bugs, like experience bottles or attribute point potions. At least he didn't see anything like that. Like the recently obtained Freedom Potion, it doesn't exist in the Divine Destiny store. It seems that the Divine Destiny store doesn't have everything. This dispelled many of his thoughts of leveling up by cheating. Chen Wangxing continued reading. Item, Capture Rope, Quality, Gold, Description, tie it to a monster weaker than you, and they will be completely under your control. Price, 520 years of lifespan. This is a good thing. It's like a capture device, turning monsters into your own pets? Wait, if monsters can be tamed, then can people be controlled too? Chen Wangxing quickly searched among the numerous items. Soon, he saw a very similar name. Item, Loyalty Contract, Quality, Gold, Description. After signing this contract, it will be absolutely loyal to you, unable to disobey any of your commands or thoughts, unless it dies. It remains itself, but you are its belief. Price, 10,000 years of lifespan. What the hell? This is a great thing. It's like controlling a puppet, right? No, wait, signing a contract is just a seal. It can't be said to be controlling a puppet. The other party still has its own thoughts and consciousness, but it will absolutely obey his commands. It's like having an obedient subordinate, and absolutely loyal. Can such a thing actually exist in the Divine Destiny store? Suddenly, Chen Wangxing had a bold idea. Since the Divine Destiny store is not only for his own service, then those strong individuals who desperately accumulate lifespan are not actually preparing to live longer for themselves. Is it possible that they are storing lifespan to exchange for items, materials, or even professions in the Divine Destiny store? He had never thought of this idea before. Before becoming a player, he only thought that those powerful players were acquiring lifespan in order to survive and live longer. Now it seems that's not the case. The things in the Divine Destiny store can be obtained stably and consistently, although there may be some special things that cannot be obtained through the Divine Destiny store. But it doesn't affect the stable exchange in the Divine Destiny store. Chen Wangxing suddenly felt enlightened. He looked at the loyalty contract and gradually formed his previous idea. Since he can cultivate a subordinate who is 100% loyal, creating a guild is not impossible. As for why he doesn't level up alone and insists on creating a guild, a person is ultimately weak. Even though Chen Wangxing now has a divine profession, can he say that he can instantly kill all the bosses in Disya? Don't be fooled by the fact that his buffs can stack thousands of attributes, but for high-level bosses, are a few thousand attributes really high? It has been 300 years since then, and how many strong individuals are there in Disya? Chen Wangxing doesn't know. It can only be said that there are always a few people protecting Disya and fighting against monsters. In terms of accumulation, absorbing countless lifespans in these 300 years, he really can't imagine. Perhaps divine professions have long been exchanged, and starting at 990,000 years doesn't seem like a lot? Being able to purchase human lifespan with gold coins, 990,000 years would at most be several hundred billion gold coins. The only thing to consider is whether there are enough people willing to sell their own lifespan. All of this is speculation, and Chen Wangxing doesn't dare to think too much. Whether it's Disya, the monsters from another world, or the other existing countries, Chen Wangxing doesn't know much about them now. On the Divine Theory Network, although he can see a lot of news, they are all posted by players themselves. Currently, what Chen Wangxing can understand is that on the Blue Star continent where they live, there are more than 10 surviving countries. The Great Xia Kingdom in the southern east is one of the most powerful countries on the continent. The ancient Europe in the northern west, as well as the neighboring White Lamp Kingdom, are also great nations. The Sura Kingdom, located north of the Great Xia Kingdom, is also a giant. However, the Sura Kingdom is closer to the Great Xia Kingdom and both are very friendly with no conflicts. Apart from them, there are no good small countries near the Great Xia Kingdom, like the monopolistic island and the Emperor of the Sun Empire, which is full of livestock. Although they are just small islands, they survived in the arrival of the other world. As for why they were able to survive, some people speculate that the waters near the Sun Empire have been heavily polluted, and even the monsters from the other world would continue to lose blood and die when they approach, so they may have taken advantage of the island. There are only 4 or 5 countries near the Great Xia that have survived until now. Except for the Sura Kingdom, none of them are good. But these small countries should not be underestimated. They may be hiding some strength, otherwise how could they have survived until now unscathed? Just by looking at the divine theory online, unless you pay attention every day, there are definitely many things you don't understand. Chen Wanxing is like this, he can't possibly look at the divine theory online every day. Before becoming a player, he was an excellent student, working hard to improve himself. Where would he have time to pay attention to these things? Now that he is starting to understand, he realizes that he knows too little. Chen Wanxing feels that since he can ensure the loyalty of his subordinates, there is no need for him to fight alone. Being versatile does not affect his leveling speed. When the time comes, it will be good to be a hands-off boss. When he announced his clearance name before, he had thought about raising his reputation so that things would be much more convenient. Hiding and concealing will eventually be discovered. It seems that tomorrow he not only needs to go to the player temple to sell some things, but also to the guild registration office to see the situation. If it's suitable, then he will register one. He won't just recruit anyone. He has an idea in his mind. This idea is the foundation for his guild to become stronger. Then he will test Fatty and see how it goes. To be honest, he doesn't want to test Fatty with a loyalty contract. If Fatty wants to be an ordinary rare profession player, he won't split with Fatty. But in the long run, it's not a good plan to be with Fatty. So there is only one way. Let Fatty become a divine profession, become the future public face of his guild. This idea is only based on whether he really wants to sign a loyalty contract. It's not about whether to trust Lin Yangjun, it's just that he doesn't trust human nature. If there is someone in this world, other than his own mother, whom he trusts the most, it would be Lin Yangjun. If the person he trusts the most stabs him in the back, you will understand how desperate it feels. If Fatty is just a rare profession, he can rest assured. But anyone who can threaten him, even if it's the most trusted Fatty, is not acceptable. Unless it's his own mother. Chen Wanxing has made up his mind to experiment with Fatty first. He will let Fatty make the choice. If it works, then Fatty will become his absolute help. On the other hand, Lin Yangjun just returned home and was bragging to his parents. A luxury car drove into the Lin Mansion. The Lin Mansion is the residence of the Lin family of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce. What is the Lin family? Who in the entire Shenzhen city doesn't know the Linlang Chamber of Commerce? The Linlang Chamber of Commerce has a monthly turnover of over 10 million gold coins in Shenzhen city, and it is impossible for players who come and go not to know them. Because they are different from the Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce, the Linlang Chamber of Commerce controls the largest forging trade in Shenzhen city. It is rumored that the Linlang Chamber of Commerce has a great deal of interaction with the Forge Masters Guild in Jiangzhou, especially being able to hire Forge Masters to forge equipment for them. To obtain a complete set of purple equipment is the dream of many players. This is also why the Linlang Chamber of Commerce has been able to establish a foothold in Shenzhen city and remain popular until now. The Linlang Chamber of Commerce has now been passed down for 3 generations, and the current president of the chamber is Lin Xiang. The sedan drove into the Lin Mansion, and it took several minutes to reach the huge villa in the inner courtyard from the main gate. Lin Yangjun happily got out of the car, and several beautiful maids came over to help with the luggage. Seeing that there was no need for assistance, they bowed and greeted, "Welcome back, young Master Lin." Lin Yangjun didn't pay any attention to the group of beautiful maids, as he was already tired of seeing them. "Alright, you can go and busy yourselves. I'll go find my dad." "Yes, young master," the maids replied and left. Lin Yangjun didn't care about them and quickly ran into the villa. "Dad? Mom? Grandpa?" He called out several times, but there was no response. It wasn't until an old woman in servant attire walked over that he finally got a response. "Young master, the president and the former president are on the 5th floor." "Oh, I see, Huang Ma." After saying that, Lin Yangjun went to the elevator on the 1st floor and pressed the button. A beam of light was emitted from the elevator, as if verifying his identity. Soon, a green light lit up, and he walked into the elevator and headed straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was the most core area of their family, where almost all the important information of the business association was kept. It was a separate area that was specially built to be huge and soundproof. Only the core members of the Lin family were allowed to come up here. After reaching the 5th floor, Lin Yangjun instantly heard the conversation between his grandfather and father. "Dad! Dad!" he shouted as he ran into the meeting room. Inside, a middle-aged man was sitting there. Although he appeared to be in his 50s, he looked energetic and showed no signs of weakness. The old man was Lin Zhan, the former president of the Linlang Business Association. "Grandpa, Dad," Lin Yangjun called out, and Lin Zhan smiled. "Oh, the little hero is back?" Lin Xiang looked at his son without saying anything. After all, his father was present. "Grandpa, you should know, right?" Lin Yangjun just glanced at his father and quickly sat down next to Lin Zhan. "Grandpa, how about it? Am I impressive this time?" Lin Zhan's smile widened. "Ha, impressive, very impressive, much more useful than my son." Lin Xiang's face turned dark, but he didn't dare to retort. Why was the generation gap so serious? Come, let Grandpa see what level you are now, Lin Zhan said. Okay. Lin Yongjun didn't hesitate and quickly opened the level display. Level 9 Lin Yongjun, show Grandpa your panel. Sure. Lin Yongjun openly displayed the information, and both of them took it all in. When they saw that Lin Yongjun's mental power had exceeded 300, Lin Zhan and Lin Xiang exchanged a meaningful glance, as if they felt something strange. Alright, put it away. There was nothing else worth looking at. Lin Yongjun knew that his attribute growth was different from ordinary people, so he explained, Grandpa, I was rewarded with 150 attribute points for clearing the nightmare level instance, and I put them all into mental power, so that's why it's so high now. Lin Zhan didn't find this matter strange. Junjun, Grandpa knows about this, your dad and I don't think this attribute is high, quite the opposite. Lin Zhan looked puzzled, it's clearly low. Lin Yongjun was also stunned by his grandfather's words. Low? Junjun, when you cleared the instance, your mental power was only slightly over 200. Lin Zhan explained, with your current skills and base damage, even if it's just slightly over 200, it would take at least 5 perfect hits to kill an elite monster in the nightmare level instance. It's already so difficult for you to kill an elite monster. How did you manage to clear the nightmare level instance? Lin Yongjun felt guilty when his grandfather asked this question. I had Chen Ji. As soon as he mentioned Chen Wangsheng, both of them grasped onto some important information. Chen Ji? This time it was Lin Xiang who spoke. Lin Yongjun nodded. Yes, it was thanks to Chen Ji's help. After confirming that Chen Wangsheng was the main person involved, Lin Xiang looked at Lin Zhan again. Are you saying that this time, it was all thanks to Chen Ji that you were able to clear it? You didn't help at all? Lin Yongjun's chubby face drooped. I didn't do enough damage and almost died, so Chengu told me to clear the small monsters. Indeed, Lin Yongjun's skill is good for clearing small monsters. They both agreed on this point. However, they couldn't imagine that it was Chen Wangsheng who put in the effort to solve the nightmare level instance. They thought that the two of them had figured out a good way to clear it and wanted to get some information from their own son. But the biggest contributor turned out to be Chen Wangsheng? That child who hasn't even awakened his profession managed to clear the nightmare level instance alone? Lin Xiang asked seriously, Son, I'm asking you again, have you seen the boss monsters and the lord monsters inside? I've seen. They're corpses. Then how did you perfectly clear it? Did you do a special mission? Lin Yongjun paused for a moment before saying, it was a mission. Shingo had to complete that nightmare level mission. Nightmare level mission. Both of them were shocked. Perfectly clearing it required completing an exclusive mission, but they didn't know it was a nightmare level mission. It was revealed that completing a nightmare level mission was extremely difficult. The experts who had previously perfectly cleared the nightmare level instance had left a message, saying not to do nightmare level missions as they were extremely difficult and life-threatening. But now these two kids dared to do a nightmare level mission. Son, tell me about the content of the nightmare level mission. Lin Yongjun didn't hide anything and told them. Both of them were his loved ones and equally important to him. He wouldn't hide anything. After hearing about this impossible mission, Lin Zhan and the others were both surprised and shocked. They were surprised that the person who completed the mission was their descendant's close friend. They were shocked that the mission could actually be completed. Lin Xiang looked at his son, not knowing what to say for a moment. Son, do you know how Chen Gu kills the monsters? I'm not sure, I just saw him go in and all the monsters died. Do you know what profession he is? Why is he so powerful? Lin Xiang asked nervously. This question was crucial. It was the answer they most wanted to know. Could it be that the rare job change scroll had mutated? They couldn't figure it out. Lin Yongjun hesitated and said, maybe he's a support profession? This answer confused both of them. Why? Because the buffs he gave me were very strong. On the third day of the awakening in Shangjiang City, it was different from yesterday when the newcomers didn't have any luck in the two instances. The Jelon Tree Garden instance in Shangjiang City was on fire. Not only in Shangjiang City, but also nearby cities soon received news because of the perfect clearance of the nightmare level instance. The difficulty of the newbie instances in the neighboring cities not only decreased, but the drop rates also increased. The awakened newcomers who knew about this situation couldn't bear it, and those with money directly came to Shangjiang City and booked hotels nearby for a few days. Those without money started camping outside the Jelon Tree Garden. It can be said that because of him, the area outside the Jelon Tree Garden was already crowded. Both power levelers and newcomers could gain considerable rewards here. This news didn't spread to the larger states, otherwise, Shangjiang City would be flooded with newcomers. Last night, news of the Jelon Tree Garden instance quickly spread on the Divine Theory Network. Many players started spreading the information to other regions. The news on the Divine Theory Network was divided into regions, and generally, there was more information from within the region. Sometimes, you would come across breaking news from neighboring cities. The general range was within one state. However, if you wanted to promote the news outside, you had to spend gold coins. As for how many gold coins were needed, the Divine Theory Network did not set a limit. If you wanted to advertise worldwide, you had to invest more. The most classic example was when Daxiao promoted the deeds of a few war gods and filled the entire Divine Theory network with advertisements. It was said that the promotion cost nearly 100 million gold coins. Perhaps the publicity department just wanted to test the effect, but they didn't expect to make the whole world full of Daxiao's advertisements. Nowadays, there is a surge of newcomers, and many newcomers are on their way to Shangjiang City. Last night, someone definitely spent money to stir up the incident at the Korin Tree Garden and posted it on the Divine Theory website. Clearing a nightmare-level beginner's instance is not a big deal. It happens almost every year. But, this is a perfect clearance. Normal clearance does not have any impact on the instance, but perfect clearance does. Currently, there is no beginner's instance in the entire Daxia kingdom that has been perfectly cleared. Once an instance is perfectly cleared, like the Korin Tree Garden, it not only weakens the difficulty of the instance, but also increases the drop rate of items. This is definitely a good thing for beginners. Daxia has only announced a total of 8 perfect clearances for nightmare-level instances. All 8 of them are instances above level 10. The Korin Tree Garden can be said to be the only beginner's instance that has been perfectly cleared. If this matter is reported to Zhengzhou and praised by Daxia, then Shangjiang City will become the second largest city after Zhengzhou City. It is estimated that there will be a continuous stream of newcomers coming here every year. So Shangjiang City is very lively today. Chen Wanqing exercised and took a bath as usual yesterday, and had breakfast. He told his mother, "Mom, you go find a house today." Chang Lanji did not refuse, but asked, "What are your thoughts on the price?" Chen Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "How about we buy one?" "Buy a house? Where do you get the money from?" "Mom, don't worry about where I get the money from, I am a player now, I can earn it." He continued, "If you are not satisfied with the flat you see today, then go and see if there are any well-renovated villas for sale in Limo Garden. If it's suitable tonight, let me know, we can move in with just our bags, there's nothing else to bring." Chang Lanji listened to her son's exaggerated idea and ultimately did not object to anything. After finishing the meal, he went out as usual today, without planning to take Fatty to the player temple. Walking out of Wanqing Street, he could walk to the nearby bus stop where he usually goes in the direction of the school by paying 20 xia coins or 2 gold coins. But now he doesn't need to take the bus. He sent a message on the local channel saying, "Car coming, heading to the player temple." Soon someone asked him for his location. In just a few minutes, an old car stopped in front of him. From the driver's window, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, smiling at him. "Boss, it's you." Chen Wanqing opened the rear door and suddenly froze. He stared at the little girl sitting in the back seat. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat spoke with an embarrassed tone, "Boss, this is my daughter, she is well behaved. If you mind, then It's okay." Chen Wanqing got into the car and looked at the little girl sitting next to him. Her round face was curiously looking at him. Thank you, boss." The middle-aged man thanked happily, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately started the car and drove away from Wanqing Street. It takes half an hour to reach the player temple, and the little girl is still looking at Chen Wanqing. He found her a bit cute, although her appearance was not as fair, and her clothes seemed a bit dirty, but she had been staring at him with her eyes wide open since just now, which made him suddenly feel like laughing. "Uncle, how old is your daughter?" The driver seemed to have a hard time multitasking and answered after a while, "She's 8 years old." 8 years old, she'll be able to go to school soon, maybe she'll be a good player in 10 years. The driver burst into laughter and said, I also hope that Nizi will become a player in the future, so she won't have to work as hard as her old man like me." "Boss, you must be a player, right? Going to the player temple at this time, it seems like you're a very powerful player." Chen Wanqing found it strange and asked, "I'm going to the player temple now. What does that have to do with being powerful?" "Boss, most of the newly awakened dolls are going to the beginner's instance. Doesn't it say something that you're going to the player's temple?" Chen Wanqing asked. The uncle just shook his head while driving, showing a sense of desolation on his face. "I'm not even a player, how could I know about that place?" Chen Wanqing nodded and didn't continue speaking, just looking at the little girl next to him. He searched for a candy in the Divine Theory Mall, which cost 10 gold coins. After buying it, he handed it to the little girl. "Here, brother will treat you to candy." The little girl looked at the candy and then at him, but her gaze ultimately turned towards the uncle driving the car. The uncle also saw Chen Wanqing's candy from the rearview mirror. "Qian, take it first." As soon as the little girl heard her father's approval, she quickly reached out to grab the candy. But instead of eating it, she just held onto the candy and looked at Chen Wanqing. After a while, she softly said, "Thank you." Chen Wanqing smiled, patting her head. "You're so well behaved." The vehicle was driving fast and smoothly. As the road became wider and more cars appeared, heading towards a clean road, he knew they were reaching their destination. He saw the towering building in the distance. Would you say it looked like a skyscraper? No, it looked more like a fantasy tower built on reality. They soon arrived beneath the player's temple, and at this moment, he could clearly see the true appearance of the temple. After getting out of the car, the uncle left with his daughter. They had no use staying here, they must be in a hurry to make money. Chen Wanqing once again looked at the stunning architecture in front of him and then climbed the nearly 100 steps. He had to find a guild to sell his things first. Inside the player's temple, there were various guilds, big and small. They were like shops, but they occupied a large space. After wandering around for a while, he found the landmark prompt and quickly arrived at the front of the Linlang Guild. As soon as he arrived, he saw many people gathered there. Chen Wangsheng, who didn't know what was happening on the outskirts, patted the shoulder of the guy next to him. "Friend, what's happening at the Linlang Guild?" The guy, who was enjoying the show, looked at Chen Wangsheng and explained, "Well, every year during the awakening, some new players awaken as blacksmiths and think they can join the Linlang Guild and enjoy the benefits. But they can't even swing the hammer for forging equipment. Why would the guild accept them?" Right at the entrance of the Linlang Guild, several students were causing a commotion. "As a player with the blacksmith profession, can't I join the Linlang Guild as your blacksmith? Our teacher clearly said that the Linlang Guild trains blacksmiths. Is this how you do it? Manager, our request isn't excessive. You're responsible for training us, and we'll work for you. We'll give you normal pay, and there are no unreasonable conditions." The students argued back and forth, seemingly dissatisfied. This was completely different from their expectations when they came. The man in a suit explained to them, "The Linlang Guild recruits blacksmiths, and you blacksmiths do fall under that category. But as I said earlier, you haven't even passed the basic forging exam, so we won't accept you." Chen Wangsheng, among the crowd, understood what was being implied. It seemed that these students thought they could join the Linlang Guild and just lie around with their profession, without bothering to learn the knowledge and skills that a blacksmith should know. As for what the blacksmith's assessment entailed, he didn't want to know. Looking at the crowd at the Linlang Guild, Chen Wangsheng felt it would be better not to join in the commotion. Since the Linlang Guild was temporarily inaccessible, he decided to go to the Zhangbao Guild instead. Both guilds were major guilds, not much different from each other. Chen Wangsheng left the crowd and walked towards the opposite side. Although the Zhangbao Guild competed with the Linlang Guild, their main sources of income were different. One relied on forging, while the other relied on selling medicine. Because of the commotion at the Linlang Guild, the Zhangbao Guild had gained many customers. As soon as he walked over, a greeter smiled and said to him, "Welcome to Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce. What services do you need?" "I want to sell something." "Alright, sir, do you need VIP service?" Chen Wangsheng almost made a mistake. In the Afterlife Street, this was a secret code. Thinking about what he was selling, he laughed and said, "Yes, I do." "Alright, follow me." The two of them walked in, one in front of the other. The lobby was very spacious, with people lined up face to face to buy and sell things. There were security personnel standing guard on both sides. Chen Wangsheng looked at their levels, all around level 30, a total of 5 of them. It was quite impressive to have level 30 players standing guard here. It seemed that level 30 players were not very powerful. In fact, most of the players who could complete transactions in the lobby were not strong players. As they entered through the right passage, they could see numerous rooms with VIP signs along the corridor. "Sir, the one-on-one appraisal service for VIPs requires a payment of 10,000 gold coins as compensation." Chen Wangsheng was slightly surprised. 10,000 gold coins. That was not a small amount. Just last night, when he was browsing the Divine Theory Mall, he thought that 10,000 gold coins were a lot. Now it was just a service fee. It seemed that poverty limited imagination. He didn't show any expression on his face, just summoned the panel and handed over a 10,000 gold coin card to the other party. After confirming that the gold coin card was worth 10,000, the other party led him into the room. Inside, there were simple tables and chairs, with various snacks, fruits, and free food on the menu. There were still expenses for the service fee. Half a minute later, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged man walked in, not a beautiful woman. "Hello, may I ask your surname?" "Chen." "Mr. Chen, is today your first time at our Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce?" Yes." Chen Wangsheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the other party to know it was his first time. While speaking, the man brought 2 cups of tea. "My name is Li Jinlai. You can call me Li Shouyuan." "Mr. Chen doesn't usually come to our Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce? Are you going to Linlang?" Hearing this, Chen Wangsheng slightly felt uncomfortable and said, "No, this is my first time coming to a place like this." "Oh?" Li Jinlai was stunned, and in his mind, he seemed to think of countless possibilities. "Are you just awakened?" "Yes." Chen Wangsheng didn't want to continue the conversation with him, so he interrupted. "Let's do the transaction first, because I'm in a hurry." Li Jinlai was stunned again. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Paying 10,000 gold coins to come in and sell things and then leave? "Hey, there are fruits and snacks here, and so many things to eat. Why are you in such a hurry?" But as a customer, he couldn't argue. Li Jinlai could only sit down and open the file in his hand to prepare for recording. "Mr. Chen, you came today to sell things, right? Take out your items and I will record their prices for you." "Okay." Chen Wangsheng didn't waste time and took out the trashy white and green items one by one. These things were not worth much, but Li Jinlai didn't care at all. He just recorded them and put them directly into his warehouse. Chen Wangsheng kept throwing, and Li Jinlai kept collecting. There weren't many green and white items, only a few dozen. After throwing away the green and white items, he took out the blue ones, and then the purple ones. Just as Li Jinlai was about to put them into the warehouse, he was stunned and looked at Chen Wanqing and then at the purple equipment on the ground. You don't accept these? Chen Wanqing thought that Li Jinlai didn't accept purple equipment based on his reaction. Li Jinlai quickly picked up the purple equipment on the ground. It was the deep water staff that dropped. Mr. Chen, we do accept purple equipment, it's just that I didn't expect you to use it for sale, Li Jinlai said after looking at the attributes of the deep water staff. Chen Wanqing didn't understand. What do you mean you didn't expect it? Don't many people come here to sell purple equipment? No, it's just that players with purple equipment usually contact the guilds in their area to inquire if they are buying before coming to the Chamber of Commerce to sell. Moreover, you are already wearing level 5 purple equipment, and now is the peak of awakening. Purple equipment is in high demand among new players. Chen Wanqing nodded indifferently. Alright, give me a high price then. Li Jinlai had no objections and agreed to give a high price. He quickly recorded it on the document. There are also materials. Chen Wanqing threw out the materials he had obtained, emitting a faint golden light, causing Li Jinlai's hand to tremble. Golden materials? Are you selling these too? Chen Wanqing chuckled. Why wouldn't I sell them? What else would I keep them for? He came here today to make money, otherwise, what else would he do? Besides the 2 pieces of purple equipment and the medal he was wearing, he sold almost everything else that was useless. He didn't sell the Ascending God Steps into Guoshu/. He needed those skills, and they couldn't be bought in the Divine Destiny store, so he didn't consider selling them. As for the equipment, after hearing what Fatty said last night, he felt that he needed to find a blacksmith. But for now, he couldn't sell the purple equipment yet. It was better to wear them than to have nothing. After quickly assessing the items, Li Jinlai looked at Chen Wanqing. Mr. Chen, the total is over 228,000. I'll round it down to 230,000. 230,000 gold coins. Here is the record, take a look. Chen Wanqing took the document, not bothering to look at the green and white parts. His attention focused on the golden and purple equipment. Both golden materials were priced at around 70,000 to 80,000, and the purple equipment was worth so much. It was worth noting that blue equipment was only worth around 10,000 to 20,000, so the difference was significant. The price was high, but with his own treasury having only over 110,000 gold coins, it would only be a total of 340,000. It definitely wasn't enough to buy a house. Li Jinlai seemed to sense Chen Wanqing's hesitation and asked, Mr. Chen, are you not satisfied with the price? This is the market price. I have no reason to deceive you. Zhangbao Trading Company was already so big in Shangjiang, there was no need for any underhanded tactics. Chen Wanqing looked up at him and said, I want to sell something else. Can you give me an estimate for this item? He took out a blue stone from the warehouse, about the size of his palm, with alternating silver and blue hues. Li Jinlai didn't even need to look closely. His expression changed at first glance. Mr. Chen, this is a secret realm stone. Mr. Chen, are you planning to sell the secret realm stone? Li Jinlai stared at the stone in Chen Wanqing's hand, seemingly even more incredulous than before. This secret realm stone was just exchanged directly from the Divine Destiny store, and if he didn't have enough money, he would continue to sell some things. He also wanted to understand the purpose of this secret realm stone. Mr. Li, do you know what the secret realm stone is used for? Li Jinlai looked at Chen Wanqing in surprise. You don't know? Faced with his question, Chen Wanqing just looked at him expressionlessly, as if he had no words and didn't want to answer that question. Oh, right. Li Jinlai lightly tapped the table. I almost forgot that you are one of this year's awakened students. However, even though he said that, he couldn't understand how someone who could produce a secret realm stone wouldn't know its purpose. But as a representative of the trading company, he couldn't inquire about the customer's privacy. Since you don't know the purpose of the secret realm stone, let me explain it to you before making a decision. Alright. Chen Wanqing liked this kind of service attitude. Li Jinlai continued, on the Divine Theory Network, there have been many players who have discussed the purpose of the secret realm stone, but due to regional influences, it's quite difficult to find a precise and complete explanation. After obtaining the secret realm stone, ordinary players would exchange it with higher-level players on the Divine Theory Network for desired resources and rewards. This item is useful for players of all levels. However, not all players are lucky. Having a secret realm stone is equivalent to having control over the generation of a secret realm. Speaking of secret realms, let me tell you about the 3 known types of reward levels. The first is the common dungeon level, where you can obtain rewards by clearing dungeons. The second is the secret realm level, which is randomly generated and requires the use of secret realm stones to find the direction. The levels are also random. The third is something that only the most powerful players in Disya can reach. I've only heard of it called Abyss. Chen Wanqing silently noted all this down. He had never studied this knowledge before and his understanding of the world was not sufficient. Li Jinlai continued, ordinary players generally cannot access the Abyss, so I'm not sure what it is exactly. But I was fortunate enough to participate in a secret realm once. Mr. Chen, take a look. He walked to Chen Wanxing's side and pointed to the patterns on the secret realm stone. The blue and silver intertwine on this, and once you find the right direction, they gradually separate into two colors. The blue side represents the presence of a secret realm. Chen Wanxing did see the patterns on the secret realm stone moving slightly, like a source of light flowing towards a certain place. But then he frowned. Is this thing only used to find secret realms? Like a compass? No, Li Jinlai denied. When the secret realm stone approaches the generation point, it will automatically fly towards the activation point, and that's when you can see the secret realm appear. Chen Wanxing now understood the relationship between the stone and the secret realm. It was more like the stone itself was the secret realm, but it could only be transformed into a secret realm in a certain place. So he asked the second question, then why sell it to higher level players? Li Jinlai smiled and said, because the appearance of secret realms is limited in time. If the secret realm generated by the secret realm stone is higher than your level, then you would just be wasting time in the stone, right? So most people choose to directly exchange it for the resources they want. The rewards from clearing secret realms are very good, especially the high amount of attribute points, which players really need. Plus, the secret realm stone has a very low drop rate, except for buying it with lifespan in the Divine Destiny Mall. It's usually obtained from opening treasure chests. Chen Wanxing nodded. It seemed that this stone was indeed a treasure. The ability to gain attribute points was enough to drive many players crazy. After saying so much, Li Jinlai observed Chen Wanxing's expression and asked, Mr. Chen, do you still want to sell the secret realm stone in your hand? Chen Wanxing looked at him and said, I hope your price satisfies me. That's for sure, our purchase prices have always been fair. Li Jinlai smiled happily and quickly took out a piece of paper from the nearby files. Currently, the market price for secret realm stones is guaranteed at 1 million gold coins, because of the exchange in the Divine Destiny Mall. Based on a lifespan of 100 years, the lowest price cannot be lower than 1 million gold coins. Considering that, the price of trading lifespan for gold coins in the past 7 days is roughly around 20,000. Li Jinlai circled the ratio of 20,000 with a pen, and finally, he gritted his teeth and wrote down the price on the paper. 49 million gold coins. This is the most reasonable transaction price we can offer you. I can tell you with certainty that even if you take this thing to the Divine Theory Network for trading, it will not only be troublesome but also unlikely to get more than 3 million gold coins, Li Jinlai said confidently. Chen Wanxing knew that even if he spoke sincerely, they were all driven by profit. The only thing he said that was correct was that although secret realm stones were difficult to obtain, there was a fixed exchange point in the Divine Destiny Mall. As long as this method of acquisition existed, the price of secret realm stones could not be high. He was also too lazy to waste words for this small profit. Alright, the thing is yours, calculate the money for me. Chen Wanxing placed the secret realm stone on the table, and Li Jinlai quickly got busy, but he didn't put it in the warehouse first. He wanted to settle the money first. The total is 72 million. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, for the first time selling something for over 1 million gold coins in our Zhangbao trading company. We will include you in the platinum member of the company and provide you with different benefits. Li Jin spoke and then took out a gold coin card from his treasury and handed it to Chen Wanxing. Take it, this is 72 million gold coins. Chen Wanxing took the gold coin card and the amount of gold coins popped up on it. After confirming that it was correct, he directly transferred it into his own warehouse. The secret realm stone on the table had already been taken by Li Jin. At this time, Chen Wanxing said, now that the business is done, there are some things I want to ask you, Li Shayuan. Within my scope of knowledge, I will answer your questions, Li Jin said without hesitation. Well, I want to know how to create a guild. What is the process? Li Jin explained, creating a guild is a simple matter. On the second floor of the player temple, there is a dedicated registration office for the Great Xia Guild. If you are a player who doesn't know anything, someone will tell you what to do. Creating a guild doesn't require many conditions. The first is to be at least level 10. Well, Chen Wanxing didn't meet the first requirement. He didn't say anything and continued to listen to Li Jin's explanation. The second requirement is to have a guild construction order, which can only be obtained from the Divine Destiny store, but guilds usually have them for sale, costing around 150,000 gold coins. The third requirement is the guild headquarters. The staff at the registration office will provide you with options for purchasing a headquarters, ranging in price from several 100,000 to several million. Finally, there are materials. The guild construction order requires a lot of basic materials, which you can conveniently purchase at the registration office. Chen Wanxing understood what this meant. It turned out that the so-called guild registration office was just a convenient channel, including site selection, building materials, and so on. So even if he didn't register, it didn't matter because the game didn't specify that you had to go to the guild registration office to complete the registration in order to create a guild. It was just more time-saving and convenient to do so, and if you plan to create a guild in the city, you had to register like this. Chen Wanxing didn't mind, it was okay like this. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Li Shouyuan. Creating a guild was not something to rush into. It should be a requirement after reaching level 10, otherwise, there was no need to establish one. He would register next time he came. Li Jin smiled and said, "You're welcome, it's our duty to provide this service. If you don't have anything else to do, you can choose to leave or enjoy a delicious morning tea here." Looking at the menu on the table, he did have that idea. He had to earn back some gold coins, right? Okay, I'll have something to eat. Great, enjoy your meal. Someone will come in later to record the dishes you've eaten. Li Jin closed the door to the VIP room, and the professional smile on his face finally turned into an excited smile. He had met his weekly purchase quota in just one day. He was really happy. It seemed that taking a leave of absence to slack off these 2 days was not a problem. But that student was really amazing. He got purple equipment, gold materials, and even a secret realm stone. Wasn't this the child of some wealthy person who ran away and had no money? He couldn't figure out how the student managed to get these things. From the way the student was dressed, he didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. His temperament was quite good, he was handsome, and his character was not worse than his own. The fact that the 2 million gold coins didn't cause any ripples in the student's eyes made him wonder if the student had no concept of money. Li Jin could only guess that the student had seen the world or came from a big place. From what he learned from the student, he had just awakened, so he must have come for the Korin Tree Garden instance. That made sense. Killing monsters was easy and leveling up was easy. He himself had missed out on such a good time back then. Li Jin sighed and looked at his female colleague standing in the distance and greeted her. "Xiaoqi, come here." Xiaoqi was the receptionist who had just brought Chen Wangxing in. From the moment she received Chen Wangxing in the VIP reception room, she was responsible for all the services he received within the guild. When she heard Li Jin calling her, she quickly walked over. "Li Gu, how is the student?" Li Jin smiled and said, "Hey, you've already met the target this week. Thanks to you, I'll treat you to something delicious after work." Xiaoqi was surprised and asked, "Did he sell that much?" I can't say. Just go in and serve, they'll order food." "Okay, Li Gu, don't forget to treat me to something after work." "Alright, thank you, little lucky star." Xiaoqi walked in with a good attitude, and Li Jin naturally had to report it quickly. His goal for the week was to purchase 3 million gold coins, which was a lot, but there was no punishment for not achieving it. He was happy to finally complete a week and hoped that the manager would give him more commission later. Chen Wangsheng ordered some good-looking dishes and enjoyed eating them. It must be said that these gold coins were well spent. The dishes not only looked good, but also tasted good, and they had a unique feeling. Some seemed to help him restore his health, while others made him feel energetic. Just like the monster meat his mother bought for him, it was very unique. Speaking of monster meat, he was thinking about whether to buy some. It should be available in the guild, and according to his mother, it would cost thousands of gold coins. These monsters were not the monsters inside the dungeons. They came from the wilderness outside the city, which was the territory that Disxia couldn't reclaim. Now, more than half of Disxia's territory has been occupied by monsters, and humans have built high walls to resist them. To get monster meat, one must venture outside the city to kill monsters, but the players who can leave the city are not low-level players. That's why monster meat is so expensive. It not only enhances physical fitness and tastes great, but it is also limited in availability. After satisfying his appetite, Chen Wangxing prepared to leave. Just as he stood up, someone knocked on the door. "Come in." It was Li Jin who came in, looking a bit anxious. "Mr. Chen, I almost forgot. I haven't registered your name yet. You can only become our platinum member if you register your name with us." Li Jin had just gone to receive his commendation, and the manager had praised him at first. But when the manager asked for his name, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked. Fortunately, the manager didn't get angry, so he quickly came to ask. Chen Wangxing thought something big had happened, but it was just a name. Why was he so anxious? "Your full name? Chen Wangxing." "Okay." Li Jin quickly wrote it down. "Chen Wangxing?" he suddenly exclaimed and looked up at himself. "Your name is Chen Wangxing?" "Yes, that's me." Chen Wangxing nodded, not caring about being exposed. Li Jin was still a bit uncertain and asked, "Are you the one from Sanjian University or the one who completed the perfect clearance of the dungeon?" Chen Wangxing was speechless. "What's the difference between the two?" "Li, they are both me." Li Jin suddenly felt enlightened. It all made sense. That's why the other party could sell these things. They were all rewards from nightmare-level dungeons. Li Jin asked uncertainly, "Is it true that you want to create a guild?" "Let's see." Chen Wangxing didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up. Who knew Li Jin would say, "If you are willing to join our Zhangbao guild, we believe that our guild leader will fully support your development." "Whatever you..." Stop. Chen Wangxing interrupted, "I don't want to join a guild. I don't like being controlled by others." "If that's the case, Li, then you don't need to say anything. This way, we can still have a chance to cooperate in the future." Li Jin smiled bitterly. He could imagine being rejected, but he didn't expect the other party to not even listen to the conditions. "All right, Mr. Chen, please forgive me. I will still report this membership for you." "Okay, that's it then." Chen Wangxing stood up and left the door directly. This time at the player's temple, he learned a lot of things, such as the requirements for creating a guild, as well as the secret realm and the abyss. He would go out later and see if there was anything else to pay attention to. Then in the afternoon, go pick a good house. Today's schedule ends like this. Walking out of the reception room, the greeter is still at the door. Hello, sir, are you leaving? Yes. Okay, please follow me. The two of them left like this, walking back to the familiar lobby, where the long line of transactions continued. Just as they walked out of the lobby, they could hear arguing voices from the opposite corridor, and everyone's gaze turned towards that direction. Several people carried out a young man in his 20s. The young man looked desperate, as if he had no hope or goals in life. We've already said that you can't sneak in this year. If you're not an alchemist, don't meddle. What can an ordinary person like you do? Are you going to use a rice cooker to refine pills? What you're doing is a waste of materials and meaningless. The young man remained silent, and in front of everyone, he was carried to the door and thrown outside. Beside him, Xiaoqi saw Chen Wangxing's curiosity and explained, "This boy appeared in our Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago, and he comes every year during these days. Because our Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce conducts assessments for alchemists and the like in the days following the awakening of players, as long as they pass, they can become alchemists in our Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce. This boy didn't awaken a profession, but after graduating 3 years ago, he has come for this assessment every year. He uses various methods to secretly obtain our assessment materials for alchemy. He fails every time, but he still comes." Xiaoqi sighed, "But he's not a player, nor is he an alchemist. How could he possibly succeed?" Chen Wangxing remained silent, only his eyes fixed on the figure of the desolate young man sitting at the entrance of the Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce. "Friend, why do you want to become an alchemist?" In front of the Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce, the lost young man heard a voice in his ear. He turned his head and saw only a boy younger than himself, who looked more like a student. Seeing this, the young man didn't say anything, he just stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Wangxing saw his indifference and said, "Are you planning to wait until next year to come back like this?" The young man's footsteps paused and his body trembled as if his innermost thoughts had been touched upon. "You're neither a player nor do you have any background. Are you sure that leaving like this will change the outcome next year?" Seeing him unmoving, Chen Wangxing walked to his side. "How about a bet? Bet your life once? Friend, if you want to become an alchemist so badly, why not give it a try? Here's the deal, if you become a player in 3 days, wait for me here. I will help you become an alchemist." Upon hearing this agreement, the young man turned his head in astonishment to look at Chen Wangxing. His eyes revealed confusion, not understanding why the other party would propose such a bet. "You." The young man paused, then changed his words. "My name is Xiao Yao." Chen Wangxing didn't answer him, he just waved his hand and left a figure behind as he walked away. After leaving the Zhangbao Chamber of Commerce, Chen Wangxing began to wander around the player temple. It must be said that players could be seen everywhere here. There were various types of food establishments nearby, as well as shopping malls and simple recreational activities. The player temple was not only established for player communication. At the same time, because there were many players gathered here, many commercial streets and so on were built here. This also facilitated the players' transactions. According to Li Jinhui's words, Chen Wangxing felt that he should go to the guild registration office first to see the situation. So he walked into the central player temple and found the sign indicating the guild registration, ready to go in. "You have received a call request from Mom. Why is Mom calling me?" After clicking to accept, Chen Wangxing heard Chen Lanji's urgent voice on the other end. "Child, come back quickly, Fatty has sent the neighbor's Xiao Yuan to the hospital. It's likely that something bad is going to happen." Listening to Mom's anxious and slightly uneasy voice, Chen Wangxing, who was about to go up, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Are you talking about Tang Xiao Yuan?" Yes. "Hurry up and come over, we're at the hospital on Shenzheng Street. The security team is here now." He remembered that the Tang family next door was snobbish. Just yesterday, when he went out, Tang Xiaoyuan's father was still mocking him, seemingly proud that his son had become an ordinary professional player. Back when he was praised at Sanjiang School, that whole family treated him extremely well. Even Tang Xiaoyuan would call him Brother Chen all the time. But now, in reality, just one day later, not only did the parents change their attitude, even their son acted like he didn't know him. Of course, he wasn't that petty. It's just that he couldn't understand why Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly ended up in the hospital. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly ran out of the temple to hail a taxi. He ran very fast with his speed. His swift movements caught the attention of many people along the way, but Chen Wangxing didn't stop. He saw several cars parked at the entrance of the temple and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't this the car that the uncle had driven him in the morning? Without hesitation, he ran directly to the slightly damaged car at the fastest speed. The uncle seemed to have just dropped someone off and was about to leave when he saw Chen Wangxing standing in front of his car, but he didn't have time to say anything. Chen Wangxing got into his car, but this time he sat in the passenger seat. "Uncle, go to Shangjiang Hospital." The middle-aged uncle sensed his urgency and immediately stepped on the gas pedal. "Buckle up your seatbelts, especially Chen." Click. The little girl in the back seat skillfully fastened her seatbelt, then she looked at Chen Wangxing with a blank expression without saying a word. Chen Wanxing just glanced at her, turned his head, and said to the uncle, "Please hurry, it's urgent, something happened. Little brother, you've taken my car twice in one day, it must be fate. I'll definitely get you there as fast as possible." After speaking, he stepped on the gas pedal and the whole car sped away. Even Chen Wanxing almost hit his head on the front of the car. It has to be said, it was fast. At Shangjian Hospital, Chang Lanji had just finished a phone call with Chen Wanxing when the security department came to inquire about the situation. After all, it was a case related to player disputes. Chang Lanji was worried, she had never caused any trouble before, and she didn't know how to deal with the security team. On the other hand, Lin Yangjun was completely calm. Tang Xiaoyuan's parents were crying by the bedside, crying and shouting, "My child, why are you so unlucky? Clearly, you suffered with me for half your life, and finally became a player, but now you're beaten to the point of life and death." Lin Yangjun crossed his arms on his fat belly and looked disdainful. "I just gave him a little slap, who knew he couldn't take a hit and almost died." They couldn't see how much life value was left, but when it dropped below 10%, the body would become extremely weak. The lower the bloodline, the easier it was to faint. Judging by Tang Xiaoyuan's appearance on the hospital bed, there probably wasn't much blood left. The security team came to investigate the information. Both sides started a new round of fierce battle. "What happened?" Lin Yangjun spoke first. "His whole family tried to harm my mom, and I accidentally injured one of them." He called his godmother so smoothly. Last night, under the praise of his grandfather and father, they all said he had a good eye for recognizing a good big brother. Now, not only did he recognize a big brother, he even recognized a godmother. Originally, he came to Chen Wanxing today just to explain the situation to him and his family. He didn't expect to encounter trouble with Chang Lanji as soon as he arrived. How could he tolerate someone bullying his godmother? So he immediately started electrotherapy. As a result, the person fell to the ground with just one hit. His parents boasted about how strong their son was. What a disgrace. When Tang's mother, who was crying by the hospital bed, heard Lin Yangjun say this, she wiped away her tears and ran over directly. She pointed angrily at Lin Yangjun. You. Nonsense. As neighbors, how could I possibly harm her? And when did you become her son? She only has one son. His name is Chen Wanxing. She shouted, sounding like a shrew. Chang Lanji is ultimately a woman, and she can't help but feel a little sympathy when she looks at Tang's mother, who is also a mother. However, when the two security officers heard this familiar name while recording the process of the case, they were suddenly stunned. "Who? What is her son's name?" The security officer pointed at Chang Lanji and asked, and Tang's mother eagerly said, "Chen Wanxing, his name is Chen Wanxing. He is a student at Sanjiang School, just like my son. But he hasn't awakened his profession, he is an ordinary person. My son has awakened his profession, he is a player." Security officers, you will handle this matter, right? My son is a player, he will definitely bring many good things to Shangjiang City in the future, as long as you lock up the fat guy. Anyway, we don't agree to settle this matter, my son is still lying in bed. Listening to Tang's mother's fierce tone, the two security officers just looked at each other, as if confirming that they hadn't misheard. They looked at the fat guy in front of them. "What is your name?" "Lin Yangjun." Snap. The security officer closed his notebook, then coughed awkwardly. "Alright, this matter ends here. You can discuss how to resolve it, otherwise you can appeal to the city court. Our investigation is over, we won't file a case." Tang's mother? Tang's father? Chen Wanxing got off the car, and it must be said that this trip was like a high-speed chase. He could drive at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour even in the city. This uncle is really amazing. Indeed, if you don't have any skills, you can't survive. It normally takes half an hour to drive from the Temple of Players to the hospital, but he arrived in 15 minutes. Needless to say, this uncle must have violated many rules along the way. In a short period of time, there must be traffic restrictions in this area of the city, so he can only pick up passengers on Wuxing Street. Chen Wanxing took out a card with 10,000 gold coins and handed it to him. "This is the fare, thanks, uncle." Chen Wanxing quickly got off the car and walked towards the hospital. He originally wanted to make a phone call to ask where the person was, but he happened to see a few people making a scene at the entrance. Tang's mother kept pulling the two security officers, constantly shouting, "Why? Why don't you take care of it? Is this how your security department works? Why don't you care about us? Why?" Tang Xiaoyuan's father, on the other hand, was more concerned about his face and pleaded, "My son has just awakened, and when he encounters such a thing, does your security department not care? How will the parents of other awakened players think of your security department? Even if you do this, you have to give a reason, right?" Seemingly annoyed by the two people, the two security officers stopped and looked at the disheveled woman in front of them. "Fine, you want a reason? We'll give you one." Only then did Tang's mother loosen her grip a bit. What is it because of? Is it that fat student?" Lin Yangjun stood by and sneered without saying a word, and Chang Lanji remained silent as well. She already knew about the two of them last night. Even the mayor came to her house to greet her. If she said there was no connection, she wouldn't believe it. Seeing Tang's mother pointing at Lin Yongjun, he helplessly said, "Isn't he enough?" Lin Yongjun, the successor of the Lin family in Changjiang City, has such a big reputation that even the mayor gives him some face. I knew it. I knew it was you, you fat guy. Tang's mother let go of the security officers and rushed towards Lin Yongjun like a madwoman. Tang's father quickly stepped in to stop her. If he didn't stop her, they would lose their advantage completely. They could have asked for some money. Anyway, their son hadn't died yet. If Tang's mother attacked Lin Yongjun, not to mention whether Lin Yongjun, as a player, would get hurt, they definitely wouldn't get any money. Tang's father quickly stopped his crazy wife and said, "Calm down, our son is still alive, don't rush, let's talk again." Tang's mother went crazy. Talk about what? Talk about what? My son is half dead, how can he have nothing? Lin Yongjun remained calm and stood there. As long as the other party dared to come up, he might not be able to survive if he made a move. Just at this moment, a voice came from the side. Fatso. Chen Wanxing jogged over and frowned at the scene in front of him. What's going on? Lin Yongjun saw him and smiled. Hey, the family across the street from your house is really something. I saw them blocking your door when I came over this morning, so I taught them a lesson. Hearing the whole story, Chen Wanxing felt much calmer. Tang's mother also saw Chen Wanxing and went crazy, pointing at him. Security officer. Security officer. He is that woman's son, not the fat one. Why don't you arrest that fat one? The security officer was speechless. They wished they could shut this woman's mouth. Don't you know who you've offended with your attitude? If it were a normal incident, we could help you, but regarding these two people, even if you call the mayor, it won't help. However, when they saw the mysterious genius who had caused a sensation in Changjiang City standing here, they still felt a bit strange. How could such a genius easily stand in front of them? In the past, weren't they always protected by many people and accompanied by bodyguards wherever they went? The two security officers understood each other without speaking. In any case, they should go over and explain the situation to them first. They couldn't afford to take the blame. What if they held a grudge later? Ignoring Tang's father and mother, the two walked up to Chen Wanxing. "Are you Chen Wanxing?" they asked. Chen Wanxing nodded. "Yes, how do you two security officers want to resolve this matter? I roughly understand the situation." No, they said awkwardly. "Actually, we just came to tell you that our security department doesn't plan to take over this matter. If the other party insists on appealing to the city court, our security department can't negotiate." Chen Wanxing listened indifferently, without interrupting or refuting. He had seen this process before. There was a time when he saw players attacking ordinary people, and the security department only advised them to privately settle the matter, and if it didn't work, they could appeal to the city court themselves. Even if they went to the city court, it was still up to the higher-ups to decide. Now it was his turn to enjoy this unwritten rule, but he at least knew that they hadn't done anything wrong to Tang Yuan's family. It could only be said that they would face their own retribution. Okay, I understand what to do. I will negotiate and resolve it with them, so you don't need to trouble the security department. The security officers felt relieved. They hated cases where both sides were not of equal status. Trouble. The security department didn't exist for the sake of fairness, but for the sake of maintaining security. As long as the city was stable and there were no disturbances, it was enough. Other matters were not within their scope of responsibility. They thanked Chen Wanxing for understanding their work and for his contribution to Changjiang City. "You're welcome, leave it to us." Contribution? What contribution could there be? He just cleared a dungeon, they didn't want to offend him. Chen Wanxing didn't dwell on these matters. Tang's mother, who was further away, was stunned to see the two security officers being so polite to Chen Wanxing. But when she saw the security officers about to leave, she immediately ran over and grabbed one of them. "No, you can't leave. What about my son?" The security officer looked at her helplessly. "Either settle it privately or appeal." "No, it's impossible to settle privately, you must." Before she could finish, Chen Wanxing coldly interrupted. "Aunt Tang, I suggest you let go of the security officer. Otherwise, you'll be obstructing official business, and even if something happens to you, no one will compensate you." Reminded like this, the two security officers seemed to remember. They looked at Tang's mother with cold eyes. "Yes, if you don't let go, we will arrest you for obstructing official business." Tang's mother was scared and at a loss, and only Tang's father hurried over to pull her back. The two security officers bid farewell to Chen Wanxing and left, while Tang's father and mother stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Chen Wanxing looked at the two people who had been his neighbors for several years and felt disgusted. Just now, his own mother has already told him. After he left, the Tang family of three came to find her, but before they could speak, they happened to meet Chang Lanji going out to look at houses. The three of them seemed anxious. They stuck to Chang Lanji and asked her how she earned so much money. Chen Wanxing understood enough at this point. The problem lies with them, not himself. "Aunt Tang, my brother almost caused trouble for your son, and I apologize for that. But as for what you have done, I don't think we need to talk about it. You brought this upon yourselves." Chen Wanxing looked at them. "We will move away from the street in a few days. If you still want to cause trouble, consider whether you will get into trouble yourself. Where are you? Where are you moving to? Aunt Tang's tone carried a hint of unwillingness. She had heard about Chen Wangxing from her son last night. She just didn't expect that this neighbor next door would turn out to be a super genius in the entire Shenzhen city. She had just learned the previous night that Chen Wangxing had not awakened his profession, but was shocked by this news the following night. They had planned to visit the next morning to repair their relationship. When they went out, they happened to meet Chan Lanji going out. When they learned that she was going to look at houses and move, their emotions surged and they got into a conflict with her. The result was that they encountered that fat guy who injured their son. Now all she could hope for was that the other party would consider their years of neighborly relationship and tell her the new address so they could stay in touch in the future. Unfortunately, Chen Wangxing didn't want to have any contact with them. Aunt Tang, where we are moving is our business. We won't meet again in the future, but I remember that we used to be neighbors and I don't want to delve into many things with you. You should know how you treated me yesterday. To be honest, Chen Wangxing looked at her indifferently. Even if something unexpected happens to you here, no one will believe that I caused it. The couple involuntarily took a step back when faced with this kind of gaze. You, don't scare us, Aunt Tang said bravely. Even if you say that, you still have to take responsibility for my son. You are the ones who injured him. Before Chen Wangxing could speak, Lin Yangjun stepped forward and said, don't worry, I will treat him. But as for money, don't even think about it. Aunt Tang's face turned pale, and she wanted to say something more, but when she saw Chen Wangxing's cold face, she reluctantly kept quiet. Let's go, Mom. Chang Lanji didn't say anything on the side. That's just how she is. If she can let it go, she will. After all, she is alone, without support, and has to take care of her child. She has been accustomed to living like this for most of her life. The three of them left like this, and Aunt Tang and Uncle Tang didn't dare to say anything and hurried back to the hospital to see their son. Mom, Chen Wangxing asked, now we have to move, right? Child, I really didn't expect Aunt Tang to be like this. Lin Yangjun interrupted, Auntie, now Brother Chen is very famous, you definitely can't live there, there will be a lot of trouble. Chang Lanji sighed, then we'll listen to you, let's go look at houses. Chen Wangxing didn't say anything, but he saw the driver's car still parked in the distance on the road. Mom, let's go on that car. Looking at the old car that Chen Wangxing pointed to, which had been there for several years, Lin Yangjun was puzzled. Brother Chen, I brought the driver, should I? Then you go sit in your car, I have a connection with this driver. This is the third time I've taken his car. Brother Chen, why did you go out so early this morning? To play in the player's temple and sell some things. Speaking of this, Chen Wangxing suddenly looked at Lin Yangjun inexplicably. By the way, Fatty, I have something important to tell you later. Ah, something important? Are we going to open a dungeon? Lin Yangjun's face lit up when he mentioned the dungeon. But when he saw Chen Wangxing's serious expression, he calmed down and asked, Brother, is there something you can't say now? It's related to your future, it's quite important. Chen Wangxing said with a mysterious tone, this matter is likely to determine whether I will take you to the next level. So important? Lin Yangjun exclaimed. He began to worry about what he had done wrong. Just then, a notification appeared on their big screen. Notice, a player in the area has started to challenge the nightmare level Shrimp Head River instance. If failed, the instance monsters will descend upon this area. The two of them paused, only Chang Lanji continued walking normally, but she immediately felt Chen Wangxing stop. Ha, why did you suddenly stop, bro? Chen Wangxing quickly figured it out. It was the team from last night, that girl, the student team from Jiangzhou. Bro Chen, this should be. It was obvious that Lin Yangjun had also guessed who it was. Chen Wangxing followed Chang Lanji's footsteps. Let's go, let's wish them good luck. Now, for Chen Wangxing, the difficulty of the beginner instance was not high. It's just whether he wants to go to the instance or not. This time, it was his turn to be the audience outside, and it turned out to be so lively after the announcement appeared. Ah, bro Chen, look at the area channel. Startled by Lin Yangjun's exclamation, Chen Wangxing was also startled. I'm already looking. Only Chang Lanji seemed to know that this was not something she should pay attention to, so she didn't ask what the two of them were doing. Area channel. Run Tangjun, big news. Here again? Are they going for a perfect clearance again? What kind of genius is Chen Wangxing? Lu Jin, let me clarify for the genius. We are outside the Shrimp Head River instance because of another instance. There are very few newbies here, just a team of students who seem to have entered. And then the announcement appeared. Zhou Feiyu, let me confirm what the person above said. There are no newbies entering the Shrimp Head River instance at all. They are all power leveling outside. Just 4 people who just entered. 3 girls and 1 boy. The leader should be a girl, not Chen Wangxing from Sanjiang University. Li Jianyu at level 52. I thought that little brother was going to perfectly clear another instance. We're going to prosper in Jiang City. Fang Xan level 49, brother Jiangyue is idle, unlike our Moon Orchid Guild, which is all sisters, we just need to add a little brother, let that little brother join our guild, sister will help him level up, Lan Bo, sister, do you think I'm capable? I'm willing to take care of my sisters. Lu Mengxian, does no one care about who those 3 girls and 1 boy are? It seems like you all care about that Chen Wangxing. Li Jianyu at level 52, I don't want to talk to ignorant people like you. Spend more time online and learn about national affairs. Perfectly clearing a nightmare-level newbie instance is the first in 300 years. I don't know if the mayor has reported it. When will this title be implemented? Yulingyao, we have a small perspective, almost forgot that no one has perfectly cleared a newbie instance in 300 years. If this is reported, the whole Xia will know about our Zheng city. Lu Mengchen, awesome. The area channel was buzzing with excitement. Compared to the previous announcement about the Shrimphead River, more people were concerned about Chen Wangsheng. After Li Jingning's warning last night, no one dared to openly discuss it in the area, but now they were talking about it indirectly. Chen Wangsheng, who was watching, couldn't help but smile. Soon, he spent some gold coins to send a message in the area channel. Chen Wangsheng level 9, is it difficult to perfectly clear a nightmare level newbie instance? Isn't it just a matter of having skills? Have you ever thought about how hard you've worked to level up and improve? Look for reasons within yourselves, okay? Lin Yongjun stood next to Chen Wangsheng, stunned. How could someone say such things? Isn't this offending everyone? As expected, after this statement was made, the entire channel exploded. Meng Xing, it's a real person. Chen Wangshen. Li Jianyu at level 52, this little brother stabbed me right in the heart. It hurts. It hurts so much. Qi Yuanjiang, damn, is this newbie so arrogant? Can you pass with just your skills? I think you're just lucky. You're an unawakened student with no background. How did you pass? Wasn't it just luck? Chen Wansheng level 9, is your whole family unlucky? Are you dead now? Area channel. Shen Gu, do you always talk like this? Lin Yangjun felt like he was getting to know Chen Wansheng online for the first time. Shen Gu not only spoke arrogantly and deserved a beating, but also had an extremely foul mouth. Shen Wansheng seemed to not understand, looked at Lin Yangjun with a disdainful face, and asked, "What? Do I have a foul mouth?" He then breathed into his hand and sniffed carefully. "It doesn't smell." Lin Yangjun. Shen Gu, you better take a look at the channel. A lot of haters have appeared. Chen Wansheng didn't speak, but as soon as he did, the public chat was filled with haters. These people were all speaking with their real names, quite impressive. Xianxia, I've investigated Chen Wansheng. He doesn't have the strength to pass nightmare-level instances, so don't praise him too much, otherwise it'll be embarrassing when he falls. Hu Liu, I think it's the young master from the Linlang Chamber of Commerce who helped him. He probably has a good relationship with him. Wu Lin, what the person above said makes sense. The Lin family still has some background. Maybe it's a top-level profession passed down from their ancestors? Li Jianyu at level 52. When did even the cats and dogs who don't dare to reveal their levels start making noise? If someone is lucky, does that mean they don't have skill? What are you guys? Chen Wansheng saw this and replied, Chen Wansheng level 9, let's not talk about others. I reached level 9 in just one day. Who here can do that? If you can't, then shut up. Next time, if you have doubts, say it to my face. Let's see if I'll beat you or not. The public chat fell silent once again. It's not easy to reach level 9 in just one day by relying on nightmare level instances. Even if you level up quickly, for ordinary people, it would take several days of crazy grinding. This is because the experience gained from regular instances is limited, and it's not possible to always hire someone to level up for you. The most important thing is that the more people there are, the less experience each person gets, which is the principle behind gaining experience in instances. Chen Wansheng looked at the quiet channel and then closed it. Lin Yongjun was shocked. Could this be the master of creating awkward silences? Shen Gu, you're amazing. The three of them walked towards the car. Uncle, why are you still here? When they arrived at the car, Chen Wansheng looked at the driver uncle who was greeting him and asked with a smile. The uncle laughed and said, I just received so much money from you, I thought you might have something to do later, so I can give you a ride back. If not, I'll just wait for a boss to go back to the street. After all, whenever you leave, it's leaving. Listening to the other person's words, Chen Wansheng nodded. It's understandable. But he suddenly thought that the other person had violated the rules so many times to come here, so he probably couldn't take him to see the house, and he didn't feel comfortable saying it. Thank you, uncle, but unfortunately, we won't be going to Shine Street so soon. We're probably going to Limu Garden. The uncle was surprised and asked, Are you buying a house? Yes, we're going to buy a house. I understand buying a house. I've studied it. The uncle happily opened the passenger door. Come on, come up, I'll take you there. Chen Wansheng looked at his mother, who was looking at Qianqian in the back seat. Fatty, you sit in the front, my mom and I will sit in the back. Okay. Although Lin Yongjun had never ridden in such an old car before, he didn't mind and quickly got in. Mom! The uncle saw that there were a few too many people, so he spoke, Ma'am, if you don't mind, can you hold my daughter? If you mind. Before he could finish speaking, Chang Lanji looked at the little girl who was staring at her and smiled, I don't mind. The three of them got into the car like this, with Chang Lanji holding Qianqian. The girl was very well behaved, sitting quietly with her hands on her knees, seeming a little timid. Are you going to Limu Garden? Are you buying a villa? Yes, uncle. Do you know about it? A little bit, I've studied it before. People always have ideas, so I thought of buying a house for Qianqian too, so she has a place to live when I'm not around. The uncle continued, if you don't have a budget in mind, I don't really recommend going to Limu Garden. If I'm not mistaken, your plan is to find a quiet and good place to live, right? Chen Wangsheng nodded, yes, I'm not a fan of trouble. It would be great if we didn't have to deal with neighbors. Do you mind taking a look at the place I recommended first? I think it would be suitable for you. The uncle's voice sounded a bit anxious, as if he had wanted to go see it for a long time. Well, we have plenty of time. It's just your car. Don't worry, the traffic department can't catch me today. Ha ha, he laughed loudly and the car drove away. On the Shanjiang River. When the announcement was made, there were already some power levelers who seemed to have caught wind of the opportunity and came here from the crowded Korin Tree Garden instance. As long as this instance was cleared perfectly, they would secure a great position and receive a lot of quests. Moreover, most of these power levelers ran to Korin Tree Garden because they didn't have any quests, and with their professional advantages, they could perform even better in the Shrimp Head River instance. If this instance were to be weakened, many power levelers would choose to try the hard mode. Not only would the rewards be higher, but the risks would also be lower. This was good news, so most power levelers ran to this side, waiting for the team to return triumphantly. Hey, Li Xiong, why are you back here? You left in the morning and came back in the afternoon? Ah, don't mention that damn place. It's just a newbie instance, but there were thousands of people crowded in there, so many power levelers and newbies. That's still considered few. It's said that several batches of newcomers from the neighboring city are rushing over here, wanting to level up quickly. There are even more people? Damn, they must be crazy. That instance is so crowded that even if you fall to the ground, you won't be trampled to death, but it's not pleasant to see yourself being stepped on and losing health, right? It seems that the Public Security Bureau has already sent people to regulate it. It should be much better in the future. Impressive, I've been in Shangjiang City for so many years and I've never seen a newbie instance so lively. Originally, there weren't many students in the city, and there were even fewer awakened ones. How could it be so crowded? Tisk, isn't it good to have more people? You're a power leveler, not a newbie. No one is stopping you from making money. The more people, the better. The power levelers from other cities are very jealous. They can't compete with us locals. Hee hee, you're right. Enough talking, I'm going to lie down and wait for the instance to be cleared. By the way, don't you guys know that it's not the two students from yesterday who went in? Who is it then? Do we have geniuses in Shangjiang City? I don't know. It's said to be 3 girls and 1 boy, it's hard to say. The power levelers chatted, and when they heard that it wasn't Chen Wangsheng who went in, their expressions suddenly changed. Sure enough, just an hour after the announcement, the clear sky over Shangjiang City gradually turned dark and gloomy, with dark clouds covering the sky. It's bad, it's the descent. Area announcement. A team has failed to clear the nightmare level Shrimp Head River instance, and this area will be punished by the instance. The descent channel is opening. Monsters will descend upon this area. All players, be cautious. Area announcement. Warning. Warning. Time remaining until the channel opens, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. At this moment, everyone who had been anticipating was dumbfounded. Area announcement. A team has failed to clear the nightmare level Shrimp Head River instance, and this area will be punished by the instance. The descent channel is opening. Monsters will descend upon this area. All players, be cautious. Area announcement. Warning. Warning. Time remaining until the channel opens, 9 minutes 59 seconds. In the municipal office, Li Jingming stood up immediately upon seeing the notice and looked out the window. In the sky above, the clouds were gathering at a visible speed, darkening the sky. It felt like the end of the world, with a storm about to unleash. But in reality, it was just a precursor to what was coming. Li Jingming looked at the scene outside, his expression grim. Is this the genius from Jiangzhou? He said, no longer polite. Gao Desan was also in his office, fully aware of the situation outside. If you ask him what's going on, Gao Desan can't tell you either. This time, the team member Yang Yujun is a legendary professional, plus 2 epic level players. How could they possibly fail? Not high enough level? In the morning, Yang Yujun's team had already cleared the difficult instances of Shrimp Head River several times. In theory, whether it's familiarity with the instance or reaching level 8, how could it not be enough? The equipment they wear and the weapons they use are all from Jiangzhou. If this is known in Jiangzhou, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Faced with Li Jingming's angry voice, he didn't react. This kind of disturbance was caused on someone else's territory. If it were Gao Desan, he would be angry too. Merely, there may have been some unexpected changes with Yang and the others. They may have exited the instance early. Gao Desan didn't think that they would die in the nightmare level instance. Yang Yujun had many recovery items and various means that he didn't understand. As the daughter of the governor of Jiangzhou, how could she not have some background? Exiting the nightmare level instance would also result in punishment for the area, but that was a last resort. It seems that they have really encountered trouble. At this moment, a faint red countdown appeared in front of all the players in the Shenzhen City area. Countdown to descent, 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Mayor Li, something might really be happening. I apologize for the trouble it has caused you. Gao Desan first spoke for Yang Yujun, then continued. But Mayor Li, this descent should not be difficult for you. The monsters in the beginner instance can't withstand a single blow from a first-class player. So I hope Mayor Li, you can handle it. Li Jingming looked at the scene outside and couldn't help but snort. It may sound easy, but I still have to give an explanation to the whole city. Gao Desan understood that the other party was asking for benefits, but in the current situation, even if he, as a first-class player, took action, it wouldn't be appropriate. He could only agree. Alright, I will personally report this matter to the governor. Li Jingming understood Gao Dishan's words. Okay, with Inspector Gao here, I will handle the situation properly. After saying that, Li Jingming left the public channel and quickly reassured all the players and citizens. Li Jingming level 64, attention all players in Shangjiang City, due to the failure to clear the beginner instance Shrimp Head River, monsters will descend upon the area. Players and citizens below level 30 should try not to go out. Players above level 30 must kill any escaped monsters they encounter and can receive rewards after the event ends. Li Jingming level 64, due to the sudden incident, we have not been able to investigate who entered the instance. Please wait for further notice. With just a few simple sentences, the panicked hearts of the people in Shangjiang City calmed down a lot. As long as the mayor was there, this kind of descent caused by the beginner instance was actually easy to solve. That's why there was no special guard stationed at the instance. If they really entered the nightmare level instance and didn't pass through with special approval, if it was discovered that they were causing trouble, they could say goodbye to their families. In short, whether they died in the instance or outside, those who intentionally caused trouble would be found. Choose one. It's disgusting to the whole city, and it's also dangerous to risk one's life. This kind of thing is common everywhere. Some people just want to retaliate against society and disgust others with their own lives. So it has happened many times in Shangjiang City as well. Li Jingming finished all the preparations and didn't have much time left. Inspector Gao, I hope the team you brought can give me a reasonable explanation so that I can explain it to the people below. Naturally. Li Jingming withdrew his gaze, didn't even look at Gao Desan, and walked straight out of the door. Gao Desan followed behind and saw him walk to the corridor outside, then stood there. Sizzle. At this moment, Li Jingming was wearing black overalls. He reached out his hand to the side, and a pitch-black greatsword condensed from the fragments beside him. The sword emits a faint red light and is surrounded by dark flames. This is Li Jingming's professional weapon, the Dark Flame Sword. It is a level 60 gold weapon specially crafted for him by a top blacksmith. All the materials and resources used are extremely valuable. The countdown is only 3 minutes. Li Jingming seems to be activating a skill, as a pair of bat-like wings spread open. The number 1 in Shangjiang, the Sword Master of Dark Flame, Mayor Li is truly worthy of being a sword master. Gao Desan looked at the pitch-black flaming sword and couldn't help but sigh. He was already well informed about the mayors of various cities in Jiangzhou, and Li Jingming was no exception. However, Li Jingming was special because his profession was only at the inheritance level, not epic level, and his profession name didn't sound like one that belonged to the inheritance level. Similarly, among the mayors under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction, Li Jingming was one of the outstanding ones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to the city closest to Jiangzhou. Li Jingming ignored him and directly used his wings to gather power and soar into the air. The huge black wings created a strong wind, and in the blink of an eye, Li Jingming, wielding his large sword, rushed towards the sky. His figure was extremely fast, moving in the dark sky like a falling fireball. Gao Desan watched as the other person left, his eyes filled with worry. What exactly happened with Miss Yang? Shengu, those people failed. Lin Yangjun sighed as he looked at the densely clouded sky. They, under the leadership of Lu Yan, went to a place called Full Moon Guiyuan. It was not in the city center, but not far from it. Here, a total of 12 small courtyards were built, each one fully equipped, but different from the luxurious villas. This place had a more rustic and artistic feel, with only their courtyard within 100 meters. Chen Wansheng was very satisfied with this place. Living here was indeed rare. The only downside was that he was afraid his mother would find it too boring. After they had come and gone to see a few small courtyards, a monster invasion notice appeared. The salespeople at Full Moon Guiyuan instantly made excuses and ran away, leaving Chen Wansheng with no choice but to follow suit. What surprised him, however, was that Uncle Lu Yan and Lu Chenxian were not afraid at all. Lu Yan was precisely the driver uncle. Uncle Lu, aren't you afraid? Chen Wansheng asked him. Ordinary people like his mother were already thinking of finding a place to hide. They had always been like this since they were young. Ha, what's there to be afraid of? Haven't you experienced it before? Lu Yan laughed. If it's just a beginner's instance, usually luck is not bad. The mayor alone can handle it. Mayor Li? Who else? Do we have other mayors? Chen Wansheng hadn't seen it before, but he had indeed experienced this kind of thing a few times in his life. But every time his mother made him hide and not look. Hey, little brother, look up at the sky. Mayor Li is here. With his words, Chen Wansheng looked towards the distant sky. Sure enough, there was something burning with black flames flying in the sky, moving at a very fast speed. It wasn't until his figure stood in the sky above Shangjiang City that Chen Wansheng could see clearly. It was indeed Li Jingming. He held a strange black flaming sword and had wings flapping behind him. He stood alone there, overlooking Shangjiang. Countdown to descent, 0 minutes 32 seconds. Countdown to descent, 0 minutes 9 seconds, 8 seconds. As the countdown decreased, Chen Wanxing saw the scene of the monster's descent for the first time. Under the influence of the countdown, the clouds in the sky above Shenzhen City slowly converged towards the center. Until the last minute of the countdown, the clouds began to rotate like a vortex, attracting everything around it like the eye of a storm. Faint blood-red light began to appear in the sky, with the most vibrant being in the center of the vortex, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The light flickering in the storm vortex was a bright blood red. At the moment the countdown reached 0, everyone saw 4 words in front of them. Nightmare Descent. The font was bright red and dazzling, but it shattered in an instant. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. Countless strong winds swept in from all directions, and the eye of the storm seemed to be sucking everything into a space. The force was like a mouth inhaling wildly around it. Mom, find a safe place to hide. Uncle Lu, take Chen and my mom to find a place to block the wind. Lu Yan asked in return, what about you? Hee, you don't have to worry about me and Fatty, don't worry. After speaking, Chen Wanxing directly activated his life power and gave it to Lin Yongjun. Lin Yongjun looked at his already over 1,000 spirits, excited enough to jump up. Brother Chen, what are we going to do? Chen Wanxing looked at the person standing in the strong wind in the sky, still unmoved, and said lightly, wait, let's see the mayor's strength. He wanted to know how his own attributes, which were already close to 300, compared to Li Jingming's attributes above. Lin Yongjun saw that his eldest brother didn't speak, so he shut up. Lu Yan and the others had already found a place to take shelter from the wind, and the wind was really strong. The vortex in the sky was already spinning very fast, until suddenly, a huge red beam of light was emitted from it. It seemed like an activated teleportation channel, and all the monsters from over there came through this channel. But it shouldn't be teleportation, otherwise Mayor Li wouldn't fly into the air. Sure enough, as soon as the red channel opened, many fireballs appeared from it and fell to the ground. This way of arrival. Chen Wanxing didn't have time to say anything, and saw Li Jingming's figure flash, not being able to see clearly what happened. He saw him turn into black flames and rush directly towards the bottom of the beam of light. Countless dense fireballs flew towards Shenzhen City in the sky. These fireballs should be the way the monsters arrived. Each fireball was a monster. At least thousands of monsters appeared in the sky. But Li Jingming seemed to be standing below, holding a big sword and slashing it towards the red channel below. Countless dark flames rushed into the sky, blocking the entire teleportation channel. Boom! Even they could hear this loud noise. Thinking back, he had heard it before, but he always thought it was a monster appearing nearby. Now it seems that this loud noise came from Li Jingming. Chen Wanxing looked at the black pillar of fire, and as the flames blocked the teleportation channel, the strong wind gradually stopped. The remaining scattered fireballs were falling towards different parts of Shenzhen City. There should be hundreds of them, and there was no way for new monsters to appear in the sky anymore. Is it over like this? Chen Wanxing couldn't believe it. It ended so easily. Those scattered monsters should be dealt with by higher-level players in the city, but this nightmare punishment doesn't seem as terrifying as imagined. Lin Yongjun helplessly said, Brother, what else do you want? This is just the punishment for the beginner's instance. The person in the sky is Mayor Li at level 64. I heard his profession is Dark Flame Sword Master. Dark Flame Sword Master. Chen Wanxing looked at the huge pillar of fire in the sky thoughtfully. Then I haven't seen him use a sword. That thing should be magic damage, right? Lin Yongjun looked at the pillar of fire. Probably. Maybe the mayor's profession is dual cultivation. It has to be said that the range of this skill is really large. Indeed, the higher level skills, whether AoE or single target, are very powerful. Brother Chen, there should be a boss later. Boss? Yes, there should be. The duration of the dark pillar of fire lasted less than 10 seconds before disappearing. No new monsters appeared in the red vortex, but the teleportation channel still didn't disappear. Inside Shenzhen City, many players above level 30 had already started to take responsibility for clearing the monsters that had just dropped in the city. Those monsters were all level 10 elites. Some were like infected muscular fishmen, but they were all level 10, so it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Li Jingming looked at the sky, waiting for something. Finally, just at this moment, a strong wind rose again, much stronger than before. Even the streets were blowing and making a whistling sound. From the vortex, something huge was emerging. It was the head of a monster. Chen Wanxing looked at the monster's head, which was several tens of meters wide, and he could tell from its appearance what kind of monster it was. Scales, vertical pupils, and a forked tongue. A giant snake head. As soon as it appeared, it stared intently at Li Jingming. At that moment, it actually spoke, and its hoarse voice was so loud that even Chen Wanxing could hear it clearly. Human race. Offend our ancestors, die. After saying this, the snake head instantly descended from the sky, directly opening its huge mouth to bite Li Jingming. Unfortunately, it didn't know that this man in front of it was not someone to mess with. That huge snake body, even from a distance, he could see it clearly. The snake body that kept moving out of the vortex suddenly rushed downwards. Chen Wanxing looked at Li Jingming, who simply raised his greatsword and didn't know what skill he activated, but the greatsword suddenly burst into a huge dark flame and transformed into a giant sword that was tens of meters long. It's Mayor Li's first awakening skill, Dark Flame Sword, Lin Yongjun exclaimed. Chen Wanqing could see that not only did the sword change, but even strands of black fire appeared on Li Jingming's body. These black flames were not very noticeable from a distance, but they could sense that Li Jingming's figure became dimmer. What they could clearly see was the huge black flame giant sword. Holding the giant sword, Li Jingming instantly charged towards the snake head. Hiss! Everyone could hear the sound of the snake's painful tearing at this moment. Li Jingming's body was extremely fast. Without any hesitation, he went straight into the snake's mouth, and the flaming giant sword split the snake's body in half. Although it was a critical hit that would cause the monster's life to be depleted, this attack unleashed all the damage. Even if anyone took a hit like this, they would be done for. If their strength didn't match, Li Jingming wouldn't be able to split the snake's body with one sword. Obviously, the difference in strength was too great, and the giant snake was directly split in half. It hadn't even touched the ground yet, and the originally wriggling snake body had already started to weakly fall towards the ground. The body that was split open by Li Jingming's sword was burning with strands of black flames. The final boss died in Li Jingming's hands like this. After the snake died, because its huge size would definitely cause damage when it fell, Li Jingming seemed to have eliminated the giant snake, and it directly turned into dots of light and dissipated in the air. From its appearance until now, it hadn't even touched the ground in Shangjiang City, but it had received a boxed meal. At this moment, the red vortex gradually began to dissipate. The red passage disappeared in the air, the dark clouds retreated, and the sky gradually turned white. Chen Wanqing received a new notice. The punishment in this area has ended. Players who kill the invading monsters can receive rewards. Looking at this notice, Chen Wanqing seemed to understand why the city didn't arrange for people to manage the beginner's dungeon. So you can get rewards for this. Li Jianyu at level 52, your war guild has cleared 36 monsters. Fang Xin level 49, we, Moon Orchid, did pretty well too. We killed 23, not as impressive as guild leader you. Yin Shao level 54, everyone seems to have a lot of free time lately. Why are we all trying to show off? Our Dongsheng guild only killed 33 monsters, but we never boast, keeping a low profile. Yin Chen, stop showing off, everyone. My poor child almost got crushed. Li Jianyu at level 52, I thought we were going to take off in Shangjiang City this time, but we were disgusted like this. Mayor Li, please investigate quickly and give an explanation. Is someone intentionally trying to disgust people? Immortal level 48, guild leader you're enjoying this, aren't you? 360 points of merit. I bet you wish you could do it a few more times and then apply for some gold equipment from Mayor Li, right? Fang Xin level 49, Emu guild leader is right. That's probably what he's thinking. He just doesn't dare to say it. Li Jianyu at level 52, bullshit. Mayor Li, explain quickly. After the disappearance of the punishment of descent, the public screen once again began to display frequent messages. Li Jingming killed the giant snake and disappeared into the sky. Shangjiang City returned to normal, and after Chen Wanqing finished watching the No. 6 courtyard of Manyu Guiyuan, he decided to buy it. However, the nearly 3 million gold coins he earned from selling things in the morning seemed to be a bit insufficient. This set of courtyards cost more than 8 million gold coins, 3 times the price of those villa areas. There is a reason for the high price. With such a large area of Manyu Guiyuan, only 12 households are being built, so the selling price will definitely be high. Finally, it was Lin Yongjun's extravagant payment. This made Chen Wanqing feel for the first time that whether he cheated or not, it was the same. Clearly, there are so many materials that can be exchanged for money, but he only conservatively earned 3 million. It seems that he will have to earn more money next time. This afternoon, they made adjustments to the unsatisfactory parts of the courtyard, and they would be able to move in with their bags in 2 days. Several people left Manyu Guiyuan and got into Lu Yan's car to return to Wangxing Street. In the car, Lu Chanxian looked curiously out the window for the first time. On the way back, many construction teams in the city began to repair various damaged grounds, buildings, and so on. The little girl seemed to have never seen it before and kept looking curiously. Chen Wanqing didn't care much. Fatty. When he heard Chen Wanqing's voice, he immediately turned around. Chen Go, what's the matter? Nothing, let me make it clear to you. Consider the money I just gave you as a loan. Damn. As soon as he heard that it was about money, he turned around. I thought Chen Go had something to say about money. You have been with me for so long, and you still don't know that I might lack anything except money. Chen Wanqing ignored him and continued in a calm and unquestionable tone. It's your money, but consider this money as a loan from me. Lu Yan, who had seen the world, spoke up to advise him. Little brother, what Chen Gu said is right. Maybe your family doesn't lack money, but when it comes to brothers, it's better to settle accounts clearly so that everyone feels comfortable. Lin Yongjun looked at him with tears in his eyes. Uncle, I wish Chen Gu would ask me for money more, but in the many years I've been with him, this is the first time he has asked me for money. Sob, you know how touched I am. Lu Yan, why didn't I have such a good thing when I was young? Chen Wanqing interrupted him. Alright, stop talking nonsense. I'll explain something to you when we get back. Then consider this money as my treat to Chen Gu. No, we'll talk about the money later. The car quickly returned to Wangxing Street from the city, but it was already almost evening. Lu Yan thanked them again and left with Lu Qianqian. Whether they would meet again in the future would depend on fate. He was going to move out of here, and there might not be a chance. Chang Lanji didn't say much along the way, but she seemed to like Lu Qianqian very much. The three of them returned to the door of their house, and there was no movement from the Tang family across the street. It would probably take a while for them to come back. Child, I'll go prepare the food. Since you have something to discuss with Yang Jun, go back to your room first. Okay. Chen Wanxing didn't object and took Lin Yangjun back to his own room. After finishing everything today, he had been thinking about whether or not to go to the nightmare level instance in Shrimphead River. From the information on the public screen, he could be sure that the student team from Jiangzhou would enter. Since they could come with the mayor, it was impossible for them to fail no matter how you looked at it. Could it be that the nightmare level instance in Shrimphead River was special? Should he spend a whole day tomorrow leveling up in the difficult instances? Chen Wanxing definitely wasn't willing to accept that. If he, with his current buff, couldn't handle a beginner instance, then that would be ridiculous. They might not be able to do it, but could he not do it? Chen Wanxing still felt that he should go to the instance in Shrimphead River. With his current attributes, which were close to 10,000 with the buff, how could he not pass the nightmare level beginner instance? He called the fatty over to discuss last night's matter. If the fatty was willing to sign a loyalty contract with him, then he could truly treat the fatty as a genuine brother. He wouldn't be afraid of betrayal. Not signing, Chen Wanxing doesn't blame him. People, of course, don't want to live under control. But in the future, he won't always be with Lin Yangjun. Not to mention the instability, it also affects himself. It's unnecessary. Whether he signs or not, it's unlikely that he will continue to team up with Lin Yangjun. So tonight's decision is not whether Lin Yangjun will team up with him in the future. It's whether he can become someone he can trust. What does it mean to be trustworthy, relying on years of feelings? Definitely not. Loyalty contracts are the most trustworthy. Brother Chen, look at the public screen, you've been nominated again. Chen Wanxing was puzzled. Why does this suddenly have something to do with him? He opened the public screen and saw Li Jingming, 64th level. Today's events have been investigated and clarified by the Investigation Bureau, but unfortunately, we cannot disclose more information because the 4 players in the team have the ability to clear the nightmare level Shrimphead River instance, and their overall professional level is epic. However, our superiors in Shangjiang City have unanimously decided to invite our heroes of Shangjiang City, Chen Wanxing and Lin Yangjun, hoping that they can create a second perfect clearance instance for our city and make a contribution to Shangjiang City again. Looking at Li Jingming's speech, Chen Wanxing knew that this was a trap. The others in the public screen were surprised to see the information revealed by the mayor. The team of 4 today is at least epic level? How is it possible that they haven't cleared it? But when Li Jingming mentioned Chen Wanxing and Lin Yangjun, the discussion became more intense. They all shouted for Chen Wanxing to clear it perfectly again. Chen Wanxing was speechless. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately typed his sentence. Chen Wanxing 9th level, Mayor Li, I am not capable enough. Please give this small matter to someone else. Everyone saw Chen Wanxing speaking out and shouted for Li Jingming to confront him. After a while, Li Jingming uttered a nonsense sentence. Li Jingming, 64th level, Chen student, as a citizen of Shangjiang City, your perfect clearance has brought great convenience to everyone and won high honor for the city. This is your contribution. As for your ability, I believe it is beyond doubt. I hope you can accept this task. He seemed to understand what Chen Wanxing meant. Do you want benefits? No way. Chen Wanxing won't indulge him. Chen Wanxing 9th level, Mayor Li, can contributions be eaten? Our family has never received a kilogram of rice or oil from your city. Whoever wants to go, let them go. It took a long time for Li Jingming to reply. It seems that he didn't expect Chen Wanxing to confront him publicly. He is the mayor after all. Until after a while, the public screen appeared again. Li Jingming, 64th level, Chen student, the city has decided to use a golden quality item as a reward, including weapons, skills, and equipment, but the level is below 20. Chen Wanxing 9th level, I won't go, I'm not interested. Li Jingming, 64th level, 3 items, you can choose the reward. Chen Wanxing 9th level, let's discuss the details tomorrow morning. I have a meeting at noon. Public screen. Brother Chen, this. Lin Yangjun looked at this conversation and didn't know what to say, but after hesitating, he still asked, are we going to bring other people to the instance tomorrow? Chen Wanxing closed the conversation and looked at him, why not? Do you have 3 golden quality skills in your Linlane Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yangjun seemed to think for a while before reluctantly saying, brother, even the Jinbao Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have golden quality skills. Purple or higher quality skills are usually reserved by the officials and big guild players. Once there are golden quality skills in the inventory, our Linlang Chamber of Commerce will inform the officials and other major guilds to inquire if they want to buy them through bidding. So, we don't have any gold skills in our guild, but we do have a few purple skills. But even the good purple skills were bought directly, so. Lin Yangjun looked embarrassed, as if he couldn't help much. Chen Wanxing didn't mind, it's okay, even if your Linlang guild can't get a few gold skill books in a year, we still have 2 spots left. Let's see how we negotiate with Mayor Li tomorrow. He didn't see any difference between having 2 more or 2 fewer people. The main thing was that he really coveted the gold skills. Even though he had perfectly cleared the Shrimp River instance, it wasn't certain if he would receive a gold skill book as a reward. For him, money was not a problem. He could earn it back by buying materials. Skills and equipment, on the other hand, had to rely on himself. Chen Wansheng moved a chair from inside the house and sat in front of Lin Yongjun. "Fatty, I told you at the hospital at noon that I would tell you something important tonight." His gaze was serious as he looked at Lin Yongjun. Lin Yongjun couldn't help but sweat under his serious expression and said with a wry smile, "Shengu, just tell me directly, there's no need to be so serious." "Is it not serious?" Chen Wansheng asked in return, his tone indifferent as he looked at him calmly. "Fatty, tonight's choice may determine your future. Do you think it should be taken seriously?" "Shengu, are you exaggerating a bit? What do you mean my choice tonight will determine my future?" Lin Yongjun could sense that Chen Wansheng wasn't joking, but he really didn't understand how one choice could determine his entire life. Everyone's life should have many choices, shouldn't it? After hesitating for a moment, he said with a hint of worry, "Shengu, if you don't want to play with me in the future, you can just tell me directly. There's no need for that. I understand you." He felt that he was holding Chen Wansheng back. Whether it was fighting monsters or buffing, it was all Chen Wansheng's doing. What did it have to do with him? Should he and Shengu have an honest conversation tonight? Lin Yongjun had this thought in his mind, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Well, even though he was a rare profession, he was still just rare. He knew that Shengu might have secrets he was keeping from him, but he didn't want to find out. He was just fat, not stupid. Living in confusion was happier than being clear. He knew that even the most powerful rare support profession couldn't possibly have tripled attribute enhancements. Chen Ji's profession and skills were extraordinary, but he wouldn't ask, because when Shengu wanted to tell him, he would know everything. Thinking of this, Lin Yongjun was already prepared in his heart. He never thought that if Chen Wansheng really had a rare profession, then he would be Chen Wansheng's benefactor. A rare job change scroll was a godsend for Chen Wansheng, who had nothing before, but Lin Yongjun never thought that way. He didn't feel that Shengu owed him anything. Chen Wansheng didn't know what he was thinking, he was just struggling in his own heart compared to Fatty's worries. After signing this contract, would Fatty still be the same Fatty? And so, the room fell silent for 5 minutes. Chen Wansheng finally made a decision. If he didn't make a firm decision now, he would only be more heartbroken in the future. He didn't know what the future held, but he had to give a choice now. "Fatty, Chen Wansheng looked at him. "I won't be able to team up with you for the rest of my life, that's for sure. No matter what happens next, I will tell you first." Shengu. When Lin Yongjun heard Chen Wansheng say this, he felt a strange twist in his heart, but he quickly let it go. He was already mentally prepared. At least this time he wasn't being inexplicably left behind. He knew that Shengu had reasons not to play with him. Just following Chen Wansheng for a few years, suddenly hearing him tell me not to follow him, really made me feel annoyed and uncomfortable. "Shengu, I understand what you mean. It's me who has been causing trouble for you. I have troubled you with many things these past few years." Chen Wansheng looked at the fat man's disappointed expression and suddenly realized that this fat man seemed to be thinking too much. "Let me finish. Next, I will give you 2 choices. These 2 choices are very important. I am not excluding you, it's just that I may not always go with you when we team up to fight monsters. I have my own goals, and you also have your role." Hearing this, Lin Yongjun's mood improved a lot. It turned out that he wasn't abandoned by Shengu. "Shengu, go ahead." Chen Wansheng looked at the fat man's determined expression and let out a sigh. "The first choice I give you is a job transfer scroll. I know you don't like other professions, and I happen to have a mage scroll that is of a higher grade than your current profession. If you choose the first one, I will give you this scroll." After thinking about it, Chen Wansheng decided to give him an epic inheritance scroll. He didn't want to give a legendary one, as that would be too much. Even with the backing of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult to explain the source of this profession. After all, there were not many legendary profession scrolls in the Divine Theory store. If it was an epic one, it could be passed off as an inheritance from the Linlang Chamber of Commerce. This would indirectly indicate to Shangjiang City that although the fat man awakened with a rare profession, he was actually an epic-level profession. This matter could be smoothed over with the huge background of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce. The idea of giving an inheritance scroll was just a thought, as giving it would mean starting off as an epic. Lin Yongjun was just shocked by the expression, but he didn't ask how it came about. He just asked, "Is there no other condition for choice one?" Chen Wansheng shook his head calmly. "No, this is my gift to you. Consider it my gratitude for that rare scroll." The rare scroll given by the Lin family was still in his warehouse. Hearing this, Lin Yongjun probably understood what the so-called no condition meant. As mentioned earlier, he would not continue to follow Chen Wansheng in the future, so if he chose this, they would most likely part ways. They would no longer have the bond they had today. Perhaps for Chen Wansheng, this bond would harm him. "Shengu, I want to hear the second one." "The second one." Chen Wansheng's calm eyes hid a hint of conflict, but he still exchanged for a loyalty scroll from the Divine Destiny store. "If you sign it, you will be completely loyal to me in the future. You will not harm me, you will not defy me. You will still be yourself, but I will be more important to you than anyone else, and you might even die for me. If you are willing, then sign it. Fat man, I won't force you, this is your choice. No matter what, we will still be friends. Chen Wangxing didn't mention the most important condition for the second choice. That is, he would receive a divine level profession transfer scroll. He didn't want the fat man to choose the second one just because of this. If he asked from the bottom of his heart, he would prefer the fat man to choose the first one. The second one might be the result he wanted, but based on their years of relationship, he didn't want to treat the fat man in this way. Fat man, tell me your choice. Before he could finish, Lin Yangjun reached out and took the loyalty contract. Shengu, when you risked your life to save me from that river that year, I decided to treat you as my own brother. If I had to make the choice again today, I would still choose this. Don't worry, I, fat man, will never betray you. After saying that, he directly chose to sign the loyalty contract, even catching Chen Wangxing off guard. Loyalty contract in effect. Your loyal follower, Lin Yangjun, level 9, until the displayed text disappeared in front of him. Chen Wangxing remained stunned, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. When Chen Wangxing regained his senses and looked at Lin Yangjun in front of him, he found a kind of fanaticism in the fat man's eyes. It was like a devout believer looking at his god. There was endless admiration and loyalty in his eyes. Fat. Fatso, Chen Wangxing's voice trembled as he spoke. Lin Yangjun immediately replied, Shengu, I'm here. This tone, how should he describe it, was different from the fat man before, more resolute than before, as if calling himself the master. Is this really what he wanted? Is he his true brother, or is he his servant? Fatso, since we have already signed this contract, I think there are some things I should make clear to you. Firstly, you cannot reveal many things to others, absolutely not, unless I give permission. Secondly, if you could choose your profession again, would you still want to be a mage? Chen Wangxing wanted to make everything clear to him. Since the fat man had already signed, there was no turning back. As for regrets, there might be a hint of it, but at least now he could fully trust the fat man. The only thing he feared was the fat man becoming a puppet, a numb puppet. Fortunately, when Lin Yangjun faced this question, he seemed to be thinking, and finally said sincerely, Shengu, I won't tell anyone our important information, including my family. And also, I think I'm suitable for this profession now, especially electrotherapy. He. Seeing the fat man's evil smile, the huge stone in Chen Wangxing's heart finally fell. At least, the fat man's true nature was still there. So, a mage it is, right? Yes. Lin Yangjun happily said, it's best to be a lightning mage. Being an electric person makes me really happy, Chen Wangxing nodded. Alright, I understand what you mean. I didn't tell you just now, but after you sign this contract, I will give you a scroll for a divine level profession change. What? Lin Yangjun's fat body suddenly stood up. Shengu, that's a divine level scroll, why don't you keep it for yourself? Wait, you. Lin Yangjun seemed to understand, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at Chen Wangxing. And Chen Wangxing calmly looked at him, his calm expression telling him everything. Shengu, so that's how it is. No wonder. Lin Yangjun's bittersweet smile was barely visible, but he immediately became excited. So, Shengu, are you saying you'll give me a divine profession change scroll? In his heart, Shengu was a divine profession, and he himself was also a divine profession, so they could still play together in the future, right? He seemed to understand what that choice just represented. Even if it was a future brought by an epic level profession change scroll, it wouldn't make him follow behind Shengu. At this moment, Lin Yangjun finally fully understood. There were more secrets about Shengu than he had imagined, but it had nothing to do with him. As long as Shengu took him along, he would be Chen Ji's person for life. Chen Wangxing looked at Lin Yangjun's expectant gaze and nodded to indicate his agreement. That's right, after the contract is signed, I have no reason to hide it from you. I plan to give you a divine level profession change scroll, since you just expressed your intention for this profession. I'll help you choose one. Lin Yangjun naturally had no problem with that. Even if it was the worst divine level profession, it would still be 1,000 times stronger than his rare profession, but his own level. Thinking about the level he had just reached yesterday, he felt a bit heartbroken. After you change professions, you can still follow me into the dungeon tomorrow, and you'll level up much faster when clearing monsters. You're only level 9 now, even if you start over, you'll catch up quickly. Chen Wangxing's words made Lin Yangjun nod. It was indeed true. He had witnessed Chen Ji's bravery yesterday, and if he were a divine profession, he would probably be just as powerful, right? Shengu, please stop teasing me. Can you show me what profession it is? Chen Wangxing smiled and said, alright, just wait a moment. After speaking, he opened the Divine Destiny store. He quickly found a profession that perfectly matched what the fat man wanted, within the divine level professions. Divine level profession, Taiji Thunder Master, 99. 99 million years of lifespan. This level of divine profession was only available to those with less than 900 million years of lifespan. Chen Wangxing had never thought of giving the divine profession with 900 million years of lifespan to anyone, not even the fat man. He could now truly feel how terrifying this level of divine profession was. It could easily increase his power 30-fold, and his health bar was ridiculously high. He couldn't imagine what kind of power he could achieve in the future. After buying the Taiji Thunder Master, Chen Wangsheng suddenly had a thought. He decided to buy all the profession scrolls with 900 million years of lifespan, just in case. He couldn't buy all the other divine professions, as it would raise suspicion from higher-ups. Even if they couldn't find it on him, there was no need to take such a risk. The price of a divine profession with 900 million years of lifespan was different. How many players could afford to pay 900 million years of lifespan? Joking aside, let's not even talk about the ability to collect 900 million years of lifespan. Which idiot would buy it like this? The person who could collect 900 million years of lifespan definitely wouldn't be just a player. It would be an organization, and Chen Wangsheng believed it was more likely an official organization. They were the most likely to collect such a large amount of lifespan, but the chances were still small. Because the current population of Disya was not even a billion, let alone how many people would sell their own lifespan. It was just a passing thought, but he still bought the remaining 7 divine professions with 900 million years of lifespan. They would never be sold to anyone else, even if they were left to gather dust in the warehouse. This time, he spent billions of years of lifespan, but his lifespan display remained unchanged. He closed the Divine Destiny store page and looked at Lin Yongjun. Fat man, this profession is very powerful. Let's see if you can handle it. Hearing Chen Wangsheng's words, Lin Yongjun was extremely excited. Very powerful? No problem. I like powerful professions. The more powerful, the better. Chen Gu, hurry up and show it to me. I'm so excited. Look at you, so impatient. Lin Yongjun looked like a lustful Jubeji, with a big smile on his chubby face. Chen Wangsheng took out the job change scroll from the warehouse. This time, it wasn't made of rice paper, but sheepskin. Divine level. It's really divine level. Lin Yongjun exclaimed as he looked at the item description. Chen Wangsheng explained, this profession is called Taiji Thunder Master. I don't know the specific abilities, so you should form a contract first. He spread out the sheepskin scroll, which had the same font as his own, with a line of text on it. Taiji Thunder Art, the one who harmonizes the heavens and earth, commands the thunder of all things. Only the Taiji Thunder Master can do so. Taiji Thunder Master, hint, press your handprint to complete the job change. Awesome. It's so cool. Lin Yongjun could feel the immense power of electricity. How could there be such a cool job change phrase? Shengu, I'm really going to change. Go ahead. Okay. Lin Yongjun no longer hesitated. With Chen Wangsheng's command, he quickly pressed his handprint on the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll was different from before. It turned into 2 black and white lightning balls in the air and instantly entered the fat man's forehead. Above his head, a black and white Taiji Bagua pattern formed. It lit up and left a small mark, just like the mark of a thunder snake, in the middle of his forehead. Sizzle. Black and white lightning factors surged from Lin Yongjun's body. Oh no, I forgot that strange phenomena would occur with divine professions. Chen Wangsheng quickly walked to the window and looked at the already dark sky. As expected, many dark clouds appeared in the sky above their street. The area was so large that it covered the entire street. At this moment, everyone outside of Shenzhen City also looked in their direction. They pointed at the black clouds in the sky and shouted, "Look, the lightning is purple." The purple lightning surged on the street of the afterlife until it exploded like it had been charged for a long time. Boom! In an instant, the clouds above instantly split into tens of thousands of purple thunderbolts, causing extreme panic. In just a moment, everyone was shocked by this sight. The purple thunderbolts in the entire sky cracked open like a spider web, as if being influenced and rumbling several times at this moment. This feeling accompanied the thunder, as if the sky was being torn apart with several cracks, making continuous crackling sounds. However, the phenomenon disappeared in less than 5 minutes. Chen Wangsheng closed the window. He knew that this phenomenon would probably cause a discussion throughout the entire Shenzhen city. But it was just thunder, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Although he had never seen thunder like this before, every time the sky thundered, it seemed like cracks were being torn open. Chen-gu, is this an anomaly caused by a job change? Lin Yongjun, who saw and heard everything on the side, was not in a deep sleep during the job change, so he must know everything. Yes, Chen Wangsheng replied affirmatively. Then, could the healing mist from the night before? Lin Yongjun asked him, but Chen Wangsheng didn't answer him. This kind of thing didn't need to be said out loud. If you guessed it, then you guessed it. Chen Wangsheng walked back and said, "Fatty, let me see your panel." Okay. Lin Yongjun didn't hide anything and showed him the panel. Name, Lin Yongjun, Level 1, Occupation, Taiji Thunder Master, God, Unique, Talent, Taiji Thunder Law, God, Skills, Thunder Law Level 1, Purple Sky Thunder Formation Level 1, Health, 1950, Strength, 39, Spirit, 88, Agility, 36. This was all the panel information he could see. Fatty, let me see your skills. Taiji Thunder Master, when using the innate skill, it can be instantly released, reducing cooldown by 80%, consumption by 80%, and causing damage that ignores defense, dealing 200% true damage. Except for Thunder attribute skills, other skills can only enjoy half of the effect. This innate talent seemed pretty good, speeding up cooldowns and causing all skill damage to be true damage. True damage was too powerful. You should know that as the level increases, the defense provided by equipment will greatly increase, as well as defensive reduction skills. Because the player's health does not increase with the quality of equipment. This means that equipment does not provide health attributes, and the only way to increase health is through leveling up, which means that health is limited, and defense and reduction are the player's greatest reliance. If you only have high attribute values, then attacking someone with high defense is like scratching them. But true damage is different. It is not affected by defense and directly hits through the equipment. If there is anything that can resist, it can only be the player's innate damage reduction or reduction shield. In any case, true damage is countless defense values, and defense values can only be provided by equipment. Chen Wanxing really wanted this true damage attribute. Moreover, Fatty's true damage is doubled. Thunder Law, Yin and Yang, Yin Thunder. When switching Thunder Law to Yin Thunder, your Thunder attacks will chain attack nearby enemies and attach Thunder Burst to them. Maximum chain attack targets. 5. Chain attack can be repeated. Yang Thunder. When switching Thunder Law to Yang Thunder, your Thunder attacks will restore the same amount of health as the damage dealt, and if an ally is hit by your Thunder attack, it will restore the same amount of health as the damage dealt to them. Note, Thunderstorm. When receiving the next damage, it will cause the Thunderstorm to explode and deal 50% damage of the next attack. Detonating Thunderstorm with an ally will restore the same amount of health. Chen Wanxing struggled to read through the entire introduction of Thunder Law. It was very long, but he did understand it. In simple terms, Yin Thunder would cause chain damage, and Yang Thunder could restore health. The crazy and outrageous part was that although the maximum chain attack targets were limited, it was not limited to repetition. It's like 1 can chain to 2, and 3 can also chain to 2. Similarly, 2 can connect to 1, and 4 can also connect to 1. If there are only 6 enemies on the field, they can connect 5 times on each other. What's even more outrageous is that Thunderstorm hangs on because of the chain. If the chain is repeated, it means that it can explode due to the damage of the second chain target. So, similarly, in an environment with fewer chain targets, Thunderstorm on one person can explode at least 4 times. At the same time, there is still one Thunderstorm hanging on. Not to mention the effect of Yang Lei, it can heal and provide group healing. The Fatso profession can be said to have it all. B grade, check. Damage, check. Support, check. Yes, they all have a little bit, but the difference is that Fatso can heal others. He can buff others. But if you say Fatso is more powerful than himself, that's not comparable. No matter how powerful Fatso is, even if his attributes increase several times after changing jobs, he only has 88 points of spirit. With his own 100,000 health, even if he is shocked, he won't die without mana. Finally, there is the only active skill. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Formation Level 1. Set up a thunder formation within 100 meters centered on you. Within the formation, you can control 10 thunderbolts to attack. Each thunderbolt deals 1000 plus intelligence *2. 6 damage. The formation lasts for 1 hour. If not used, the skill will continue until the end and will not be affected by the next cast. The cooldown time of the formation is 1 hour. Does not include talent cooldown reduction. Cost, 200 mana, strong, very strong. Lasts for an hour, with a cooldown of 12 minutes? If I'm not mistaken, the talent reduces the cooldown by 80%. So, 60 minutes will only be 12 minutes. If you can set up several Divine Thunder formations in advance and overlap them, it would be great. In addition to the guaranteed 1000 damage, it is converted to 2000 true damage by the talent, plus Thunder Law. It's hard to calculate. He really can't calculate it. Chen Wanxing is watching. How could Lin Yongjun not watch anymore? These attributes, these talents, these skills, divine level. Ha ha ha, I, Fatso, am a divine level player. Fatso, I know you're very happy. Chen Wanxing looked at his wickedly smiling fat face with a playful look, but you must remember not to mention the fact that you are a divine level profession to anyone. Even if you say you are a legendary level, it's fine, just don't say you are divine level. If Lin Shu and the others ask, say that I gave you a legendary level scroll from opening a treasure chest. You can reveal your skill attributes, but don't show your profession level and talents. There is also a divine level mark in the talent row of the panel, which is the divine level talent possessed by divine level professions. But it's different from his. His talent does not have a mark, but it has the mark of unique. Lin Yongjun nodded seriously. I know what to do. I will find a way to fabricate and conceal these. Chen Wanxing didn't remind him because with this command, it was impossible for the other party to disobey. Looking at the time, it should be about time for his mother to finish cooking. Let's not worry about it, let's go out to eat. Okay, Shengu, hee hee. Lin Yongjun couldn't help but be fascinated by the new profession, wanting to take a closer look but restraining himself. However, just now, Chen Wanxing learned the golden skill book Ascend to the Divine Long Stage in his hand. You have successfully learned the skill Ascend to the Divine Long Stage. He learned this to use it tomorrow. He can't just use a stick to kill monsters all the time, right? His current skills have much higher requirements, but the attributes are really strong. It depends on what new skills he can learn after level 10 tomorrow. By the way, Fatso, what is your profession positioning? Ha, definitely magic. Magic. Not versatile? Chen Ge, are you kidding? Is there a profession that can be versatile? Mayor, an abnormality has occurred on the way to the afterlife street. Okay, I got it. As the reporting personnel left, Li Jingming looked out the window, and that direction was exactly the way to the afterlife street. It's that place again, who could it be? After Chen Wangxing finished eating, he asked Lin Yangjun to go back early and come back earlier tomorrow. Yangjun, have you finished talking with Xiaosheng? Chang Lanji took the opportunity while Chen Wanshan was washing dishes to ask Lin Yangjun. Lin Yangjun nodded happily, hee, it's already resolved. Oh, I see. Chang Lanji suddenly realized, but her intention was not about that. With a worried tone, she continued to ask Lin Yangjun, Xiaosheng owes you 8 million gold coins. Auntie hopes you won't rush him too much. You gave Xiaosheng a rare scroll before, Auntie remembers. Auntie will always remember this favor, but Xiaosheng definitely won't be able to repay the money in a short time. If you really need it urgently, tell Auntie, Auntie will find a way, don't let it affect your relationship. Chang Lanji spoke with an urgent tone, her voice filled with worry, expressing her concern about this huge debt. For her, she had never seen 8 million gold coins in her lifetime. However, in just one afternoon, they had taken on this debt. Although Lin Yangjun said it didn't need to be repaid, how could she not repay such a large sum of money? When buying a house, she didn't say a word. She knew that her son had grown up and had his own ideas, so she didn't want to make any decisions. She hadn't said much along the way. She was happy to see her son grow up, but the 8 million amount weighed heavily on her mind. Auntie, it's okay, consider this money as a gift from me to you, Lin Yangjun said generously. But the more he said this, the more worried Chang Lanji became. She wanted to say something, but Chen Wanxing in the kitchen asked, Mom, what are you and Fatty talking about? What money? Lin Yangjun was about to speak, but Chang Lanji stopped him. It's nothing, Yangjun wants to give us money for meals, but I don't want it. Fatty, don't cause trouble, go back quickly. After hearing Chen Wangxing's voice, Lin Yangjun happily said, alright, I'm leaving, bye. Chang Lanji glanced at the empty doorway inside helplessly as she looked back at the kitchen. Then she put on a new smile. Child, let mom wash the dishes, you go tidy up the house. Okay. Chen Wanxing finished cleaning the table after dinner. He sat on a chair and now had time to see the effect of the golden skill. Without using a skill book, he couldn't know the specific use of the skill, but he could roughly understand its basic function. What he could see was that his skill line had a new skill name. Ascend to God's rank LV1, upgradable. This skill has 3 forms. After activating the skill, enter Form 1, Heavenly Divine Blade, Form 2, Blazing Divine Wings, Form 3, Ascend to God. Looking at the introduction given by this skill, it was another long string of words. Couldn't it be simpler? But it seemed quite powerful. Heavenly Divine Blade, your weapon transforms into a Heavenly Divine Blade. Melee weapons have the Judgment attack, ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. Ranged weapons have the Judgment effect, attack range increases by 100 meters, can deal an additional 100% damage to one enemy. Blazing Divine Wings, you will possess the blessing of the Heavenly Divine Wings born from Divine Fire. You deal 100 plus intelligence *1 burning damage per second to the surrounding area. After obtaining wings, you can fly, and the speed depends on your own attributes. Ascend to God, your weapon will become a true Heavenly Divine Blade. Attacks will release a wave of flames in front. 50% of the damage will be converted to true damage. Enemies hit by the flames will be weakened by 30% defense. Every 10 attacks, the range of the flame wave increases by 10 meters. Can be stacked. Stage upgrade method. Consume 1 mana per second to activate stage 1. Consume 10 mana per second to activate stage 2. Consume 100 mana per second to activate stage 3. No cooldown. Skill upgrade requires 50 skill points. Chen Wanxing looked at this skill. He definitely wouldn't upgrade it, even if he had enough skill points, because the effects of these 3 stages were already terrifying. Can only say that the golden skills are indeed powerful, but the consumption is obviously very high. As a level 1 golden skill, it requires 100 mana per second to activate the 3rd stage. You should know that the exchange rate between spirit and mana is 110. If it were an ordinary profession, it would probably drain and faint in a few seconds to activate this 3rd stage. But just opening the 1st stage alone is worthy of being called a golden skill. The melee armor breaking effect and the ranged fork effect. The main thing is the 2nd stage. That is really tempting. It's a flying skill. When he saw the introduction, he guessed that there might be a flying effect, but he didn't expect it to be true. Currently, his spirit power is around 260, which is 2,600 mana. If you add life force, it would be 2,600 by 30, nearly 80,000 mana. It can only be activated for 10 minutes. If it exceeds this number, not to mention the expiration of life force, his spirit will be damaged due to lack of mana. It happens to be the same duration as his life force buff. That's really good. Chen Wanxing doesn't plan to upgrade this external skill. Upgrading himself is definitely his main skill. This external skill can be abandoned in the future to learn other higher level skills, so it's enough for now. After reading this skill, Chen Wanxing started to help his family tidy up things. He looked at his mother and always felt like he was hiding something from her. Let's not worry about it for now, let's talk about it later. Lin Yongjun quickly returned to his mansion. It was just as he expected. As soon as he got home, he was immediately summoned by the two elders above, in the same meeting room as yesterday. Grandpa, do you know about the situation? Lin Yongjun asked cautiously, but was glared at by the two. Lin Zhan didn't speak, just silently looked at him. Lin Xiang, as his father, naturally had to ask, you lost 8 million gold coins like that? Dad, I just bought a small courtyard for Chenggu. Is it necessary to be so angry? Lin Yongjun seemed to not feel the other party's anger and continued to say happily, you guys told me last night to continue getting along with him. Why did you change your mind tonight? Lin Xiang wanted to give his good son a big slap. Son, that's 8 million gold coins. But, that's just the money for a rare job change scroll. Besides, didn't I bring back a legacy job change scroll for the family last night? Why are you so stingy? Lin Xiang listened and felt like vomiting blood. Son, although it's not a lot of money, your dad hopes that you can inform us before doing this kind of thing next time. I'm angry with you and your grandpa because your way of spending money is very shallow. Little Chen is now a hidden dragon in the abyss, ready to soar at any time. Since he wants to move, why didn't you just buy the nearby mansion near our house? Isn't it only 50 million gold coins? The main thing is that it's more convenient for our two families to meet. If you buy it over there, it will be troublesome to go there every time. Sigh. Lin Xiang sighed helplessly. He was not questioning his son for losing money, but his son didn't understand how to spend it properly even when he did lose money. Spending 8 million gold coins or 80 million gold coins, it's all for investing in Chen Wangsheng. Anyway, they can earn back the 80 million gold coins in a year, not to mention that his son brought back a legacy-level job change scroll last night. No matter how they invest, they will be the ones to profit first. It can only be said that his son's vision is too narrow. Oh well, since the house has already been decided, we have no choice. Your grandpa and I want to discuss tomorrow's matters with you. I heard that Mayor Li invited you and Xiaochen to open a store? Have you agreed? Lin Yongjun thought for a moment and thought it was okay to say, not clear yet. We have to wait for Mayor Li to discuss it tomorrow. What does Chen Ge think? Lin Xiang asked. Chen Ge wants 3 golden skill books. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang and his son couldn't help but take a deep breath. They're all skill books, such a big appetite. In the 10 years that Lin Xiang took over the Chamber of Commerce, he had received no more than 3 golden skill books. This thing is not so easy to obtain. By the way, Dad, Lin Yongjun shouted, look at something, look at my head. Both of them looked over. Level 1, Lin Yongjun, you. How did you become level 1? Lin Xiang stood up anxiously. Yes, Junjun, what's this? Lin Yongjun smiled, completely unable to tell that he was lying. Chenggu said he was afraid I wouldn't be able to keep up with his progress, so he gave me the legendary level profession scroll he obtained from opening the box. What? The father and son jumped up when they heard it. Legendary level. Junjun, you're not joking, right? Lin Yongjun knew they didn't believe him, but under Chen Wangsheng's instructions, he revealed his basic attributes and skills to his two elders. Looking at the level 1 spirit with a staggering 89, and the terrifying effects described by those two skills, they finally believed in their hearts. This was at least an epic level profession. Son, show me and your grandfather your profession information. Yes, Junjun, as a family, what do you have to hide? We all know that we're paving the way for you to have a better future. Looking at his grandfather and father, Lin Yongjun just shook his head. No, Chenggu instructed me that this profession is special and cannot be revealed to others. Not even us? No. The 2 generations of the Lin family fell into silence at this moment. The meeting room fell into silence for a while. Seeing that their child showed no signs of loosening his lips, the 2 sighed and then laughed. Alright. It seems that Xiao Chen has already instructed you well. Lin Zhan spoke up at this time, his smile filled with contentment, as if he had seen Lin Yongjun's growth and the better future of their Lin family. Okay, since Junjun won't say it, as elders, we won't force you to say it. You go down first, we still have to hold a meeting tomorrow, so rest early. Okay, goodbye, Dad, Grandpa. Lin Yongjun didn't look back and left the 5th floor directly. The meeting room was left with only the 2 of them. Dad, what do you think? Lin Xiang asked his father, Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling with a slightly absent-minded look, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go to Jiangzhou. It's time for those old guys to repay the favor. Lin Xiang looked at him incredulously. Dad, do you want? We thought we were finding a helper for Junjun, but now it seems that we're finding a benefactor for our Lin family. This favor is too big, we can't repay it all. Dad, although this is a favor from a legendary level profession, it shouldn't involve the entire Lin family. Xiao Chen is just a child. Lin Zhan looked at him calmly. No, you don't understand, and you don't need to know. Let it be. After dealing with this matter, I'll go tomorrow and also meet your mother. The next morning. For Shangjiang City, today was not an ordinary day. They had all seen the messages on the public screen last night, and today they were all witnesses. Especially because of Li Jingming's actions, a large number of players from the city had already started appearing outside the Shrimp Head River instance. Li Jiangyu at level 52. Good morning everyone, did you all wake up early today? Is Mayor Li setting off? Fong Xin level 49. It's been a long time since I woke up this early. I hope that little brother won't disappoint me today. Ian Wenxiao level 54. Good morning. Waiting for the mayor's message. I'm already outside the instance. Today I'll finally see what kind of genius student he is. Soon, before 7 o'clock in the morning, the public screen had already triggered the check-in task. The famous figures in Shenzhen City all came out to speak. Usually, this regional channel was rarely used. They didn't expect it to be so active these days. Especially the big guilds in Shenzhen City were all active, making many players also want to make their presence felt. Shortly after, Li Jingming appeared on the regional channel. Li Jingming 64 level. We are currently negotiating with classmate Chen Wangsheng. Please wait for further updates. At Chen Wangsheng's home, Chen Wangsheng, who had just finished exercising and taken a shower, was having breakfast. Just then, Fatty also arrived for a meal. Before long, their door was knocked on. Fatty, open the door. Okay. However, it wasn't Li Jingming standing outside. When Lin Yongjun saw the person, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Yang Beauty." Chen Wangsheng turned his head and met her gaze, nodding slightly while eating. Have you all had breakfast? Standing at the door were only Yang Yujun and two other female classmates, not the same as last time with Zhang Yuan. Lin Yongjun's gaze shifted behind them, searching for that troublemaker Zhang Yuan. Yang Yujun walked into the house and looked at the simple breakfast on the table. She nodded without saying anything. I've eaten. Yang Beauty, where is that kid? Lin Yongjun took a bite of the white steamed bun in his hand and asked. One of the short-haired female classmates standing behind Yang Yujun explained. Zhang Yuan is not feeling well and couldn't come. What do you mean he couldn't come? Actually, Yang Yujun didn't want that kid to come and cause trouble. Oh, I wanted to ask if he contributed anything. How come you all didn't clear the level? Mentioning this, the faces of the three girls changed slightly, not looking so good. Fatty, don't say anything for now. Okay, Chen Gu. Chang Lanji happened to come out of the kitchen and felt very familiar when she saw the three female students suddenly appearing in the house. She quickly remembered that they were the ones who came the day before yesterday. Child, do you have something to do today? Chen Wangsheng nodded. I'm full. Mom, take your time eating. I'll go talk to these classmates. He stood up and walked towards the door. Let's go, let's talk outside. Yang Yujun looked at Chang Lanji for a moment, then turned and walked out, followed by the other two girls. After Chen Wangsheng closed the door, he led the two of them downstairs to a very old pavilion. It was still early in the morning, and besides some elderly people coming and going, it was hard to see other young people. Mayor Li asked you to come? Chen Wangsheng was the first to ask. Yang Yujun shook her head. We requested to come. This answer surprised him a bit. What do you mean you requested to come? Wasn't it you who challenged the nightmare level instance yesterday? Isn't your strength enough to clear it? Yang Yujun looked at the boy in front of her with a hint of strangeness in her eyes. She found it difficult to ask for help. With our strength, clearing the nightmare level instance is no problem. But there was a slight unexpected decision made by our team yesterday. Chen Wangsheng was curious. What was it? We wanted to clear the nightmare level instance perfectly, just like you all. So? Yang Yujun furrowed her eyebrows slightly. So what? What is the nightmare mission? The three girls were stunned, and the topic suddenly fell silent. Chen Wangsheng could tell from their expressions that the instance from yesterday had a significant impact on them. Why don't you first tell us your professional ranks? I'm legendary. Yang Yujun was the first to speak. Next was the short-haired girl beside her, who had a pretty face but was somewhat ordinary. I'm Enro, epic rank. Lastly, the girl who hadn't said anything all along, with a single ponytail tied up like Yang Yujun, never had much expression on her face. However, it could be seen that she was different from the other two girls. Her posture and walking style were more heroic, as if she had undergone military training. Chen Xiaoying, epic rank. As soon as she spoke, Chen Wangsheng was stunned. Her voice was neutral, and her way of speaking was too deep, just like a boy. Only Fatty quickly leaned over to his ear. Chen Good, 1 legendary and 2 epic. That Zhang Yuan kid is just a troublemaker. He doesn't have the qualifications to laugh at us. His voice was not low, and the three girls could hear it clearly. Chen Wangsheng wasn't embarrassed and pushed Lin Yongjun, telling him not to speak. Alright, 3 of you. Your idea is to form a team with the 2 of us and go through this instance, right? Yang Yujun nodded. Okay, let's talk about the conditions first. First, you need to inform me about the things inside the instance. Second, the 3 golden items you promised yesterday. I want 3 golden skills. The last thing is, you have 3 people, but the team can only have 4 people. So who will be the last person? Yang Yujun listened silently and finally agreed directly. No problem with the conditions. I will have the skills provided by Jiangzhou. You don't have to trouble Mayor Li. As for the situation inside the instance, I can tell you the most important thing. To complete the nightmare mission, you must find an item, and this item is on a level 30 boss monster. It's a dragon. Dragon. Dragon? Chen Wangsheng repeated her words, understanding that she was talking about a dragon, with a hint of doubt in his expression. Yang Yujun's face turned slightly pale. Yes, after we killed several monsters, when our team was exploring the area, we had already arrived at the habitat of that dragon. And then, we tried to kill that dragon, but there was a huge difference in level and strength. That dragon is a level 30 special boss, so I used the team retreat card. After that, the four of us had less than 1/5 of our health and had to exit the instance. Yang Yujun's words should not be false, after all, they were going in together later. However, Chen Wanxing heard about a strange item. Team retreat card? What is that? He didn't say anything, but opened the Divine Destiny store and searched for this item. Sure enough, he found it. Item, Team Retreat Card, Quality, Gold, Description, can only be used in instances. After use, your team will be teleported to the retreat area. If it is an instance where retreat is not possible, you will have 10 seconds of retreat time and can exit the instance. Price, 20 years of lifespan. This item is good, let's buy a few. Thinking this, he directly bought 5 and put them in the warehouse for future use. Classmate, are you listening to me? Yang Yujun seemed to feel that Chen Wanxing was already lost in thought, and her tone became a bit cold. Why is he so disrespectful? Chen Wanxing closed the Divine Destiny store and smiled. Young classmate is really rich, isn't this retreat card expensive? Yang Yujun looked at him without answering his question, only asking, do you have the confidence to deal with it? Who? The dragon boss. Yang Yujun explained, the item we need to find is called the Dragon Pearl, and it will only drop from it. If you don't have enough ability to achieve a perfect clearance, I will only give you 1 golden item as a reward. Chen Wanxing pretended to ponder deeply. Dragon's data? Its health is 300,000, all 3 attributes are above 500, with a focus on spirit, and the highest value is 1200. Impressive, it's several times stronger than the leader monsters in the Korin Tree Garden. But that's understandable, those leader monsters aren't even level 20. This dragon not only has high health but also high attributes. It seems that the difficulty of different novice instances is different. This time should not be time limited, much better than the time limited goblin instance. Fatty. Chen Wanxing looked at Lin Yongjun. Do you think it's possible? Yang Yujun looked at Lin Yongjun, who was standing next to him, still munching on a steamed bun. All 3 women looked at him, and for a moment, he felt embarrassed. Bro, I think it's no problem, Lin Yongjun said cheerfully. 300,000 health, just grind it a bit. Yang Yujun's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Not to mention her, even in Ro and Chen Shaoying behind her were confused. What does it mean to grind a 300,000 health? He's not a wooden man standing there letting you hit him. Even the attacks they tried, although they caused tens of thousands of damage in a few minutes, the values of the dragon were such that they couldn't withstand a few hits. Although they really wanted to mock Lin Yongjun for pretending, as losers, they really didn't have the face to say anything to this successful person. Chen Wanxing no longer wasted words. Alright, since there's no problem, why don't we see who stays? Yang Yujun just looked at him. It's up to you to choose one of them. Me? Chen Wanxing looked at Enro and Chen Shaoying behind him. I'm fine with either, let's go with her. The person he pointed to was Chen Shaoying. He thought that this girl, who seemed to have some experience, should have a better mind, right? The most important thing is that she shouldn't be confused. Yang Yujun thought it was fine, but the most important thing was that Chen Wanxing thought it was okay. Both Enro and Chen Shaoying were good professionals, and there was no problem with either of them. Enro, you can rest today. Yujun's sister, I'll go with you to the entrance of the instance. I have nothing else to do. Enro knew that she couldn't join the team, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Okay. Yang Yujun looked at Chen Wanxing. Classmate, do you have anything else to prepare? Otherwise, let's set off immediately. It's still a distance to the instance. Alright, let's go directly. Good. Area channel, Chen Wanxing level 9. It's been settled, heading to the Shrimp Head River instance. Some people said yesterday that we relied on luck to clear it. I hope those people can come and see for themselves. I'll give them a big slap in the face. A simple sentence appeared on the public screen, and many experts appeared. Li Jingming level 64, negotiations with Chen classmate completed, hoping for the second perfect clearance of Disya in Shangjiang City. Hope Chen classmate can contribute again. Li Jianyu at level 52, arrived outside the instance. There are many familiar faces here. Fang Xian level 49, sister is here too. Little brother, remember to say hello if you arrive. The public screen became active, and most of the players in Shangjiang City ran to the outside of the Shrimp Head River instance to join in the fun. Unlike the last instance in Jelin Tree Garden, this time they knew the cause of the matter, as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. Of course, for every encouragement Chen Wanxing received, there would be mockery. These clowns didn't reveal their levels, they just mocked Chen Wanxing for being lucky and following Lin Yongjun. Some even made various jokes about him. There were quite a few of these people, but their doubts were understandable. After all, they didn't know anything that happened inside the instance. Moreover, there was no precedent for a perfect clearance of a beginner instance in Disya. And even if there was, who could achieve a perfect clearance with 2 people? It was too unbelievable. They could only come up with lousy luck as an explanation. The car Chen Wanxing was sitting in was fast and stable, but what was awkward was that Chen Shaoying, who was sitting next to him, had never said a word all the way. Surprisingly, Yang Yujun asked many questions instead. Although they were just chatting, it was clear that she was curious about what profession Chen Wanxing was. She hinted at this several times. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Yang classmate, are you really curious about my profession and its grade? Chen Wangxing suddenly said this sentence, causing everyone in the car to look at him in surprise. Even the driver had to perk up his ears to listen. Alright, how about this, if you give me one gold skill book, I'll tell you the grade of my infatty's profession. As soon as this condition was mentioned, Yang Yujun instantly shut up. Jokes, why would she need him to say something she would see soon? A gold skill book was not something you could find everywhere. The result was that after Chen Wangxing said it, the car quietly drove for half an hour and arrived near the Shengjiang River. As soon as they entered the entrance of the Shengjiang River, the car started to get crowded. People were walking in from both sides of the road, chatting happily in pairs. Finally, after a few minutes of driving, the car stopped outside. Let's go, I'll lead the way. Yang Yujun got off the car first, while Chen Wangxing was looking at the nearby chat channel, but when he saw that they had arrived at their destination, he also got off the car. The few of them walked towards the road, and soon they could see the entrance to the instance, just like the Jelentry Garden instance. Chen Wangxing looked at the people nearby, and there were even more people than when he went to the Goblin Tree Garden that day. These people hadn't been to the instance before. They were just walking and chatting, as if taking a stroll. The chat channel was filled with messages almost every second. Classmate, Mayerly won't be here today because there are too many people, and it might hinder us, Yang Yujun explained to him. Chen Wangxing didn't say anything. There were indeed many people here, and the content in the chat channel seemed to be directed towards them. Anonymous, wow, when I just entered the outskirts, there were a few female students who looked really good. Anonymous too, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would female students come here? Nowadays, students all go to the goblin side to level up. Are you crazy to come here to level up? Anonymous 3, wait, what did you say? There are female students, could it be? Hey, where are they? Let me see. Anonymous 4, fool, do you even need to think? That's Chen Wangxing's team. I saw them. Hey, you're Chen Wangxing, right? Who are you? Chen Wangxing looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was full of excitement on his face. Hearing that he didn't deny it, the middle-aged man smiled and said, I just realized that this girl is the captain of that team from yesterday. When I saw someone else next to them today, I guessed that you must be Chen Wangxing. Uncle, why can't it be me? Lin Yangjun asked in confusion. The middle-aged man glanced at him with a bit of disdain. Just by looking at your build, I can tell that you're the young master of the Lin family's business. Lin Yangjun, who did I offend? Chen Wangxing quickly asked the man what he meant, afraid of attracting attention from the people around him. Uncle, do you have something else to do? We're going to start the instance. The middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and said, yes, my son asked me to come and take a photo with you, saying that it can be sold for a lot of money in the future, so everyone? Chen Wangxing didn't have the heart to refuse, so he used the built-in camera function to take the first photo of his life with a fan. The middle-aged man smiled happily, and after taking the photo, he seemed to want to do a good deed. So he shouted loudly to the surrounding area, Chen Wangxing is here. Come quickly. As soon as he shouted, the players who were still observing and hesitating suddenly jumped up. Oh my god. I said those students were in Chen Wangxing's team. Don't push me. I want to go see the super genius of Shengjiang City. Chen Wangxing, let's take a photo with sister. Why are you so handsome? Everyone went crazy. They thought that they were waiting for an announcement, waiting for business. But it turned out that they were all waiting for themselves. Chen Wangxing quickly ran away. Lin Yangjun reacted the fastest. This kind of thing used to happen frequently in the past. When someone chased after them, they would immediately start running. Yang Yujun and Chen Xiaoying hadn't figured out the situation yet. Chen Wangxing didn't want to be surrounded by so many people asking questions, causing trouble. He saw that the two girls hadn't moved yet, so he directly grabbed their wrists and ran towards the entrance of the instance. Only Enro was left standing there. Do you choose Nightmare difficulty? Yes. Reminder, Nightmare difficulty has different clearance tasks. If you fail to clear it, you will suffer severe consequences. You can exit the instance after leaving the battle, but it will result in a failed clearance. With a burst of light, the four of them disappeared at the entrance of the instance. Immediately after, a regional announcement appeared. Notification, in the player's current area, a player has started to challenge the Nightmare level Shrimp Head River Flow instance. If failed, the instance monsters will invade the area. However, unlike the usual notifications, after this announcement disappeared, a red subtitle appeared in front of each player. Attention! Attention! Due to repeated challenges of the Nightmare level Shrimp Head River Flow instance within 24 hours, if failed, the next punishment will be increased. This was the instance restriction. Within 24 hours, failing to clear the Nightmare level instance repeatedly will trigger this warning. Although many players are expecting Chen Wangxing to create a new instance and achieve a perfect clearance, there are quite a few players in Shengjiang City who are complaining. Shengjiang City is originally a small city under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou, and the sudden uproar has made some players with weaker professions jealous. Therefore, they constantly mock and complain about others. However, they only do so privately, within small groups. If they were to say it out loud, they would definitely be criticized in reality. The benefits brought by a perfect clearance are unimaginable. Once this perfect clearance is achieved, the entire Shenzhen city will become famous in Daxia, and their city will welcome countless new players. So most people choose to believe in it. Similarly, high risk brings high returns, but once failed, Chen Wansheng will fall from grace in Shenzhen city. Outside the instance, in a small pavilion built for rest on the side, there are about 10 men and women sitting. Did you all see that it's Chen Wansheng? It should be. Today, besides him, no other students will come to this instance. Guild leaders, let's agree in advance that we will recruit people based on their abilities. Don't play any tricks. Hee, that should be said to Fan Xin. Don't bully others just because you're strong. Guild leader you, look at what you're saying, my sisters are not weak either. Instance, Shrimp River, the shimmering waves reflect a faint silver light on the water's surface. Chen Wansheng looked into the instance. Just like the Koran Tree Garden instance, it should be nighttime, but the difference is that he can clearly see the moon in the sky, and it is incredibly large, at least twice the size of their blue star. It is also particularly round, like a sphere hanging there. The place they entered is on a low cliff, where they can clearly see the surrounding scenery. Below them is a huge lake, very big. The end cannot be seen at all. On both sides of the lake are dense forests and green mountains, and behind them is a vast forest. There are no visible light sources in the distance, only a few flickering fluorescent lights can be seen. Classmates. Yang Yujun saw Chen Wansheng observing the scene inside the instance and didn't disturb him at first. Chen Wansheng had already taken in all the visible terrain and scenery. Just as he was about to communicate something, the nightmare mission of the instance appeared in front of them. Nightmare level mission released, obtain the Dragon Ball, kill the dragon. Mission reward, Nightmare Treasure Chest Gold. After seeing the mission content, Chen Wansheng finally believed in the dragon that Yang Yujun mentioned. His gaze turned to the shimmering water surface in the distance. How could you believe that there is a dragon down there? Classmates, are you all okay? Yang Yujun spoke again, if you can't complete the mission, we can just clear the instance, and I will only give you a gold skill book as a reward. We tried yesterday, and it's not difficult to clear the instance. There is a boss monster and 3 lord-level monsters under this lake, as well as about 1,000 other smaller monsters. With my and Xiao Ying's abilities, plus yours, we should be able to solve it quickly. Before Chen Wansheng could speak, Lin Yongjun immediately stood up. No, what's wrong? Yang Yujun looked puzzled. I can't let you two girls stand in front of me. I will deal with the monster. You? Yes, me. Seeing Lin Yongjun's eager appearance, Yang Yujun didn't quite believe it. She had read in the information that this fatty was the young master of the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce, and his awakened profession was only rare level. How could he speak so confidently? According to their thoughts, it should be Chen Wansheng hiding something, not this young master. But then, Chen Wansheng agreed. Yang classmate, you two can help on the side, let the fatty take the lead, and if it really doesn't work, you can assist. After hearing Chen Wansheng's words, Yang Yujun once again re-evaluated the fatty in front of her. Could it be that both of them are more powerful than she imagined? Before the two could react, Chen Wansheng used a skill to buff Lin Yongjun. Let's go, start the instance. They were no longer ordinary people, their movements were agile, and they quickly arrived at the lake below. Are we going into the water? Chen Wansheng looked at the lake and asked. They didn't have the ability to go underwater. Yang Yujun walked forward and pointed to the lake, saying, nightmare-level monsters are not like ordinary instances, they have consciousness. Instead of saying that we are running instances, it's more like we are going to another world to complete a mission. The monsters living under the lake are more like a private army occupying this place. As long as we create a disturbance on the lake's surface, the monsters will be attracted to come up. Chen Wansheng silently took note. Did you do the same thing yesterday? Yang Yujun felt a little embarrassed and turned her head away when he asked. Yesterday, we had a spiritual symbol master in our team. He created a spiritual symbol that allowed us to move freely underwater. So you went down to fight monsters yesterday? Chen Wansheng asked immediately. Yang Yujun's tone became urgent under his questioning. So what if we did? We cleared the difficult instance like that, and we didn't think too much about it at the time. Our approach was not a problem. It's alright, it's alright. I appreciate you leading by example. Chen Wansheng looked at Fatty and said, Fatty, you start setting up the formation and stacking the array. Fatty's Purple Sky Divine Thunder formation could be set up multiple times and stacked. Since they could lure the monsters first, they didn't need to engage in direct combat with them underwater. So having Fatty set up the skills was the best solution. Lin Yongjun received the command and walked to the edge of the lake. Classmate, is Lin a formation master? Yang Yujun thought Lin Yongjun was a formation master when she heard that he was going to set up the formation. Formation master? Chen Wansheng thought for a moment. He can't be considered a formation master, it's just his skill. The two women nodded and looked at Lin Yongjun. As students from Jiangzhou, they had a high level of understanding of professions. The role of a formation master was equivalent to being the vanguard of the team. If there was a powerful formation master in the team, it would definitely be a great help in clearing instances. Setting up formations in advance that could restrain the monsters in the instance was equivalent to being an excellent engineer. Of course, if one was a formation master, the shortcomings were also obvious. Being at a disadvantage in terms of initiative, because both setting up formations and skill cooldowns were always a drawback. Once the formation failed to kill the monsters, it would take a lot of time and energy to set up a new formation. The two women now thought that Fatty should be a formation master. Otherwise, why would Chen Wanqing ask him to set up a formation? If he was a formation master, it was indeed possible to kill the enemy within the formation. Clearing a nightmare-level instance only required a strong formation, so it was still possible. They couldn't know what the two of them had experienced in the Koran Tree Garden, but they knew that the role of a formation master was significant. Lin Yongjun walked to the edge of the lake and looked at the rippling water in front of him. He had a feeling that there couldn't possibly be any monsters here, but before he could think too much, the Yin Thunder mark that had appeared on his forehead earlier suddenly lit up when he used the Thunder Law to transform into Yin Thunder. Black electric sparks began to flicker in the middle of his forehead. Even those nearby could hear the thunderous sound of electricity sparking in the air. It wasn't normal electric light, but a dark-colored thunder source surrounded Lin Yongjun, emitting a sizzling sound every few seconds. They couldn't see Lin Yongjun's face at the moment, but the Yin Thunder was flashing in his forehead, like a black yin-yang fish mark engraved on his forehead. Lin Yongjun raised his hand, and the Yin Thunder instantly condensed around his hand, forming a dense network of electricity that seemed to cover his entire body. The electricity formed a black electric ball in his palm. When the purple Sky Divine Thunder formation skill was released, the electric ball in Lin Yongjun's hand turned into purple lightning and struck towards the sky. Boom! This sudden movement startled both women. They looked up and saw that as the purple lightning merged into the sky, something resembling an electric ring expanded in all directions in the air. Within the purple electric ring, dark clouds gathered, and thunder snakes coiled around. It expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, covering them and the area above the lake. They could still see the purple electric ring. Shengu, I'm ready. Let's go. Lin Yongjun walked back and saw the two women still looking up in surprise. This kind of range skill formation is not something that ordinary formation masters can set up. Chen Wanqing just glanced at the sky and then withdrew his gaze, and then said to Lin Yongjun, Fatty, do you have Chinibu? Ha? Lin Yongjun was confused, his chubby face indicating that he didn't understand what you were saying. Shengu, what do you mean by Chinibu? I don't have it now. Chen Wanqing pointed to the skill in the sky and said, you say you don't have it, but your formation skill is instant. It doesn't even require materials or charging according to the skill explanation. Why did you just pose like that? Being pointed out like this, Lin Yongjun's chubby face couldn't help but feel ashamed. I just didn't understand. I thought the thunder technique was converted before the skill. Go away, think more. I thought you were holding back some big move with that pose, but it turns out that the Yin Thunder you condensed in your hand and the purple thunder you launched are completely different. Chen Wansheng had just seen Fatty condensing in thunder and thought he had developed some strange technique, but this guy was just posing purely, and the condensed Yin Thunder and the launched purple thunder formation didn't need to be coordinated at all. The purple thunder formation is just an instant skill. It doesn't need to be set up like a formation master, let alone require any materials. Lin Yongjun, seeing himself being exposed, could only smile awkwardly. Hee, Shingu, don't expose me. The two beautiful ladies next to us are watching. I just wanted to try it out. Don't do that next time. Hurry up and set up. Set up more first. Be more cautious. Yes. Chen Wansheng planned to let Fatty set up 3 first, because the cooldown time is 12 minutes and it lasts for 60 minutes. At most, there can only be 3 at the same time, and it can be set up 4 times in an hour. Set up 3 first. Anyway, this instance doesn't limit time, so he's not in a hurry. Chen Wansheng looked at Yang Yujun. We need to rest here for a while, wait for Fatty to set up the formation a few times, then we can start. What do you think? Yang Yujun shook her head. We have no objections. We're here to listen to your command this time, as long as we have the same result. Good. Chen Wansheng liked people who listen to commands like this. Alright, let's talk about how we can find the Dragon King or lure it out. In the following time, the 3 of them rested by the lake, and only Fatty immediately set up a new purple thunder formation after the cooldown was over. He learned from the 2 women that the Dragon King was in the deep pool at the center of the lake, which was very deep inside. To find the entrance to the deep pool, they had to go to the center of the lake. The current way to clear the instance is to kill all the monsters under the lake, but if they want to kill the Dragon King, they have to reach the entrance to the deep pool to make it appear. Upon hearing this, Chen Wansheng couldn't help but ask, if we don't kill the monsters under the lake, can we directly kill the Dragon King? If we don't kill the monsters under the lake, no matter which way we pass from above, we will attract their attention. So, killing them all is necessary. Chen Wansheng had no objections to killing monsters. It was a good opportunity to level up, but reaching the entrance to the deep pool was more difficult. Because yesterday, there was a spirit talisman master in Yang Yujun's team who could create a spirit talisman that allowed movement in the water. They don't have that now. Wait a minute, it seems like they've been tricked. Clearly, Yang Yujun also came to kill the Dragon King, and they even had a spirit talisman master before. They must have come prepared this time. Why does it seem like all the tricky problems are being thrown at him? Chen Wansheng helplessly looked at Yang Yujun. Young classmate, we are a team now. If there's something good, we should share it. What are you trying to do by constantly testing me? After hearing this, Yang Yujun blinked her eyes and said, classmate, what are you talking about? Damn, this girl is still pretending. Chen Wansheng just stared at her without saying a word. A few minutes later, Yang Yujun sighed as if she had finally been convinced. Classmate, you think really fast. After speaking, she took out 4 yellow talismans from the warehouse, on which were written characters that were difficult for them to read. Chen Wansheng couldn't see the characters clearly, but the game kindly displayed them for him. Yang Yujun gave each person a water exploration talisman and said, I had Zhan Yuan refine these today. The effectiveness of this spiritual talisman lasts for 24 hours, so it will be useful. Chen Wansheng looked at the information on the water exploration talisman. Water exploration talisman, skill, spiritual talisman, effect, stick the talisman on any part of the body to activate it, allowing the user to be fearless in water areas, breathe underwater, and move without restrictions. Talisman effect, lasts for 10 minutes, it was a good thing indeed. The role of a spiritual talisman master was indeed significant. This talisman was probably made from some material, but as someone who wasn't in this profession, he didn't know how it was done. Chen Wansheng put the items into the warehouse. Will 10 minutes be enough for us to act? Lin Yongjun asked quietly. In his opinion, with a health pool of 300,000, they wouldn't die in a short time, so what could they do in 10 minutes? Yang Yujun explained calmly, in 10 minutes, we just need to awaken the Jelong, and then we can return to the lakeside to fight. We don't have to stay in the center of the lake. Chen Wansheng thought this method was good. Who said they had to fight the Jelong in the lake? They would definitely be at a disadvantage fighting in its home turf. Fatty, set up again and get ready to attract the monsters. Seeing that a lot of time had passed, Chen Wansheng urged Fatty to hurry. Lin Yongjun nodded and quickly activated the purple sky divine thunder formation at the lakeside. This time, he didn't do anything strange, he simply activated the skill. After a purple lightning struck the sky, 3 purple electric rings appeared around the dark and densely packed black clouds above their heads. Yang Yujun was a little curious and asked Chen Wansheng, can Lin's skill be stacked multiple times? Is this the same formation? Chen Wansheng looked at her with a dumbfounded expression and said, do you need me to repeat such an obvious fact? Do you like to hear nonsense? Yang Yujun ultimately didn't say the sarcastic words in her heart. Seeing that Fatty had finished setting up, Chen Wansheng said to the two of them, which one of you will go and lure it? It seemed that Yang Yujun was still angry and said unhappily, why don't you go? We're 2 girls, why should we go? Are girls more delicate than boys? Everyone is equal now, understand? Chen Wansheng directly brought up the principle of equality for all. Lin Yongjun said beside him, Shengu is right, everyone is equal. Yang Yujun wanted to say something else, but at this time, Shen Xiaoying stood up and said, no need to argue, I'll go. This was the first time she had spoken since entering the instance, and it was also the second time Chen Wansheng had heard her neutral voice. That voice had a heroic feeling that most women didn't have, and it was slightly deeper. It didn't sound bad, just very strange, and it didn't match Chen Xiaoying's innocent and beautiful face. But overall, it was quite suitable, and she walked very upright and gracefully. Xiaoying, why don't I go instead? It's okay, since we're a team, it's my duty to do this little thing. Chen Xiaoying refused Yang Yujun's kindness and quickly put on the equipment. Very handsome. In her right hand, Chen Xiaoying held a sword. The sword was a whole head taller than her, measuring over 2 meters. Chen Wansheng recognized this sword. It was called the Crescent Moon Blade. The blade resembled a crescent moon, hence its name. He didn't know the name of this weapon, but judging from the faint purple glow on its surface, it was a symbol of purple equipment. Chen Xiaoying held the Crescent Moon Blade in her right hand, wearing a silver-white robe and armor that protected her hands and feet. The entire set was purple equipment, with no traces of blue equipment. Indeed, people from Jiangzhou were wealthy. Chen Xiaoying, dressed in full equipment, had the aura of a female general. They only saw her raise the Crescent Moon Blade and strike down. Swish! A faint red energy suddenly burst out from her body and rushed towards the surroundings. The 3 of them immediately felt a strong gust of wind blowing in front of them. Even Chen Xiaoying's robe fluttered up. Yang Yujun is accustomed to blocking his hair to prevent it from being blown around. He explained to the 2 people, this is the battle spirit triggered by Xiaoying's skill. Before they could chat too much, they saw Chen Xiaoying suddenly glare and leap more than 10 meters high. Even the ground beneath her feet was shattered. Chen Xiaoying suddenly rotated in the air, and red light emitted from her Crescent Moon Blade, as if it were steel that had been forged by intense heat, ready to explode or melt at any moment. Destroy! In the blink of an eye, she fiercely slashed towards the distant lake surface. Swish! The sound of the huge fiery red blade tearing through and incinerating the air could be heard as the blade directly cleaved towards the lake surface. Sizzle! Countless lake water evaporated and turned into white mist. The blade split the lake water in half, and the blade energy rushed into the lake bed. Bang! The underwater exploded like a massive explosion, and water splashed several meters high on the lake surface. They all saw the information bar pop up in their eyes, showing the monsters that were eliminated. The team successfully eliminated Big Crab Lord and obtained 3 gold coins. The team successfully eliminated Shrimphead Lieutenant and obtained 15 gold coins. The team successfully eliminated Clownhead Fish and obtained 5 gold coins. This slash directly cleaved into the lake bed, killing dozens of monsters. The splashing lake water turned into a drizzle that fell on everyone's faces. It must be said that Chen Xiaoying's skill was both cool and powerful. Chen Xiaoying fell back to the ground, holding the crescent moon blade as she walked back. How was it? Chen Wanxing didn't even have time to answer when he suddenly saw a huge whirlpool appear on the lake's surface. Yang Yujun looked at the commotion with a serious expression and said, "The monsters below have been provoked. There may be a boss appearing later." Before he could finish speaking, the whirlpool stirred up the lake water, and the names of countless monsters could be seen underground. Chen Wanxing saw the appearance of the pink name, Lord Level, and knew that a mini-boss had arrived. "Fatty, get ready to attack." Yang Yujun and Chen Xiaoying stood by and watched. It was their turn to observe the battle. The strength of Lin Yangjun would depend on how much shock this formation could bring them. The whirlpool grew larger and larger, until the huge crab almost stood on the surface of the river, and the number of monsters became clear. At least 300. Lord Level, Giant Crab Lord Pincers, HP, 35,000, Strength, 366, Spirit, 120, Agility, 168, Defense, 500. This boss monster was much stronger than the Goblin boss monster. It had a base defense of 500, and its HP was not low either. Classmates, let me ask again, can you handle it? Otherwise, we can all take action to solve it quickly. The advantage of this crab is its high defense. Our attacks have been easily blocked several times by it. It has recovery skills, and its only means of attack is its giant pincers. If you can't handle it, we can still quickly solve the problem together. Yang Yujun kept nagging on the side, and Chen Wanxing became impatient. Fatty, take action. Got it. Lin Yangjun controlled the thunder formation with his mind, and the purple thunderclouds in the sky began to surge rapidly. Boom! In an instant, thunder and lightning shot straight at the boss monster, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. This attack, combined with the buff and the first thunderstorm passive, dealt a solid damage of minus 3,830, without any defense reduction. The 500 defense was completely ignored under the Tai Chi Thunder art. This level 1 Lin Yangjun lost 3,000 HP in just one hit. Not only that, after the purple thunder struck down, a black electric ball appeared on the boss crab's body, and lightning shot out in 5 directions. Instantly, 5 minions died. Shen Ge, I leveled up. Seeing the private message, Chen Wanxing quickly replied, allocate attribute points and try another strike to see if it works. Okay. Lin Yangjun quickly allocated his attribute points to Spirit. The enraged boss-level crab and the elite monsters under its command and other small monsters began to surge onto the shore, preparing to attack. He didn't have much time, so after allocating the points, he immediately struck with the second thunder. 3830, minus 3,830. After the second purple thunder fell, not only did 5 chain monsters die, but a total of 10. According to Chen Wanxing's previous thoughts, the chain targets of Yin Lei can be repeated. In order to achieve the effect of 1 chain 2, 2 chain 3, and 3 chain 1, you must attack all 123 targets. But the purple Sky Divine Thunder formation can only strike 1 unit at a time, causing only 5 chains. So why are there 10 chains on the field? Because of Thunderstorm. In the explanation of Yin Lei's skill, it states that your thunder attacks will come with Thunderstorm and chain effects. That's the most important reason. Does Thunderstorm count as one of Lin Yangjun's thunder attacks? If it does, then the first skill damage caused when it strikes will trigger a chain. Thunderstorm will also trigger a chain when it is activated. That's why there are 10 chains. If those small monsters were strong enough, it wouldn't be 10 chains. As long as you have Thunderstorm on you, you will trigger a chain. Of course, this chain cannot be self-chained. Once the health is enough, how many people will be chained by these 2 thunder strikes? Because the chain will also trigger Thunderstorm, and Thunderstorm will also trigger a chain. Chen Wanxing felt like he was being confused. He looked at the damage caused by the skill, still close to 4,000 health, and the Lord Crab's health decreased by nearly 8,000. Some of the damage was affected by Thunderstorm. When Thunderstorm is triggered, it will cause 50% damage to the damage received this time, but Thunderstorm belongs to his innate skill, so it will cause 100% true damage. Chen Wanxing looked at the decrease in health, and the damage didn't change much, so he directly ordered the fatty, strike. Don't add any points for now, just kill them all. Understood. Boom. As the purple thunder continued to fall from the sky, even the Lord Crab with only 35,000 health couldn't withstand it. 3830-3830, minus 3,830, 3830. Every other Lin Yangjun's purple thunder would cause a thunder burst on the Lord-level crab. Because the health of the small monsters was too low, they couldn't bounce back the chain, so Thunderstorm needed to be reactivated. When the 5th purple thunder struck, the shell of the Lord-level crab turned red. Its health was almost depleted. Yang Yujun recognized what it was doing at a glance. Classmate, quickly deal with it. If we don't solve it in 3 minutes, its health will be restored to half, and its defense will increase. But before she could say much, 2 more thunders struck. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of seafood, and the Lord-level crab was already lying on the ground before it even had a chance to use its skill. There were still hundreds of scattered small monsters on the lake. Yang Yujun and the two goddesses were stunned. They had been grinding against this crab for a full 10 minutes yesterday, so how could it die in less than 3 minutes today? With 35,000 health, they could clearly see the rapid decrease in its health. What's going on with this thunder? Why does it seem like it doesn't care about its defense at all? And each strike causes such outrageous damage. Lin Yongjun didn't know what they were thinking. He had just killed these monsters and had already reached level 5. He sent a private message to Chen Wangsheng. Brother, I'm level 5 now. Chen Wangsheng immediately replied, don't worry about it for now. Adding attributes won't increase the damage of the formation. Just kill all the monsters first. Okay. Yang Yujun walked over from the side. Classmate, these small monsters, should I? No need, leave it to the fatty. It's a joke, this is experience. If you really let you kill them, how can the fatty level up? Chen Wangsheng looked at his almost full experience bar. He understood that he would soon reach level 10. After level 10, the second innate skill would appear. It was really exciting for him. His skill life power was really powerful for self-enhancement, and the auxiliary effect was not bad. But compared to the lightning swirling around the fatty with every move, it was really too small in scale. I always feel like my profession with a lifespan of 900 million is not really a support profession, right? How come fighting feels like slacking off? Just adding a buff and it's done. But thinking about the name of my profession, it really is quite relaxing. The Immortal of Life, I should call myself the relaxing immortal. Just sitting here watching everyone work hard, and I'm responsible for living until the universe explodes, right? Chen Wangxing just hopes that level 10 can have some powerful skills, with a greater impact and bigger special effects. Boom! Boom! Lin Yongjun doesn't hesitate to bestow the purple thunder. The hundreds of small monsters don't even have the courage to move forward. As long as they walk in the front, they will be inexplicably electrocuted. They seem to know that they can't defeat the people in front of them and are ready to run back into the vortex. On the surface of the lake, the small monsters swarm and run towards the back, with thunder chasing after them. It seems that the commotion has attracted the attention of other monsters under the lake. Countless ripples begin to appear on the surface of the lake, as if an earthquake is happening beneath it. Classmate, can your formation hold up this time? Yang Yujun sees the commotion and knows that a fierce battle is about to happen, so she asks Chen Wangsheng. Chen Wangxing doesn't answer her, he just asks Lin Yongjun, Fatty, how many thunderbolts do we have left? 11. 11 thunderbolts, it should be enough to kill the boss, but there are too many small monsters, so it's probably not possible. Fatty, let's deal with the boss first. After he finishes speaking, the surface of the lake suddenly erupts with huge waves. There are 3 lord-level monsters and 1 boss. They have all appeared now. 3 huge creatures emerge from the lake. From their appearance, they are a lobster, a blackfish, and a strange snail. Boss monster, Lobster Commander, HP, 40,000, Strength, 594, Spirit, 199, Agility, 356, Defense, 600. The boss monster is the Lobster Commander. Its HP is not as high as the crab's, but it is clearly a strength-based monster, just like the crab. The blackfish and the strange snail next to it seem to be more inclined towards magic-type monsters with higher spiritual power. The boss with the highest HP among the 3 is still the commander, followed by the snail, and the fish is the last. In any case, none of them exceed 40,000. The lobster commander emerges from the bottom of the lake in an instant. Its body is not much different from a lobster, except that its 2 pincers are extremely huge. Just as Chen Wangxing is looking at the data, the lobster commander suddenly leaps up and smashes towards Lin Yongjun with its massive pincers. Fatty! Chen Wangxing can't help but shout, his body instinctively wanting to activate his divine form. Suddenly, Chen Wangxing notices a shadow beside him, swiftly rushing forward. What can be seen is the agile figure of a girl wielding a crescent moon blade. Chen Xiaoying. Dang! That giant pincer, which is several meters long, is actually directly deflected by the girl's blade. The sound of iron resonates in the air. Lin Yongjun, who is directly facing the giant pincer, is dumbfounded. When he saw that the huge red pincer was about to smash into him, a girl appeared in front of him and pushed him away. The girl bends down and exerts force, blocking with her blade. Ripples directly push back the lobster commander in front of the crescent moon blade. Chen Wangxing knows that there's no time to wait, so he quickly shouts, Fatty, what are you waiting for? Give it all you've got with electricity. Lin Yongjun snaps back to reality, realizing that he zoned out for a second and almost got into trouble. Looking at Chen Xiaoying blocking the attack with her crescent moon blade in front of her chest, he doesn't have time to thank her. Thunder, rise! Boom! Boom! The sky churns with purple thunder, countless thunder snakes gather power, ready to strike. Strike! Lin Yongjun doesn't hold back this time, if the same monster can only be struck once at the same time. Then, strike them all together. 3 purple thunder snakes bite fiercely towards the 3 bosses. Boom! 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 In 3 seconds, Lin Yongjun strikes towards the 3 bosses almost every second. The sky flickers several times during this period, as if the heavenly thunder is furious, like the wrath of the end of the world. Only 2 left. It's you! Lin Yongjun looks at the lobster commander, whose health is infinitely low and is still using skills to heal, while the other 2 bosses have already been reduced to ashes. Now, only it remains. Lin Yongjun raised his hand and directly struck the remaining 2 thunderbolts towards it. Boom! Minus 3830, -3830, minus 3830. The lobster prefect hadn't even realized what had happened before he fell onto the surface of the lake. The purple thunderbolt also killed the boss's minions on the scene, and they were quickly eliminated at an extremely fast speed. How many chain reactions can 3 purple thunderbolts produce at once? How do you calculate it? It's hard to say. Chen Wanxing only knew that each boss would receive at least 2 thunderstorms and 2 chain damage from the lightning. When the lobster prefect is damaged by the purple thunderbolt, it will chain the other 2 bosses and give them thunder explosions. Similarly, whether it's the black fish or the giant snail being struck, it will trigger the thunder explosions on each other and cause chain damage to the surroundings. In short, the lobster prefect will suffer 2 thunder explosions and 2 chain damage from each attack. At the same time, each thunderstorm will electrocute 5 nearby minions that are not chained, and the chain damage will also affect these 5 minions. In these short 3 seconds, the lobster prefect will accumulate a total of 6 thunderstorms, 3 purple thunderbolts, and 6 chain damage. This is just a rough estimate. It's not precise, because the other 2 bosses died halfway through the chain. Lin Yongjun's 2 extra thunderbolts, I don't know if it was because he struck too quickly and didn't pay attention, but they should have struck the minions. Now, the last 2 thunderbolts will successfully send the lobster prefect away. As the consumption of the purple thunder formation is exhausted, the thunderclouds in the sky quickly dissipate, and you can once again see the shining moon when you look up. Chen Wanxing looked at the remaining monsters on the surface of the lake. There were still many of them. Chain-killing monsters cannot trigger chain reactions, so even if these 2 thunderbolts strike perfectly, they cannot kill the remaining minions. However, after this wave of kills, Chen Wanxing's level has already surpassed level 10. Just as he was about to open the panel, Yang Yujun spoke up, "Classmate, since all the bosses have been eliminated, let me take care of these minions." You? Yang Yujun nodded. After seeing Lin Yongjun's terrifying damage, she really wanted to try it herself, but she couldn't find a reason to do so. Even Chen Xiaoying showed her usefulness at this moment. As the team leader, how could she slack off here? Chen Wanxing didn't understand what she was thinking. He just asked her, "Why do you always want to kill monsters? Are you afraid of others stealing your experience and drops? Killing monsters can earn more experience income. I'm asking if you really want to level up?" When Chen Wanxing casually mentioned it, Yang Yujun's expression changed slightly. She quickly checked her experience bar. Level 9. Just right, she leveled up to level 9. No, it seems that she won't be able to complete more than 3 nightmare level clears like this. Originally, including yesterday, she should have been able to complete her first nightmare level clear. It's just because she suddenly had the idea of a perfect clear, resulting in too much experience gained in vain. As long as she clears another nightmare level instance, she will most likely break through to level 10. Yang Yujun seemed to think of something, her face twisted in thought. Seeing that she didn't speak, Chen Wanxing said to Lin Yongjun, "Fatty, leave the remaining monsters to you." At this time, Chen Xiaoying also stood up, and with a wave of her long sword, a gust of wind blew. "I'll go with you." Although Lin Yongjun couldn't set up the purple thunder formation, his normal attacks still had a chain effect. At this point, he had already broken through from level 1 to level 7. Looking at the 50 attribute points and 5 skill points gained per level as a divine level profession, Lin Yongjun had already gained 300 attribute points and 30 skill points. Even if he allocated all of them to mental power, it had already far exceeded the mental power of his previous profession. Lin Yongjun didn't have time to deal with it earlier, but now he put on the purple equipment that he had stored in the warehouse. The purple equipment had a level requirement of level 5 and above, and he couldn't wear it at level 1. This was a purple equipment set prepared by the Lin Family Chamber of Commerce for Lin Yongjun. Originally, it was for the Thunder Mage, but now it could be used. Lin Yongjun held a golden angular staff in his hand, wearing a set of mage robes, but it looked a bit mismatched, not a specially crafted set. The mage hat he wore was dark green, and the mage robe was light blue. It looked like a makeshift mage outfit, very different from Chen Xiaoying next door. When Chen Xiaoying saw Lin Yongjun put on his equipment, she didn't hesitate to jump onto the lake's surface, her right hand already sticking the water exploration talisman. She stood on the surface of the lake, able to see a slight ripple separating the water from her feet, so she wouldn't fall into the water. Chen Wanxing watched Chen Xiaoying's actions and knew a lot about the water exploration talisman. He had previously thought that this thing was for convenient underwater activities, but it seemed to be able to isolate the lake water. Lin Yongjun didn't need to go over. He raised his staff and condensed steam thunder, swiftly electrocuting a small monster. In an instant, 6 small monsters were electrocuted into a mess. Chen Xiaoying was not inferior either. Seeing those small monsters running back to the vortex because of the death of their leader, she raised her crescent moon blade again in anger, and with one slash, she cleared a 10-meter long and 3-meter wide path. The small monsters melted and died the moment they touched the blade energy. Finally, the blade energy flew towards the center of the vortex and burst open, shooting out countless flames. Those flames burned to death hundreds of small monsters around. Chen Ge, that female classmate is so strong. This skill is cool and powerful. Lin Yongjun was amazed, but his attacks were not inferior at all. With each attack, he could kill 6 small monsters, quickly resolving the remaining enemies. The two of them cleared the monsters very quickly. After Chen Xiaoyin used her skill, the speed of clearing monsters obviously slowed down significantly, and she had to use her crescent moon blade for melee kills. Even if she slashed fast, she couldn't match Lin Yongjun's chain attacks. Chen Wansheng took the opportunity to open the panel and check the upgrade information. Name, Chen Wansheng, level, 10, class, Immortal of Life, God, unique, talent, immortality, unique, upgradable, note, not upgradable now, but can be upgraded in the future, upgrade conditions unknown. Skills, Eternal Life LV1, Life Force LV3, Ascension to God LV1, Life Control LV1, Life, 110,000, Skill Points, 34, Attribute Points, 50, Chen Wansheng's eyes lit up. It really was a new skill. The Intensity. Boundless Ocean, Chen Wansheng looked at the new skill Life Control. Life Control LV1, Life Control, within a circular area centered around you with a heightened radius of 100 meters, you can monitor all living beings and can perform inspection, shared life, shared death. Inspection, the dynamic behaviors of the living beings you inspect within the range will be predicted in advance, including the actions they use. All living beings inspected will immediately take effect the next time they enter the range. Shared life, the living beings you share life with will have any damage they receive within the range be borne by you. You will reduce the damage by 50% and use it to restore both parties. Shared death, the living beings you share death with will have any negative effects, such as states, damage, unknown curses, etc., that you receive be borne by the same living being. Note, the stronger the vitality of the living being, the brighter it is. Note, there is no limit to the number of targets for inspection, shared life, and shared death within the skill range. Shared life and shared death cannot take effect on the same target. Consumption, 1 hour of lifespan / 1 second, costs 1 skill point to upgrade. Chen Wansheng looked at it with a headache. Why do the more powerful professions seem to have more complicated skills? Is this new skill he obtained a blessing type skill? It seems like it needs to be continuously activated. His gaze directly fell on the consumption description, costing 1 hour of lifespan to activate the skill for 1 second. This is really daring to think. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't they be able to get a boxed meal in a few days? In fact, when Chen Wansheng obtained this divine profession, he had already thought about it. Why does all of this skill consumption rely on lifespan? Is mana completely useless? In fact, if we change our understanding, could this profession be about extending the limit of lifespan? It just so happens that I have the unique talent of immortality. It's not about having more of anything, it's about having more lifespan. But what about others? What if an ordinary person obtains this divine profession? Chen Wansheng sometimes wonders, maybe it's not that this divine profession lacks talent, but rather that his own talent is too powerful, making it impossible to replace the talent bestowed by the profession. Otherwise, it can't be explained why Fatty became a divine profession and his talent became the Tai Chi Thunder technique, while his unique talent remained unchanged. It can only be said that if he didn't have the talent for immortality, then perhaps this divine profession would have its own talent for obtaining lifespan. After all, it is about being immortal. Chen Wansheng carefully looked over the entire skill and after reading it at least 3 times, he fully understood how to use this skill. Life control my ass. Just be a blood thief, talking about life control all the time. I thought this skill was awesome. Chen Wansheng now firmly believed that his divine profession should be a divine support. How could there be such a disgusting skill? Look at the 3 uses. The first one is surveillance. For self-protection, to prevent ambushes. Life control is equivalent to having perspective within a radius of 100 meters around oneself, being able to clearly see every creature. Even stealth attacks are useless. The second use is to protect others from death, transferring all the damage they receive to oneself, while also receiving partial healing. The third use is probably the only means of attack. Same death. This skill is quite broken. Chen Wansheng couldn't quite understand what exactly the so-called negative included. If we assume that he uses same life on Lin Yongjun and same death on enemy 1, then this matter is very easy to understand. The damage received by Lin Yongjun from the attack would be 0, while Chen Wansheng would receive 50% of the damage, and at the same time, the enemy would also receive 50% of the damage. The real problem arises if the opponent is an enemy with high evasion and agility. Lin Yongjun can't hit him, so can he hit Chen Wansheng? In this case, whether it's Lin Yongjun himself or attacking Chen Wansheng, the damage would still affect the enemy. This skill description is a conceptual skill, without any weakening effects. For example, it doesn't mention how much damage the enemy receives or that the damage is shared among those with same life. It seems powerful, but in reality, it lacks style. Look at the Tai Chi Thunder user. wielding divine thunder to annihilate enemies. Even if it's slightly worse, look at Chen Xiaoying's epic profession, unrivaled crescent, a furious slash. And then look at oneself. Just fooling around? Use same life to protect teammates, use same death to disgust the opponent? Anyway, one has a lot of health and it replenishes every second. This usefulness seems quite profitable. But in the end, whether it's talent or divine profession, both are quite direct, related to lifespan in life. Fooling around seems to be the description of this profession. If one can't survive, what's the point of having a strong profession? Chen Wangsheng realized. The main core of this profession is to stay alive, and then comes the means of attack and offense. The skill life control firstly has a crisis warning, with perspective, surveillance, foresight, and marking. Not to mention same life and same death. These are the core skills. Life control is not without a cost. So, same life and same death mean control over life. In the eyes of outsiders, this is simply a skill that consumes life. It deducts lifespan every second, eventually leading to one's death. Can this be considered a divine skill? But you don't have the ability to be endlessly reborn, nor do you have immortality, so you don't understand the power of this skill. I die with you, but I won't die. Chen Wangsheng has already accepted the core ideology of this profession. The twisted part of life control lies not in surveillance and same life, but in same death. In the skill explanation, there is a term called unlimited targets. If the same death targets are 100 or 10,000, and at the same time, he receives the output from 10,000 enemies, then they would also receive the same amount of damage. This is the key to this skill. The true strength lies in how much control over life one has. Chen Wang looked at the skill points he had just upgraded. Without any hesitation, he clicked on the upgrade. Just like the vitality, it went from 1 point to 10 points, and then to 100 points. But the only change in life control was the skill range. It went from a radius of 100 meters to 200 meters, and at level 3, it was 500 meters. In other words, he could now monitor living beings within a 500-meter radius. Living beings should refer to things that have life, right? He was not clear about this point. In the time he was looking at the skill, the monsters on the lake had already been completely eliminated. Yang Yujun looked anxious beside him, but Chen Wang didn't know why she was in a hurry. As long as they killed these monsters, they would definitely clear the nightmare level instance. But if they wanted a perfect clearance, they still had to deal with the dragon. Don't be fooled by their simple clearance. In fact, these monsters were impossible for ordinary players below the rare level to defeat. Not to mention the rare level. The monsters here were almost on par with the rare level. To clear it, they had to face the epic level. At this level, there was a certain gap between the three-dimensional aspects of the rare level, plus the boost from equipment and skills. Killing monsters might be difficult, but not impossible. Just like the Lord Monster with 30,000 health, a single slash from Chen Xiaoying, who was at the epic level, could consume at least a few thousand. But at the same time, the Lord Monster's damage was painful, and if they were hit by all its skills, even an epic level profession would die quickly. Usually, they would need to prepare a large number of items for recovery. Chen Wang didn't think he needed to prepare because he considered himself invincible and never planned to do so, because no healing potion could heal faster than his passive regeneration, and if he encountered a monster that could kill him in one move, whether or not he carried potions would be meaningless. But now that he had life control, he indeed had more confidence in surviving. Without powerful offensive skills, he could just equip external skills, just like ascending to the divine rank. In any case, he wouldn't lose out. Chen Wang directly activated life control, as it consumed lifespan just like not activating it at all. He didn't care at all. After life control was activated, Chen Wang truly felt the uniqueness of this skill. He could clearly see a green light source within Yang Yujun's body, like countless particles swirling and floating around it. This energy body was about the size of 2 fists. He first used inspection on Yang Yujun to observe her movements. Yang classmate, raise your hand. Ha! Yang Yujun didn't understand. She had just been spectating and now she was being asked to raise her hand. Classmate, what do you mean? There's no meaning, just raise your hand, any hand will do. Yang Yujun didn't understand, but she instinctively raised her right hand. And then, Chen Wang didn't say anything. In the instant Yang Yujun raised her hand, he could feel that she was going to raise her right hand. It was an indescribable feeling, an instinctive intuition. Nothing, I just think your hand looks pretty. Classmate, what do you mean? Yang Yujun's face turned cold as she put her hand down, but a hint of blush appeared on her jade-like neck. After observing her, Chen Wang looked elsewhere. The trees in the jungle didn't show much change, but upon closer observation, he could see traces of green light within them. However, according to the skill, he should be able to monitor living beings within a 500-meter radius, which shouldn't require visual observation. Surveillance? Chen Wang closed his eyes, and in his pitch-black world, green light began to appear. There were many tiny particles in the dark surroundings, forming the terrain around him. Only 3 relatively large green light sources represented the 3 members of the team. Chen Wang could clearly sense that strange perspective, as if he could see the larger light source behind the trees. The green light source beside him had a marked eye, equivalent to inspection? He seemed to understand the purpose of this surveillance. With surveillance, he could obtain the positions of all living beings within a 500-meter radius. Inspection is specifically marked for, and equally useful is the ability to easily obtain feedback on the actions of the object being inspected. This is considered acceptable. Chen Wangsheng did not try anything else, as it is not appropriate to display it now, whether in life or death. The two walked back from the lake. Shengu, we're done, Lin Yongjun said on the surface, but secretly sent a private message. Shengu, I am already level 7, should I allocate my skills and attribute points myself? You make the decision. Chen Wangsheng didn't show any expression on the surface. Alright, you should still thank Chen Xiaoying, otherwise, if she hadn't stood in front of you and blocked that attack, you would probably have been in trouble. Lin Yongjun suddenly remembered this and said, that's right. He turned to Chen Xiaoying. Thank you, Miss Chen, thank you for blocking that attack for me. Although Lin Yongjun didn't single-handedly kill all the small monsters this time, his level should be close to level 8. It can't be compared to Gulin Shuyuan. The number of small monsters in each instance is different, so the experience gained naturally varies. Including the elite monsters and boss monsters in Gulin Shuyuan, there are more of them than here. Naturally, the experience gained is also more. Just like Chen Wangsheng, who didn't take any action, this time after he broke through to level 10, his experience bar increased slower than a snail. It seems that the experience gained from the monsters in the novice instances after level 10 is too low. Shouldn't you say it? How did Chen Shuesheng manage to block and rebound that kind of attack just now? Chen Wangsheng curiously asked. Well, Chen Xiaoying hesitated and didn't speak. Yang Yujun helped her out and said, then do you want to talk about how Lin Shuesheng manages to chain damage other monsters with each attack? Or how his damage seems to ignore defense? The damage he causes each time is extremely fixed and stable, which is non-existent for any profession. Of course it doesn't exist. Any profession that can cause real damage is beyond the norm in the entire profession circle. Once there is real damage, defense values and the like are all jokes. As for the issue of the monster's own damage reduction, at least these few bosses haven't seen it. Chen Wangsheng certainly couldn't tell her these things, even if they had already guessed. Unknown secrets always stir people up. Hee, since Chen Shuesheng doesn't want to say, I won't press him, and besides, that is Fatty's secret, how would I know? Chen Wangsheng directly waved his hands, pretending to know nothing. He cast the inspection skill on Chen Xiaoying and Lin Yongjun. This skill has no limit, so he directly buffed everyone related to him, very straightforward. Lin Yongjun shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to say. In this way, a single sentence made the scene silent. Yang Yujun pursed her lips and said, alright, now let's discuss the matter of the dragon. Right, how will my completion be calculated after I kill the monsters? Chen Wangsheng's sudden interruption made her grit her teeth and say, go to the center of the lake, there is a place at the mouth of the deep pool. After killing the monsters in the instance, a passage to leave will appear there. At this time, you don't want to leave, do you? Chen Wangsheng shook his head. No, I just find it strange. I haven't tried that way of leaving before. Then let's decide on a strategy. As long as we eliminate the dragon, we can achieve a perfect completion. Yang Yujun looked at herself. In that case, our mission will be completed. Strategy? Chen Wangsheng pretended to ponder. Yang Shuesheng, do you have any ideas? As long as we lure the dragon over, everything will be fine. Oh, in that case, let Yang Shuesheng lure the dragon, and leave the rest of Fatty after the monster arrives. Me? Hearing that Yang Yujun would lure the dragon, not only was she stunned, even Chen Xiaoying was dumbfounded. No, she's so beautiful, a girl, and you want me to lure the monster? And it's a level 30 boss. No matter how you look at it, Yang Yujun now finds this boy in front of her unpleasant. She paid such a high price to hire him, and now he wants the boss to lure the monster? Classmate, I have no problem luring the monster. Yang Yujun said with a cold face, but if something happens to me, you won't get paid. Chen Xiaoying, who was standing next to him, spoke up again, why don't I go? I'm good at swimming. Seeing her once again taking on the responsibility, Chen Wangsheng couldn't help but have a higher opinion of this girl. No need, let Yang go. She seemed eager to get involved when you guys were fighting monsters earlier. Maybe she got bored standing around for too long, so it's a good opportunity for her to have some fun with a monster. But, Yang Yujun clenched her clothes in frustration. She had never been treated like this before. Lin Yongjun just watched silently, not saying anything. What he had said earlier about protecting the beauty was just an excuse to level up by killing monsters. Now that Chen Gu had spoken, he couldn't possibly say anything. Chen Xiaoying volunteered again. Chen Wangsheng, I. Alright. Yang Yujun stood in front of Chen Xiaoying. I'll go, but I still want to say this, if anything happens to me, I hope you won't mind dealing with the aftermath. After saying that, she directly stuck the diving symbol on her hand and walked towards the lake without looking back. She turned around and put on a set of purple equipment. Chen Wangsheng immediately recognized it as a set of mage equipment. No wonder Chen Xiaoying always said I'll go. But it didn't matter, he had already blessed Yang Yujun with Tongxing just now. It was a good opportunity to experiment with her. Besides, he quite liked what Chen Xiaoying had said, so he decided to let this team leader do the experiment. Yang Yujun didn't waste any time and quickly leaped towards the center of the lake after putting on the purple equipment. The lake center was at least several miles away, and her skills wouldn't be enough to reach it. It seemed like he had to follow and take a look. It was crucial for his experiment. Seeing Yang Yujun's figure getting farther away, he looked at Lin Yongjun. Set up the formation, it's your turn to protect Chenggu. Chen Xiaoying blushed slightly, as if he had never heard such words before, but Lin Yongjun understood the meaning behind them. Chenggu, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Chen Wangsheng smiled. I have to take care of my god of wealth. After speaking, a huge flame appeared behind Chen Wangsheng. The flame began to take shape, forming a pair of wings. Blazing fire wings. In the astonishment of the two, the fire wings instantly spread out behind Chen Wangsheng, and the temperature around them rapidly increased. Whoosh! The blazing fire wings flapped, and the scorching heat blew directly onto their faces, making them turn red. Shen Gu! This is so cool! Chen Wangsheng might not have heard clearly what he said, as the blazing fire wings flapped and flames danced around him. He flew into the air, dozens of meters away. All that was left for the two was the fiery silhouette. Chen Wangsheng felt this kind of flying in the sky for the first time. It was quite marvelous. Maybe he wasn't very skilled at it in the beginning, but after trying to turn and rise, he became more familiar with the controls. His current panel attributes were Name, Chen Wangsheng, Level, 10, Class, Immortal Life, God, Unique, Talent, Eternal Life, Unique, Upgradable, Skills, Eternal Life LV1, Vitality of Life LV3, Ascending to God LV1, Control of Life LV3, Life, 110,000, Strength, 303, plus 170, 9,090, 30x buff increase, Spirit, 249, plus 15, 7,470, Agility, 225, plus 17, 6,750, Defense, 184 plus 5, Equipment, Heroic Battle Armor, Broken Light Staff, Goblin War Medal. Attribute points, 0, skill points, 23. The 50 attribute points he had just obtained were added to his strength and agility. The flying speed of the blazing fire wings was calculated based on his agility. With an attribute of 6,750, Chen Wangsheng didn't dare to fly at full speed. With just 1/10 of his speed, he was already flying at 100 meters per second. Chen Wangsheng flew 100 meters into the air and could clearly see Yang Yujun leaping towards the center of the lake at an extremely fast speed. Her speed was not slower than his current flying speed. If Yang Yujun was a magic class, her agility attribute shouldn't be this high. It seems that there are some tricks and good things. As expected, there are many secrets in this big place. The distance between the two is not far, and they will arrive in a few minutes. Chen Wangsheng can clearly see a special small flat heap in the distance from the sky. The view from the sky is the clearest, encompassing the entire lake. The lake water here is very clear and transparent, unlike their world, which is so turbid. He noticed this as soon as he arrived at the lake. Both the visibility and clarity of the water are very good. When the lake water reaches this condition, you will notice a characteristic. The deeper the lake, the less visible things are on the lake's surface, especially when viewed from above. The entire lake's surface appears dark, as if the lake bottom cannot be seen, and below is a deep sea abyss that can never be reached. Flying over from the lake shore, you can vaguely see something at the beginning. When approaching the center of the lake, the entire lake's surface appears very calm, as if entering the territory of some creature. Chen Wangsheng looked at the small flat heap in the distance, and from above, he could clearly see that it was only a small area of about 10 square meters. On top of it, there was a purple ripple wave that seemed similar to the entrance of a copy. This should be the exit that Yang Yujun mentioned. But the question is, why is this exit set here? You should know that this place is near the territory of the dragon. He could see that there was nothing around the lake's surface, only this small flat heap. Below this small flat heap is a protruding rocky mountain. Chen Wangsheng is now in a state of surveillance. He could still see some small green dots underwater just now, but now they have completely disappeared. He closely followed Yang Yujun to ensure that they would execute the same life state within range. Yang Yujun below did not notice that there was someone hiding above her head. Maybe she never looked up at the sky, after all. Her fiery red wings were like lights, and she would definitely notice if she looked up. Yang Yujun quickly arrived at the small flat island where they had come up yesterday. When they came here last time, after they had eliminated all the monsters and were preparing to clear the level, they found that there was a monster just below them under the sensing symbol. They quickly guessed that it should be the dragon mentioned in the nightmare mission. It was after this bold guess that Yang Yujun, for some reason, decided to give it a try. That's how the four of them almost perished here. Fortunately, she finally used the escape card to leave, otherwise they might not have been able to get out of this copy. Coming here again, even though she is a legendary profession and has seen many powerful people with her father. But they were all protected by someone, and here, she had to face a monster 20 levels higher than her, a dragon, alone. Yang Yujun knew that she had no way out. She just quietly pondered the last minute on the small flat island. Behind her was the way to clear the level. This was supposed to be the important reason for her coming to Jiangshi City, at least to clear the nightmare level 3 times or more. Now, if she left, she could complete it once immediately. But her experience bar was not enough to clear the nightmare copy 2 more times. The reason for all this was because of the announcement of the perfect clearance of the copy. If she hadn't heard it, she wouldn't have had the idea to try. She had read countless copy strategies left behind, and everyone warned not to touch the content of the nightmare mission. But right in front of her, a student who had a worse background, talent, and family than her, had achieved a perfect clearance together with someone else. At that moment, she felt that it was not unattainable. She also understood the horror of the nightmare mission because of her previous attempt. Yang Yujun looked at the calm lake surface around her. This was the territory consciousness of the monster, and it was impossible for other monsters to enter here. The dragon was the master here. As for why they wouldn't be attacked proactively, she didn't know. It was time for her to go down. Now she could only trust those 2 people. Yang Yujun made up her mind and took out props from her warehouse to use. Pills, potion bottles, and some buff cards. There were about 10 different kinds. 3D, life, defense value, various external resistances, reductions, and other buffs. She seems prepared for a decisive battle. For her, it is indeed a decisive battle, because she has to lure the dragon to the lake several miles away alone, which is already very difficult. Her profession has no role to play in this task. Chen Wangsheng, you deserve to die. Yang Yujun cursed silently in her heart. If the other party can't deal with the dragon later, she will definitely make this guy work as a cleaner in her house. At this moment, Chen Wangsheng was right above her, and he could see all of Yang Yujun's movements. This girl is really extravagant. These many props must have cost a lot of money, right? Can you move faster? I'm getting anxious for you. Yang Yujun prepared everything. She summoned her staff, which was a golden quality staff. Just as she was about to go into the water, the entire lake's surface began to shake violently. This movement could actually cause the entire lake's surface to ripple intensely, as if there was a huge creature moving underwater. The mountains on both sides were also trembling, as if there was an earthquake. But how is that possible, an earthquake? Chen Wangsheng could clearly feel it the most from above. The entire terrain below was moving. Especially the surging lake water was pounding against the cliffs on both sides. I see it. I see it clearly. Chen Wangsheng widened his eyes. There was an extremely large green light source. How big is it? He could see it clearly from the sky. If he had to describe it, it was as big as Jiaoping Island. If there were no mistakes, the dragon is now underneath this. Yang Yujun also noticed the source of this abnormality, and there was no possibility other than the dragon. She quickly retreated hundreds of meters from the small island. As the lake's surface churned more and more, the water on both sides kept pounding repeatedly. Finally, with a loud noise, an incredibly huge black shadow emerged from the lake, entwining the small island. Chen Wangsheng flew in the air, and now he could see very clearly that the huge green light source was inside the dragon. Does this represent the dragon's lifespan? He looked at the huge snake body in front of him. The body alone was several tens of meters long, not to mention how big it was. The dragon had horns, and Chen Wangsheng could see the straight horns on its head, which was his opportunity to transform into a dragon in the future. The dragon is not a traditional dragon, the kind without horns. No need to argue. The dragon broke through the water, and its 2 claws tightly grasped the flat island below. Its gaze fell on Yang Yujun, who was holding a staff hundreds of meters away. Are you here to provoke me again today? Its first words made Yang Yujun furrow her brows slightly. On the other hand, Chen Wangsheng in the sky was stunned. What does it mean by again? What exactly does this dragon mean? Its words seemed to carry memories from yesterday. Chen Wangsheng suddenly remembered the monsters in the Korin tree garden, as if one of them had also spoken to him in a similar tone. However, it was quite normal for creatures like lords to speak. Only that one leader monster's warning tone was a bit strange. Now that he thinks about it, it's a bit strange. Chen Wangsheng looked at the situation below. Why hasn't Yang Yujun made a move yet? He looked at the display on the dragon's head. Special monster, dragon, level 30, HP, 300,000, strength, 899, spirit, 1246, agility, 672, defense value, 1200. The 3 dimensions are very strong. It is indeed outrageous for them to face a monster with all 3 dimensions above 500. The attributes of the just now monster only broke 500 in a single aspect. Now they are facing a monster with all 3 dimensions above 500. And the special attributes have already exceeded 1000. If it were a skill, I wonder if Yang Yujun can withstand it. The dragon seemed to see that Yang Yujun had no intention of communicating, so it continued, I am different from those puppets. If you humans continue to act like this, I will make sure you have no way back. Human, this time I sensed the familiar energy from you. Your potential is outstanding among humans. Yesterday's attack was quite impressive, but if you want to challenge me, it's not enough. I have no intention of being an enemy to humans. I have been diligently cultivating to become a dragon and have no interest in getting involved in your realm. Please do not come again. The dragon wanted to leave after speaking, but at that moment, the sky shimmered with gold, even the moon retreated slightly. It seems that you know about the realm. Yang Yujun's face turned cold as she raised her staff high, radiating a strong brilliance. The dragon stopped and looked at Yang Yujun again amidst its coiling serpent body. Human, Are you sure you want to provoke me? Even if you escape this time, I will do everything to kill you. It looked up at the golden sky. Although you have such skills, how much power can you exert now? Yang Yujun sneered, then try it. She immediately activated her skill. Sun God's flame, the dazzling yellow sky instantly burned, turning from golden to fiery red, and an unknown sun appeared in the sky. The radiant light was blinding. Boom! With a loud noise in the sky, the sun in the sky sent a scorching flame directly at the dragon. Yang Yujun unleashed her skill, ready to escape at any moment. She had tried it yesterday. This skill couldn't kill the dragon. As expected, the dragon's 300,000 health points were reduced by 1,000 per second under the continuous burn, consuming over 10,000 health points. However, the sun had disappeared, and the sky was once again covered in darkness. Chen Wanshan watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity of the legendary profession. If this were an ordinary lord boss, it would have been severely damaged or dead by now. Unfortunately, the dragon had a defense value of 1,200, and without true damage or armor penetration, it was impossible to deal much damage. But what he thought of, Yang Yujun had already thought of. Who would believe that there was no bonus with a golden weapon in hand? Maybe the weapon couldn't deal true damage, but there must be some degree of armor penetration. Besides, the purpose of doing this was to mess with the dragon's mentality, not to expect to kill it. It had to be said that it was very effective. The dragon was so irritated that its voice became hoarse. Human! I will devour you. Seeing the situation was not good, Yang Yujun knew the bait had taken the hook and turned to run. The dragon was very fast, relentlessly pursuing her. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, the difference in speed meant that a few seconds later, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Yang Yujun. However, Yang Yujun, with her agility attribute, quickly dodged it and jumped onto its snake head, raising her staff and launching a scorching fireball. 521. Insulted by this, the dragon raised its claw, and the entire lake water began to gather in its hand, forming a water ball several meters in size. Seeing this, Yang Yujun felt uneasy and immediately started to run, but the water ball was too big, and now the lake was the dragon's territory, so she was somewhat restrained. 2 water balls came towards her, and she quickly evaded them at the fastest speed. Fortunately, she escaped unharmed, but the collision between the water balls and the lake water created huge waves that knocked her down. She had no choice but to quickly get up. The dragon saw that its water balls had little effect. It couldn't hold back any longer. Human! Don't think I don't know. You came alone this time, aren't you leaving other tricks on the shore? You want to run so badly, afraid that you want to conspire with your teammates on the shore to ambush me? Hiss, do you think I don't know? I have given you a chance, but since you've torn your face like this, I will kill you first. When your other teammates come looking for you, I will kill them all. Unfortunately, I've heard that human flesh is delicious, but it seems I won't be able to experience it. After saying that, the dragon broke through the water surface from the lake. Let me show you the difference between humans and dragons. In an instant, the world changed, and the previously calm sky began to fill with dark clouds. When Yang Yujun heard what the dragon said, her face had already started to change. I didn't expect the Gelome to guess this plan. It's not like those monsters that only know how to attack. It actively seeks them as targets. Not only that, the Gelome even knows about the boundary. Is this something that a boss monster should know? Yang Yujun has many questions in her mind, but now the most important thing is to escape. Will she die here? Use the escape card? She feels that the lake seems to be changing, and she is now using all her strength to escape, but it feels like she's walking uphill. She looks ahead and sees that the lake's surface several miles away is actually rising. Even all the surrounding lake water is wrapping around towards the center of the lake. What is this? Human! You can't run away. Experience the surging flood. Yang Yujun is stunned there, looking at the lake water in front of her rapidly turning into violent waves. It feels like a tsunami. She can't run. Even if she uses the water exploration talisman to enter the water, she still can't escape. Her speed in the water will be slower, and she won't be able to escape because her movement will be restricted. She has to use the escape card. But the Gelome. No, the Gelome won't come to the shore. We can only go to the center of the lake to kill it, otherwise we won't be able to escape from this instance. Looking at the increasingly exaggerated lake surface, she finally can't bear it. She has to leave first. If she loses her life here, then no one will be able to leave. She looks at the triumphant look of the Gelome. Without any hesitation, she takes out the escape card from her inventory. The Gelome seems to have been waiting for this moment. Confirmation is required when using items, even if it's just for a second. It's enough time for the Gelome to react. Human! You're seeking death. The Gelome's figure quickly moves like an arrow on the water surface, rushing towards Yang Yujun at an extremely fast speed. In this second, it must kill this person. Yang Yujun didn't expect the other party to calculate this moment as well, but it's already too late. Now she either teleports away or the other party will severely injure her. With the other party's three-dimensional perception, this is almost 100% death. She grits her teeth and goes all out. But the Gelome has already broken through the water, and its huge claws are attacking her. Yang Yujun is too nervous to press the use button. Dead. The claws pierce through her body, tearing her apart as if tearing a person into pieces. The Jellone's vertical pupils show a pleased expression, but it hasn't even had a chance to laugh. A familiar claw mark unexpectedly tears open on its body. The Jellone immediately lets out a fierce roar. Am I dead? Yang Yujun is stunned, her pupils dilated, her mind filled with the image of the huge claw. Suddenly, a ball of blazing fire falls from the sky like a shooting star. Boom! A golden staff directly strikes the top of the Jellone's head. The force directly smashes the Jellone into the lake bottom like a stone, causing the powerful wind that was gathering the lake water to instantly disperse in all directions. Yang Yujun's vision is obscured by the water splashed up by the strong wind. She can't see who made the move, but she hears a familiar voice. Reptile, my lucky charm, did you say kill? You! As the strong wind blows away the scattered drizzle, Yang Yujun sees the face behind the divine wings. She shows a surprised and delighted expression. Chen classmate? How did you? But just as she was about to say something, she searches the unsettled lake surface for the figure of the Jellone. Chen Wanxing sees her speaking and looking around, immediately understanding what she is looking for. Yen classmate, no need to look, it's down there. After saying that, Chen Wanxing points to the bottom of the lake, but nothing can be seen. Down there? Yang Yujun looks down at the lake bottom, but doesn't see anything unusual. However, after a few seconds, the entire lake surface surges again. Under the lake water, a huge snake body appears. The Jellone wasn't knocked unconscious, it appears in a direction about 100 meters away from the two of them. The Jellone is disoriented from the blow. How much blood did it lose in just those few seconds? It clearly remembers that its claws attacked that female human, but the claws passing through her body didn't cause any damage at all. Instead, in the next second, its body was suddenly injured by the claws. This time, the amount of life lost was very little, only about a few thousand. But the pain of being torn apart by the giant creature made it unable to react for a moment, and it howled in pain. Before it could see clearly, it felt its head being struck by a heavy weapon weighing millions of pounds, and instantly its entire head smashed towards the bottom of the lake, followed by its body sinking. This attack reduced its health by a whopping 20,000 points. It was terrifying. How could someone here inflict such high damage on itself? When the dragon emerged from the bottom of the lake, it didn't dare to approach the two figures above. It looked at the male human in front of it, who had a pair of wings flapping with flames and held a staff emitting a golden light. The dragon could clearly sense that these were the skills of this human. Whether it was the wings or the golden staff, they seemed to be the same skill, emanating from the same source of energy. Human, who are you? Even though the dragon already had thoughts of retreat, it still steadied its voice and asked. Chen Wanxing activated his divine wings and shot out. Without wasting words, he attacked first. Whoosh! His entire figure suddenly appeared under the dragon's head, moving so fast that there was no time to react. The dragon's agility was nowhere near his own. It was like a car crushing an ant, a direct hit. The dragon could only see a flash, and Chen Wanxing swept sideways with his staff. The immense power sent the dragon flying towards the cliff on the left at an unimaginable speed, and the tremendous impact caused the dragon's body to sink into the mountain for dozens of meters. Yang Yujun was scared and covered her mouth. What is this? This attack was even more fierce than before, consuming nearly 30,000 health points. Currently, Chen Wanxing had activated the skills of Vitality, Life Control, and Ascension Form 1 and 2. Life Control had already been executed on Yang Yujun, while Life Control had been executed on the dragon. Both had been inspected by him. After activating Ascension Form 1, his original silver staff turned into a golden staff, with a 30% armor penetration and defense penetration. In Ascension Form 2, every time he approached the dragon, he could potentially inflict a significant burn as a mage, but it had a limited range and required close proximity. With his current strength combined with the attack conversion of the staff, one strike could cause over 16,000 damage to a monster without any defense. The staff had a 50% chance of inflicting a devastating blow, and the Divine Wings burn caused over 7,000 damage. Almost all of the triggers just now resulted in nearly 30,000 damage with just one strike. Due to the lack of death data, the calculation does not include the damage the dragon suffered from the terrain and other factors. It's roughly that much health. Now the dragon only had over 230,000 health points left. It had to be said, it was quite tanky. If you were to ask what the biggest difference between monsters and humans was, it would be that humans could wear various armor and equipment, while monsters could only rely on their bodies for defense. Health points were the advantage of monsters. Seeing this, Chen Wanxing didn't give any breathing room and turned into divine fire, charging towards the dragon. At this moment, the dragon finally stopped talking nonsense and clearly felt Chen Wanxing's power. If this continued, it wouldn't even have a chance to cultivate and transform into a dragon. It might die right here. In an instant of clarity, it dove into the lake, trying to take advantage of the terrain to escape. Judging from the opponent's skills, the opponent had the advantage in both land and air, and it was not its home turf up there, so it had to go underwater. But the dragon seemed to have not understood one thing. That was, it was too slow. Just as it entered the water, Chen Wanxing's golden staff arrived. Bang! This strike directly hit the dragon's body and the mountain. With over 9,000 attribute points, this strike shattered half of the mountain. If it weren't for the data, just this strike alone could have maimed the dragon. But unfortunately, the data only reduced the dragon's health by over 20,000, and by now the dragon had less than 100,000 health. The dragon felt its health rapidly decreasing and knew that escaping was useless. In that instant, the dragon almost changed its method to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! The dragon emerged from the water beside with a loud noise, opening its mouth wide and biting towards Chen Wansheng's back. If it were faster, it might have scared others. However, Chen Wansheng had the power of observation. As soon as he made a change, he could feel the dragon's movements behind him. He swung his staff and struck in midair. The dragon's mouth and head were hit by the staff again on the mountainside. Humans, let's negotiate. Chen Wansheng smiled and said, "Alright, give me the dragon pearl, then you can die, and we can talk about it." The dragon, hearing that it was about to give away its most precious possession, refused. Impossible, change the condition, something that humans like, treasures. Oh, do you have treasures? The treasures that you humans use, I don't have, but I do have some nice-looking stones. Then there's nothing to talk about. Chen Wansheng didn't hesitate at all and swung his staff towards the dragon's head. This time, the dragon reacted and extended its claws to defend. With the power of observation, Chen Wansheng already knew its movements, but he had no intention of changing direction. Clang! The dragon thought its claws could withstand the attack, but the two forces were not on the same level. There was only a slight sound of friction from the staff, and the claws were instantly pushed back. The dragon took a solid hit. Kid, since you're so insistent, I won't let you off easy either. It seemed that the dragon already knew there was no negotiation with Chen Wansheng. Its whole body began to change, and the originally shiny black scales now had a faint blue shadow. It plunged into the water, causing the entire lake's surface to churn. Chen Wansheng watched as the dragon dived into the water and swiftly swam around. A huge whirlpool appeared in the lake, and when the dragon reappeared, its entire body had transformed into a deep blue color with faint energy ripples. Its claws tightly gripped the water, and two water tornadoes, tens of meters high, formed around it. Countless water from all directions began to gather towards the dragon's head, forming an incredibly large blue water sphere. Chen Wansheng watched without interrupting the dragon's display this time. The previous attacks were too fast, and the dragon couldn't use its skills. This time, he let it go. Human, experience the pain of loss. Just when he thought everything was prepared for himself, the water tornadoes attacked Yang Yujun, who had already retreated 100 meters away. Chen Wansheng saw this situation and felt that he had been deceived. Yang Yujun in the distance didn't even react, and the water sphere, at least tens of meters in size, along with the two water tornadoes, came towards him at an extremely fast speed. Why are you fighting each other? Why are you attacking me again? She had just placed the retreat talisman, but now, it was too late. The immense water energy engulfed Yang Yujun, the intensity no less than being hit by millions of pounds of water force. The dragon saw its plan succeed and opened its mouth, ready to laugh. Suddenly, a force of gravity pressed down on its head, instantly pushing it towards the water. This feeling was different from being beaten, but it was very familiar. It deducted thousands of health points. Chen Wansheng stood by, experiencing the same thing. His health points were also deducted by thousands, but only for a second. Plus 110000, Chen Wansheng replenished his life force. It's time to end this. Form 3, Ascend God. Form 3, Ascend God. Chen Wansheng activated Form 3 of the Ascend God ladder, a mode that consumed 100 mana points per second. At the moment of activating Ascend God, a divine light fell from the sky. Chen Wansheng bathed in the radiance, and the original golden staff turned into fragments of light in front of him. In the divine light, the golden staff transformed into an indistinct golden weapon, but it could be recognized as a meter-long sword. Is this that heavenly god blade? The golden sword couldn't be described in appearance, it was simply a golden energy body, but it gave off a feeling that attracted him to hold it. Chen Wansheng held it in his hand, and suddenly the blazing divine wings behind him transformed into energy wings like sharp blades. He didn't notice that his face had also changed. His eyes emitted a golden light, and golden inscriptions appeared on both sides of his temples. The dragon had emerged from the lake countless times, but this time, when it saw Chen Wansheng's transformation, it didn't say a word and fled into the water. Chen Wansheng held the divine blade of the heavens and chased after it with the divine wings. He was faster than the dragon, flying alongside it above the lake. However, he swung the divine blade of the heavens downward towards the lake, and a red-hot wave of flames instantly hit the dragon's body. SSSSS. The dragon stopped tumbling in pain, its mouth emitting a piercing cry. Chen Wansheng didn't hesitate, he knew the copy should be over. The divine blade of the heavens in his hand slid at the fastest speed, and the flames continued to appear, engulfing and burning everything around. Even if the flames were swallowed by the lake water, countless bubbles would appear, accompanied by the sound of extinguishing fire. The range of the flames was only 5 meters, but when Chen Wansheng swung it for the 10th time, it expanded to 15 meters. The lake water couldn't extinguish this sacred flame. The dragon was pierced by the flames, and golden flames ignited on its body. Judgment, defense reduced by 30%. However, at this point, the dragon's HP was less than 50,000, and its state had gradually become frenzied. Several times during the battle, the dragon tried to use skills to increase its defense and restore its health, but no matter what it did, its HP continued to drop rapidly. The flames carried 50% true damage conversion, although the damage caused after losing the attribute of a stick was limited to just over 20,000 per hit. But this damage was real and deducted every second, like an instant kill. The dragon couldn't bear it, and when its HP dropped to the last 20,000, it unexpectedly attacked itself with its claws. Human, you have caused my death with divine power. I will use this opportunity to break free and transform into a true dragon. It took out a red blood bead from its chest. A drop of golden blood condensed at the right angle of the dragon and flew towards the blood bead. At this moment, the desperate dragon wanted to forcibly transform into a dragon. This kind of transformation was not only extremely dangerous, but also almost impossible to succeed. Such a level of transformation required countless opportunities in cultivation to have a chance of promotion. The dragon's actions were undoubtedly seeking death. Chen Wanxing didn't care what it wanted to do now, but the dragon pearl had already appeared. The blood-colored bead displayed dragon pearl, and the drop of blood displayed pseudo-dragon true blood. Wow, it's red? Chen Wanxing was excited, and the divine blade of the heavens in his hand continued to attack. Waves of flames directly slashed towards the dragon, and with its current HP, it couldn't withstand even a single wave of flames. But unexpectedly, the flames couldn't penetrate the dragon pearl and damage the dragon. Seeing this, the dragon couldn't help but sneer, "I will sacrifice myself. Now the dragon pearl will absorb all my vitality and undergo transformation. At the same time, it will protect me until the dragon transformation ceremony begins." Sure enough, Chen Wanxing could see the huge green energy inside the dragon rapidly disappearing, and it was floating towards the dragon pearl. "Ha, kid, if you want to kill me, you have to shatter this dragon pearl. But now that the dragon pearl has absorbed my 1,000 years of life, without a sacred object, you can't stop me from transforming into a dragon." Chen Wanxing stopped his attack and inexplicably watched the development of this story. After the dragon pearl absorbed the 1,000 years of life, a long blood bar appeared on it. Dragon pearl, HP, 100 million. No, sacrificing 1,000 years of life can actually give the dragon pearl 100 million HP? Then why can't I exchange my many years of life for HP? Chen Wanxing helplessly looked at the dragon, which had very little life left, and asked, "Little dragon, do you have a great chance of transforming into a dragon now?" The dragon sneered, "I would rather die in the process of transforming into a dragon than die from your humiliation. When will you start the dragon transformation? The dragon ball will help me. When the heavenly calamity arrives, you all may die under its impact." Chen Wanxing heard this and asked in response, "So you want to kill us?" The dragon became angry and cursed, "It was you who disturbed my cultivation first." "Well, it seems to be the case. I have been cultivating for 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. With this fake dragon horn, I can have a chance to become a real dragon after another 1,000 years of cultivation. But you humans have provoked me time and time again. I have already agreed with my clan not to get involved in the realm, but you humans are so despicable." Hearing this, Chen Wanxing confirmed that this dragon was different from other boss monsters. "Clan? Where is the clan it mentioned? I haven't seen it summon any minions after fighting for so long. And what is this realm that both the dragon and young Yujun seem to know about? What exactly is the realm? You say you have a clan, but we have been fighting for so long and I haven't seen any other members of your clan. Are you lying to me?" The dragon roared angrily, "Why would I lie to you? I just had the opportunity to come to this realm. It takes at least 1,000 years of cultivation in my clan's territory to transform into a dragon, but here I have the power of 1,000 years of cultivation after only 100 years. What do you mean?" Chen Wanxing didn't understand and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. Was this place created? Were you summoned here? What is the realm? How long have you been here? He knew that the dragon had a very small chance of successfully transforming into a dragon, but it was even more difficult to attack the dragon ball. So now he wanted to get more real information about the world. Could it be that the dungeon was not really a dungeon, and the monsters he encountered were not just data, but real creatures from another race? Could the realm be the world of other races? He had never come into contact with this knowledge before. He wanted to get some truth about the world from the dragon, but he suddenly noticed the dragon struggling. "What's going on? What is happening to me?" It writhed and frantically searched for the reason for its body's condition. Finally, its vertical pupils looked at the dragon ball with unwillingness. "Why are you still absorbing my lifespan? Could it be that 1,000 years of lifespan is not enough to activate the transformation into a dragon? Is all of this fake?" Chen Wanxing didn't understand what he was saying, but he looked at the tiny green dot inside the dragon's body, flickering in a weakening manner. The transition between light and darkness, this meant that its lifespan was running out. The dragon's body suddenly fell onto the water surface, and its vertical pupils continued to gaze at the dragon ball, until a heavy drowsiness carried him away. The dragon's body sank into the lake and there was no movement, while the dragon ball fell from the air like a treasure without an owner. Chen Wanxing caught the dragon ball. He still hadn't figured out what had happened, why the dragon died, Was it due to natural lifespan expiration? Was it drained by the Dragon Ball? Before he could think too much, he felt a force taking the Dragon Ball away. Congratulations on completing the Nightmare level dungeon, Shrimp Head River. Your team has completed the Nightmare level dungeon perfectly. Your team will be announced in the area. Do you want to remain anonymous? No. Chen Mimi, how is your university in Jiangzhou? Chen Mimi, my dad told me that Jiangzhou city is very big, much bigger than our city, and that there are so many players that you can't count them with both hands. Is that true? Chen Mimi, do you not like to talk? Why don't you answer me? How many talented geniuses has your university produced this year? Lin Yongjun tried to start a conversation and talk about something, but Chen Xiaoying ignored him. She just stood by the lake, looking into the distance. The dragon, it was a real dragon. Can we really do it? They came from Jiangzhou for the purpose of clearing more nightmare-level dungeons, but she had never thought about completing them perfectly. In terms of the overall strength of the team, clearing nightmare-level dungeons was not too difficult. But yesterday, they almost died here. She thought that after experiencing a failure, Yu Jun would give up on the idea of achieving a perfect completion. I didn't expect that she would go to talk to Mayor Li that evening, hoping to team up with Chen Wanqing and them to complete a perfect clearance. Chen Xiaoying was worried. She had witnessed the power of the Gelong before, and if they didn't succeed today, it would not only be embarrassing, but also attract attention from the entire continent due to the difficulty of the punishment that would follow. She was not only nervous about the clearance, but also about the safety of Yu Jun. Her father had instructed her to protect her. Suddenly, Lin Yongjun pointed to the sky in the distance. Wow, why is the sun appearing? Chen Xiaoying looked at the dim red sun and knew what it was. It's Yang's skill. Yang's skill? Lin Yongjun was surprised. This skill seemed to be worse than his own. As the sun emitted a beam of light attacking below, a hot wind quickly swept up on the lake surface. The Gelong is appearing. We should get ready, I estimate. Before the two could finish speaking, they found that the lake water was actually receding like a tide, forming a huge reverse wave that seemed to be rushing towards the center of the lake. Chen Xiaoying grabbed her crescent moon blade and was about to rush over, but when she stepped into the water, she remembered that she no longer had a water exploration talisman. She looked at Lin Yongjun. Give me the water exploration talisman, I'll go save people. Lin Yongjun refused outright. No, you stay here with me, Shengu is over there, Yang won't have any problems. Give it to me. We have to listen to what Shengu says, stay here with me and trust Shengu. Seeing that Lin Yongjun had no intention of agreeing, Chen Xiaoying looked resolute and jumped directly into the water. But she had no idea that she couldn't stop the changes in the water. Sure enough, the lake water, which had just been shrinking inward, suddenly turned into a huge wave and surged towards them. Chen Xiaoying was also thrown out of the water onto the shore. But she didn't give up and continued towards the lake shore. Lin Yongjun was really afraid of her. He quickly grabbed Chen Xiaoying's hand. Don't make trouble, trust Shengu, and trust Yang. Chen Xiaoying remained calm. She turned her head and looked at her wrist that was being held. Let go, if you're not going to save people, can I go? If you go, you'll just cause trouble. Shengu is already taking care of Yang, do you want him to take care of two people at once? Lin Yongjun looked at her strangely. You were so smart before, why are you panicking at such an important moment? That's a Gelong, level 30. Yesterday, the four of us couldn't even consume 50,000 HP. Even if Chen Wanqing is powerful, it's impossible for him to do it. Compared to trusting Chen Wanqing now, I trust this fat guy in front of me more to be able to kill the Gelong. But this method requires the Gelong to actively enter the formation. Lin Yongjun knew he couldn't argue with her, so he changed his approach. Don't you think that Yang's methods might be enough to get her out of danger? Indeed, this sentence made Chen Xiaoying much more clear-headed. They had relied on the retreat card to escape yesterday, and there was no way Yu Jun would only have one of these things. Lin Yongjun seemed to sense that Chen Xiaoying's determination to save people had diminished, so he continued, stay here and watch, Shengu can fly, how could the Gelong possibly fly? Finally, Chen Xiaoying put away her crescent moon blade and hesitated as she looked at Lin Yongjun. You're right, I was too anxious. But at this moment, a loud noise came from the distant cliff, as if a great force had shattered the mountain. Boom! The two frowned and looked over, but had no idea what was happening. In less than a minute, they saw another strange sound coming from the sky, and a golden holy light shone down. A hot wind blew with ripples on the lake's surface. Is this also Yang's skill? Faced with Lin Yongjun's question, Chen Xiaoying shook her head. No, this definitely isn't. Then it must be Chenggu. Chen Xiaoying didn't say anything, but she was certain that Yu Jun had never mentioned this skill when they were strategizing as a team. Lin Yongjun became more convinced that Chen Wanqing had taken action, so he quickly ran to the beach. I'll set up the skill. Brother Chen's move will quickly attract the Gelong. Chen Xiaoying looked at him without saying a word, but before they could start expecting anything, they received a notification. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare level instance, Shrimp Head River. Your team has completed the Nightmare level instance perfectly. Your team will be announced in the area. Do you want to remain anonymous? We've completed it perfectly? Chen Xiaoying said, and Lin Yongjun was just slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. It was still Brother Chen, so it was easy to complete it perfectly? Lin Yongjun walked back to Chen Xiaoying's side, with a happy look on his face. See, I told you, with brother Chen here, there's no problem. Chen Xiaoying was still immersed in the fantasy of being unable to defeat the Zhelong yesterday. She really didn't react for a moment. Too sudden, too fast. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since Chen Wangsheng chased after Sister Yujun, and the Zhelong had a whopping 300,000 HP. Did he solve it all by himself? What profession was he exactly, to be so terrifying? She was stunned for a while, and Lin Yongjun was thinking whether or not to go over, but then he saw a golden light appear in the sky. The speed of that light was so fast that they could clearly see the person who was coming in just a few seconds. Brother Chen is back. Lin Yongjun looked closely, and Miss Yang is with him. Chen Xiaoying's eyes quickly looked towards Yang Yujun when she heard her name, and sure enough, the person who appeared in the sky at an extremely fast speed was the two of them. But what was strange was that Yang Yujun was being carried over. Just a few seconds later, Chen Wangsheng landed in front of the two. Yang Yujun quickly stood up and then walked to Chen Xiaoying's side with a slightly red face. The posture just now was seen by everyone, and she couldn't say anything to explain it. Brother Chen, we have completed the instance perfectly again, Lin Yongjun said. Chen Wangsheng just nodded and then looked at Yang Yujun, saying, the Zhelong Pearl has been taken by the instance, so this time our transaction is considered complete. Of course, Yang Yujun replied, pretending to be aloof despite her blushing expression. Chen Wangsheng didn't care about what she thought. This woman had just fainted under the Zhelong's attack, and almost drowned because the diving charm's time ran out. If he hadn't sacrificed himself, how could she still be here? Brother Chen, why did you carry Yang Miss back? Could it be? Lin Yongjun showed a sly smile, somewhat lewd. Before Chen Wangsheng could explain, it was Yang Yujun who hurriedly explained, classmate Lin, don't think too much. I just ran out of time for the diving charm, so I asked Chen classmate to bring me back. There were many doubts in that statement, and Chen Xiaoying couldn't help but ask, Sister Yujun, isn't the island we left still there? Why didn't you let Chen classmate leave you on the island and fly back? Isn't it too? Yang Yujun quickly covered her mouth. Xiaoying, it's better not to say too much. Chen Wangsheng didn't care about what they were doing. He only knew that the mission was successfully completed. In the instance just now, it showed that he killed the Zhelong, so his experience unexpectedly skyrocketed to level 11. The others probably didn't have much change. Let's go, it's time to end the instance and get the rewards. Do we all have to go to the center of the lake? Lin Yongjun asked. Yes, the exit is there, but they didn't explore. Lin Yongjun didn't finish his sentence, he only heard a slight cough next to him. Xiaoying, this is the diving charm for you. Chen Xiaoying was stunned, then looked at Yang Yujun in confusion. Then, Yujun's sister, you. The three of them couldn't help but stare at her. Yang Yujun's face turned red with embarrassment. Don't ask if there's a female lead, it's not considered yet, but women always have to be written about. Outside the Shrimp Head River instance, it had been over an hour since the team entered. Everyone wasn't too anxious, it was normal for things like this to take a little longer. Even waiting for a few hours wouldn't be too late, as long as there were no failure notifications. Many players in Shangjiang City are waiting for news. If they can complete 2 perfect clearances, both Chen Wangsheng and young Master Lin from the Lin family will be remembered in the history of Shangjiang City. This achievement will bring great success and fame to the players and the city's development. Everyone is looking forward to this becoming the second beginner's instance to be perfectly cleared. In the city office, Li Jingming stood by the window, looking towards Wangsheng Street. Cao Desan had talked to him a lot during this time. Whether or not the perfect clearance will be achieved this time, the perfect clearance of the Corinthian Tree Garden is a sure thing. Once the perfect clearance of the beginner's instance is reported to the higher-ups, it will surely cause a sensation. Then it will be reported to the higher authorities in Zhengzhou Longjing, and the whole daxia will know about Shangjiang City, a small city like this. Mayor Li Jingming is definitely delighted. Even if Chen Wangsheng didn't share much about the experience of perfect clearance, the perfect clearance is a real achievement. Just this alone has already received a lot of praise. Coupled with the assistance of the Shrimp Head River this time, regardless of whether or not they can obtain important information from Chen Wangsheng, as long as they can perfectly clear the instance, it will add a lot of glory to them. It's not just Chen Wangsheng and others who will be remembered in history, but also Mayor Li Jingming himself, who will rise to fame. Chief Inspector Gao, we have been talking for more than an hour. How long do you think it will take for them to clear the instance? Gao Desan smiled and said, it depends on the young heroes of Shangjiang City. Yang Yujun has already explained everything last night. Does Mayor Li still think that the core of the clearance lies with Yang Yujun? Li Jingming had already received all the information about the Dragon King last night. When he heard about the Dragon King, he remembered what the Big Snake had said. Perhaps the Dragon King was the ancestor of that Big Snake's clan. If they fail this time, the punishment will increase, and Shangjiang City will probably suffer. Before this thought could disappear, an announcement appeared in front of them. Area announcement. The nightmare level instance Shrimphead River has been perfectly cleared by the team of Chen Wangsheng, Yang Yujun, Chen Xiaoying, Lin Yangjun. Area announcement. Due to the perfect clearance of the nightmare level instance Shrimphead River by the team of Chen Wangsheng, Yang Yujun, Chen Xiaoying, Lin Yangjun, the nightmare level difficulty of this instance will be permanently closed. Area announcement. Due to special reasons, starting from today, all monsters in the instance Shrimphead River will have their attributes weakened by 30%, and the drop rate of items will increase by 10%. Li Jingming quickly turned around and met Gao Dishan's gaze. Both of them widened their eyes. More than an hour, and the Dragon King was killed? That's a boss with 300,000 HP. Just the three-dimensional aspect alone is enough to make countless talented newcomers not dare to try. And now it's cleared just like that? They really couldn't believe it. Let's go outside the instance. Okay. The two of them quickly left. The announcement of victory appeared, and all the players in Shangjiang City cheered and celebrated. Inside the city center, every player had an excited smile on their face. Damn! This student is amazing. The second perfect clearance. Shangjiang City is going to shine in front of players nationwide. Let's go and save some money to buy a house. Shangjiang City is going to rise. Chen Wangsheng is awesome. Yesterday, the genius team couldn't do it, but today they cleared it in just 1 hour. Friend, maybe it was young Master Lin who led them? But no matter what, these two are really damn amazing. I was planning to save money to get better equipment, but now I can't. I have to go buy a house, otherwise I won't have a place to live in the future. The second perfect clearance of the beginner's instance appeared. Shangjiang City only has 2 beginner's instances, and now both have been perfectly cleared. If this spreads, then the entire Shangjiang City will rise in status in Daxia. Not to mention the rapid increase in population, just this glory alone makes them the #1 city in the whole Daxia. Even if it's not them personally, it's better than having a clean face. The copy of the Shrimphead River is outside. At the moment when the announcement of a perfect clearance sounded, all the players cheered and rejoiced. Chen Wangsheng is indeed a genius in our Shangjiang City. Yesterday, that student girl went in and didn't accomplish anything, causing trouble for our entire city. That's right, after Chen Wangsheng and Master Lin joined, the speed of clearance became so strong, right? Enough talking, our little hero is coming out soon. It seems that he might reach level 10, but who knows if he can help us with the first level copy. And our second level too. Maybe we can all make it. Brothers, I'm going to squeeze up and get an autograph first. Just as thousands of people rushed towards the exit of the copy, the security officers on both sides quickly rushed up to stop them. Stop! Stop! Everyone maintain order on both sides, don't block the entire road. You guys are all crowded together like this, aren't you afraid that there might be crazy people from the Creation God Association among you? Are you here specifically to assassinate our city's little hero? Just 2 sentences made thousands of players feel reasonable. What is the Creation God Society? No one present is unfamiliar with it. Every year, many geniuses die in assassinations and accidents. These are all related to the Creation God Society. They target the hunting of geniuses, and the most important thing is that the core of the church actually wants to destroy the human world and enter their so-called new order. Players at the scene heard that there might be lunatics from the Creation God Society hiding around them, so they quickly dispersed to both sides of the passage as instructed by the security officer. About 10 people walked out from the side. They are the bosses of the guilds in Shangjiang City. Someone who seemed to recognize them shouted, and everyone looked over. Sure enough, they were the highest-ranking guild leaders in Shangjiang City. Li Jianyue, as one of the famous guild leaders, immediately revealed the information on his head. Level 52 Li Jianyue Unrivaled Warrior, U Battle Guild. Unrivaled Warrior is his title, almost exclusively for Li Jianyue in Shangjiang City. Just mentioning this title reminds people of Li Jianyue. There is a long story here. Seeing the real U Battle Guild leader, many members of the U Battle Guild at the scene shouted his name. Similarly, there were members of other guilds present who shouted the names of their own guild leaders. But what's interesting is that Fang Xin, the president of the Moon Orchid Guild, has never recruited male members, but all the people shouting her name at the scene are men. Everyone, be quiet. When Chen Xiaotong comes out, everyone should pay attention to maintaining order. We must not let the lunatics from the Creation God Society mix in. Li Jianyue's words were much more effective than the security officers. There was no way. The words of a strong person are easier to listen to. Before they finished speaking, ripples appeared behind the instance, indicating that someone was coming out. The guild leaders were full of confidence and had already thought of a bunch of benefits and advantages. As long as the other party agreed to join the guild, what couldn't they have? 4 figures came out from the door. Chen Wanqing saw so many people in front of him and got a headache. Fatty, I leave it to you. Yang, I've already added you to my contacts. Please give me the reward as soon as possible. After speaking, he saw the guild leaders in front of him already walking towards him with smiles on their faces, so he quickly activated the fiery divine wings. My mom told me to go home first. You guys can go to hell. Bye. The hot winds stirred up by the wings blew everyone into confusion. Looking at his departing figure, the smiles on the faces of the guild leaders suddenly disappeared. Everyone? Guild leaders, look. Lin Yongjun, as the young master of the Linlang Chamber of Commerce, was familiar with these guild big shots. When Li Jianyue and the others saw Chen Wangshen using his flying skills to escape, their first reaction was to be stunned, but their subsequent determination to win over this genius became even stronger. To possess flying skills at level 10, either he had his own opportunities, or it was inherent to his profession. But even profession-inherent flying skills are of no lower quality than epic-level skills. Faced with Lin Yongjun's greetings, they politely responded, "Congratulations, congratulations. Yongjun, you have brought glory to the Lin family once again. Ha, young Master Lin is indeed a genius. I wonder if the Linlang Chamber of Commerce has any good things to offer for an event recently. Young Master Lin, I heard that you and Chen Wangxing are close friends. I don't know when you have time to come to our guild headquarters. We will definitely treat you well then." The few of them greeted Lin Yongjun with smiles on their faces. A girl ran over from behind the crowd, and it was Enro. The two girls behind her hurriedly walked over when they heard Enro's voice because they were not interested in these small guilds in Shangjiang City. Moreover, there was no need to say hello if they didn't know each other. The three girls greeted each other warmly. Although the guild leaders were chatting with Lin Yongjun on the surface, their eyes were already set on these two girls. The former mayor had said that these few people were also talented students, and it would be a good thing to recruit them. So some of them would chat and then go straight to the three women next to them. "Hello, I am the president of the Expedition Guild in Shangjiang City. Do you have any thoughts?" But before he could finish speaking, Yang Yujun's cold gaze fell on him. "Not interested, please do not disturb us." The president of the Expedition Guild was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to refuse so decisively. Did they not even listen to the conditions? The other presidents who were eager to recruit were also quickly suppressed by this situation. Lin Yongjun, seeing them being defeated, couldn't help but feel happy. "Ha, it seems that you presidents are impatient. How can you not even inquire about someone's identity? She is the proud daughter of Jiangzhou. Our guild, in a place like Jiangzhou, is nothing special. How can you have the audacity to recruit her?" As soon as the presidents heard that she was from Jiangzhou, their eyes suddenly changed. They had the intention to try, but now it all disappeared. The president of the Expedition Guild happened to hear this and covered his embarrassment with an awkward smile. He thought he could seize the opportunity, but it turned out to be a failed attempt and made a fool of himself. The players on the scene saw that there were only 4 students, 3 women and 1 man, who were clearly Chen Wangsheng. The presidents exchanged a few words with Lin Yongjun, hinting at when they could make an appointment with Chen Wangsheng. It's not that they didn't believe in Lin Yongjun's ability to lead everyone through the game, but there was simply no need to win him over because he was a member of the Lin Business Association. Moreover, Lin Yongjun was Chen Wangxing's follower, which could be found out through a simple investigation. So as long as they recruited Chen Wangsheng, they could also board the ship of the Lin Business Association. The 3 women next to them saw that they had nothing to do with them, so they wanted to leave. Suddenly, 2 streams of light appeared in the sky and flew to this place. Everyone looked up and saw Li Jingyan with dark wings, accompanied by Gao Desan sitting on a mechanical bird. Li Jingming arrived and observed the crowd below, but did not find Chen Wangsheng. The 2 of them landed on the ground. The presidents greeted them one after another. "Mayor Li, all the presidents are here, it seems well prepared." Li Jingming naturally knew what these presidents were thinking, but he didn't stop them. Based on his previous interaction with Chen Wangsheng, he could clearly feel that this student was not so easily fooled. If these presidents could really fool him, it would be quite good for Shangjiang City. Li Jingming was just being polite. His gaze fell on Lin Yongjun. "Where is Chen Wangsheng?" "Mayor Li, Chen Gu went home as soon as he came out." "What? How did he go home?" Li Dingming was astonished. He looked at the large number of people around him, and the main road outside the instance was already blocked by cars. How could he have left so quickly? Even if he just pretended to leave, it wouldn't be this fast. They came here quickly, just a few minutes late, and the person was gone. "Mayor Li, I'm not joking. You can ask everyone if you don't believe me." "President Yu, is what Lin Yongjun said true?" Li Jingming looked at Yu Liangyue. Yu Liangyue smiled awkwardly. Hee. "It's true." The scene fell into silence. The protagonist was not here, so what were they doing here? Shouldn't they disperse quickly? Li Jingming looked at Yang Yujun and the other 2 women. "Students, you are the heroes of Shangjiang City. Remember to come to the municipal office later." Yang Yujun would definitely cooperate in this situation. "Okay, Mayor Li." On the other side, Chen Wangxing quickly returned home using the divine wings. Thinking of the many people at the door just now, he felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he could run fast. With his current speed, going home would only take a few minutes. Back on the street of the afterlife, Chen Wangxing went straight home. Now he was a celebrity in Shangjiang City, and the days to come would probably not be peaceful. This home needs to move out quickly, as it will be very troublesome to have more and more self-proclaimed acquaintances coming over. Although I have lived on Wanqing Street for a long time, I may not be very familiar with the neighbors, but I have some understanding. After Chen Wangsheng returned home, he found that there was no one at home. "Mom?" He called softly, but he found that Chang Lanji, who usually stayed at home, had gone out at this time. However, he didn't think much about it because going out was normal. Back home, he planned to check his gains this time. Take account. This time, the copy level increased by 2 levels, and there are still 50 attribute points and 28 skill points left. In the copy, he only killed a monster, the dragon. And he didn't know how the dragon died at all. Did it die because of him? Chen Wanqing remembered that it sacrificed 1,000 years of life to the Dragon Ball, and he couldn't attack the dragon itself, but when he died, he said that the Dragon Ball was still absorbing its life, causing his remaining life to be exhausted and die. He witnessed this with his own eyes. Indeed, the dragon's life seemed to be slowly diminishing. It was like being cursed, constantly consuming life, as if. Chen Wanqing always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. This continuous consumption of life force, so familiar, just like he himself. Wait a minute, isn't it talking about himself? Life Mastery, after activation, it consumes 1 hour of life per second. Chen Wanqing suddenly seemed to understand the true usage of the skill that died together. Counterattack is just the surface usage. Is dying together the advanced usage of this skill? Dying together. He is now hearing about this skill concept for the first time. The skill clearly states that negative effects will cause the same negative effects on the target. The explanation of negative effects is very general. Simply put, many things count as negative effects. In that case, when his life is being reduced, will the target of dying together also be reduced? He can only explain that the dragon was killed by him in this way. Otherwise, he can't think of any other methods. Since he knows that the target of dying together is affected by his own life deduction, the first question is, will this become his most powerful killing method? Or in other words, is he invincible now? Why? Because his life is infinite. If killing can be achieved with life, then everyone within his life control range will truly be controlled by him. Execute 10,000 targets of dying together within the range, and he only needs to buy something from the God's command store. Wouldn't they instantly die from life depletion? In that case, he should put aside the idea of buying all the divine positions. There is nothing faster than deducting life value by buying divine positions. He still needs to experiment with this, otherwise he can't guarantee its authenticity. After all, when he was fighting the dragon, he didn't carefully observe whether the green light source was continuously weakening. As for the second question, whose life is taken away from the target of dying together? If the lives of 10,000 people are deducted, how do these lives disappear? This question is too profound for him to explain, so he can only temporarily not think about it. At least now he knows the true usage of dying together, which is his biggest trump card. It is not just an attack method, but a deadly method. Once used like this, be prepared to kill the opponent. Let's put this matter aside for now. After killing the dragon, he leveled up, but there were no drops. The only Dragon Ball was taken by the copy. The fake dragon blood of the red item had long been integrated into the Dragon Ball, so the dragon didn't drop anything good, except for 2,000 gold coins. As for the clearance rewards, they are the same as last time. Level 10 Perfect Copy Treasure Chest Red Nightmare Treasure Chest Gold Copy Historical First Clear Treasure Chest Gold Nightmare Level First Clear Treasure Chest Gold Nightmare Level Clearance Treasure Chest Gold Skill Reward Treasure Chest Gold Copy Equipment Treasure Chest Pink Copy Weapon Treasure Chest Pink Reward Gold Coins Asterisk 100,000 Reward Experience Asterisk 1,000 The reward of 1,000 experience points only made a slight change to his experience bar. Don't be fooled by the quantity. In order to level up quickly after reaching level 10, you must complete the corresponding level of the copy. Chen Wanqing opened the chests much faster this time. He didn't have the same anticipation as last time, and the first time opening the chests was ultimately less exciting compared to the following times. He opened all the chests directly. The luck with the 2 equipment chests was relatively good, as they both contained purple equipment. However, the equipment was warrior gloves, and the weapon looked like a fan. Looking at the attributes, only the warrior gloves caught his attention, so he decided to keep them for now and examine them later. As for the fan weapon, he decided to leave it for now. Next were 4 random gold chests. He hoped that this time he would get something good and not some materials or junk. But he knew that the chances of getting something good from a level 10 treasure chest were probably low. He opened all 4 gold chests. Ha! Gold equipment and gold weapon? And what is this? How did I get what seems to be a skill book? He thought he would return empty-handed this time. But unexpectedly, luck was on his side. Chen Wanqing discovered that although there was still 1 gold material among the 4 items, he seemed to have obtained 3 good things. First, there was a bottle-like thing that he had seen before, but it wasn't a potion. Item, Enlightenment Pill, Level 5, Quality, Gold, Effect, Gain 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 skill points daily for 7 days after use. Must sleep for at least 10 hours continuously each day to obtain. Cannot be interrupted. Introduction. It is said that sleeping can enhance enlightenment. Strive to comprehend. Ha! What a strange thing. Gain rewards by sleeping for at least 10 hours daily. 1 point on the first day, 2 points on the second day, 3. And the last day is 64 points. That adds up to 127 skill points. It's a huge gain, but the additional condition puzzled him. Sleep for 10 hours every day? It's like clocking in, and it can't be interrupted. Chen Wanxing usually sleeps for 6 to 8 hours, so sleeping for 10 hours doesn't seem difficult. Overall, this pill seems to be a reward for skill points. Chen Wanxing searched for similar pills in the Divine Destiny store but found that this kind of pill was not available. Why wouldn't they have it? Aren't they all produced in the same place? Even if they were afraid of everyone buying them like crazy, they could just raise the price so that people couldn't afford it. Anyway, it doesn't affect him. These thoughts were just Chen Wanxing's complaints. The second gold item was a book, but it didn't look like a skill book. It seemed to be called Alchemy Formula. Item, first tier random alchemy formula, level 10, quality, gold, effect, obtain a level 10 gold alchemy formula after use. Introduction, this is the most powerful alchemy formula that beginners can obtain. Don't underestimate it. So it was an alchemy formula. It looked so much like a skill book. For alchemists and pharmacists, alchemy formulas and medicine formulas are their most important resources. Besides possibly obtaining powerful formulas specific to their professions, they have to acquire other formulas through various means. Unlike external skills, alchemy formulas are not skills but rather a kind of knowledge. The number of formulas they master represents their long-term progress in this field. Even if you are a level 100 alchemist, if you have too few formulas, no one will think highly of you. Fighting and living are two different things. So for those in life professions, obtaining more formulas is definitely the main goal. The strength of their profession is more about making alchemy powerful, increasing success rates, or achieving mutation effects. Chen Wanxing could only understand this much. Donfan's words, let's put them aside for now. His next goal is to cultivate alchemists and pill refiners for his guild. The last item is a hammer. Unlike the big hammers used for fighting, this hammer is only 30 to 40 centimeters long when held in the hand, with a rectangular head that doesn't look like a weapon at all. Item, golden silk forging hammer, level 5, quality, gold, effect, after wearing it, a blacksmith can view equipment data. Introduction, not a practitioner, no need for practitioner's tools. So it's a forging hammer, the weapon and equipment of a blacksmith. It's like the true martial weapon of a blacksmith, right? Wait, after all this, the things I got are all for life professions? Am I just a laborer? Obviously, this thing is useless to me, so Chen Wanxing directly throws it back into the warehouse. Now there is only one red box left, and the skill box. He opens the skill box. Blue skills. He doesn't even look at the names and directly throws them into the warehouse. It's just bad luck. From opening gold boxes to blue ones, I haven't even seen a purple one, so frustrating. The last red box, please be good. Last time I got a gold skill, I hope I can get something useful now. Open. Obtained, egg of desire to live *1. I got an egg? What is this, a drop? Opening a red box and getting an egg, is that considered an opening? Chen Wanxing looks at this egg with a strange name. Item, egg of desire to live, level 1, quality, red, effect. Most animals hatched from it will consider the first creature they see as their parents. You may get a very powerful pet, or maybe a mascot? Introduction, an egg from an unknown origin, it desires to be born alive. Remaining time, 6 days. After a simple look, he roughly understands the meaning. What Chen Wanxing is more confused about is, what is inside this egg that even the game system doesn't know? Isn't this the reward you guys gave? He takes out the egg, which was very small in the warehouse, but when he takes it out to the living room, he finds that the egg in front of him is as tall as his thigh. In total, it's at least 1 meter tall, very big. No way, the first red quality item he opened is actually an egg? The appearance of this egg looks very ordinary. The only difference is that the flesh-colored eggshell has many patterns. Those patterns don't look like cracks, and definitely not like erosion. More like, spoiled? Yes, just like when an egg has problems inside and the shell starts to turn black. No wonder it's called the egg of desire to live. Wait a minute, isn't this egg almost dying? Why do I still want it? How can it be considered a red quality item? Chen Wanxing feels like he opened a worthless thing. He can see that the green life force contained in the egg is very weak. According to the given time, this thing should completely spoil in 6 days, right? So what should he do now? Revive it? Forget it, let's put it back in the warehouse for now and look for a solution on the Divine Theory website later. After all, it's a red quality item. Chen Wanxing doesn't want to easily discard it. After opening all the boxes, the rewards are generally good. They look pretty good. After clearing the Shrimp Head River instance, he also obtained the Nightmare level exclusive title just like Guilin Shuyuan. Although the effect is not much different, the attribute bonus of +1 for all attributes is replaced with the underwater breathing function. It's worth mentioning that the effect of Perfect Newbie is enhanced, becoming a +20 bonus for all attributes. In terms of attribute allocation, Chen Wanxing considers putting 50 points into strength. Currently, based on his own weapon, the bonus should mainly be for attack power, so having higher strength is beneficial. Currently, his own panel looks like this. Statistical errors can be corrected. Name, Chen Wanxing level, 11 skills, Endless Life LV1, Vitality of Life LV3, Ascension to God LV1, Mastery of Life LV3 Life, 120,000 Strength, 353 plus 180 Spirit, 249 plus 85 Agility, 225 plus 42 Defense, 263 plus 5 Equipment, Heroic Battle Armor, Broken Light Stick, Goblin War Medal, Light Water Glove Skill Points, 28 Attribute Points, 0 Title, Perfect Newbie Equip Special, Luck plus 1 Gold Coins, 2. 93 million. The extra values are the defense, spirit, and agility provided by the light water gloves. The title also provides additional bonuses. After sorting everything out, Chen Wanxing looked at the clock and realized it was already noon. It was time for lunch, but his mother still hadn't returned. The discussion on the Divine Theory website had already started, and the regional channel was even more lively than before. It wasn't just about the perfect completion of the dungeons, but also about information regarding Chen Wanxing. Because of the lively discussion, many of his personal details started to surface online, including his home address, past records, family and friends, and more. Chen Wanxing felt like he had become a celebrity player in Shangjiang City, and everyone was talking about him with excitement. However, as the celebrity himself, Chen Wanxing wasn't as happy. Once becoming a public figure, many troubles would come his way. For example, some organizations specializing in assassinating geniuses might target him. If that happened, he would have to be vigilant and pay attention to his surroundings. Well, with mastery of life, as long as he could execute inspections, he would still be able to notice any attacks within his range. Compared to these, Chen Wanxing felt that he should make a phone call to ask where his mother was. She had been gone for so long at this time. Even if he wasn't at home, she should still prepare food. There were still many leftovers in the refrigerator, so there was no need to rush to buy groceries. Thinking this, he dialed his mother's number. On the way to the market on Wanxing Street, Chang Lanji knew that this might be her last time coming here. Today, she took the opportunity while her child was busy to come and take a look. Aunt Huang, give me some fruits. All right. She arrived at the familiar fruit stall. She had been a customer here for several years and knew the owners well. The couple running this fruit shop were both over 50 years old, possibly close to 60. It's Lanji. Seeing Chang Lanji, Aunt Huang seemed very happy. Why have you been buying so many fruits these days? Because of the series of events that had happened recently, Chang Lanji had been buying fruits more frequently. In the past, she would come once or twice a week, but now the frequency had increased, which seemed a bit strange. Chang Lanji had a smile on her face. My child has made progress, so we plan to leave Wanxing Street and move. As she spoke, her face showed happiness, but her eyes revealed a hint of imagination. Aunt Huang thought it was a good thing and smiled happily. She took out different types of ordinary fruits from the side. All right, it's good to make progress. Remember to come back when you have time. I won't have many years left. What are you talking about? You're still healthy. Don't say such unlucky things. Aunt Huang didn't continue the conversation and just looked inside. Right, we have some spiritual fruits here that are brought in from the city. They not only taste good but also have health benefits. She took out a palm-sized green fruit that looked smooth and enticing. She put the fruit into the bag that Chang Lanji used for fruits. Chang Lanji wanted to decline, but the old woman pressed her hand. Consider it a small gift from us. We can't afford anything more. Well, thank you, Aunt. Chang Lanji seemed to remember something and hurriedly took out xia coins from her wallet. Aunt Huang, here is the money I owed you before in the current. Oh, it's not about the money. Aunt Huang smiled at her. Money is something you can't take with you when you're born or when you die. Keep it for yourself. Back then, it was an act of kindness, and I didn't ask for your money. In the end, they didn't talk much, and Chang Lanji bid farewell to this old shop that had been her companion for several years. After the old woman entered the shop, she looked at the old man lying motionless on the bed and murmured, "Old man, we've lived better than others. But there will always be someone who can make it to the end. Unfortunately, we don't have that fortune." Chang Lanji walked in the market, saying goodbye to people she knew. However, just from this trip alone, she bought many things that she could use in her daily life, including food. Carrying her belongings, she headed to her final destination, Changlu Welfare Home. Not a dragon, don't mention dragon eggs. Changlu Welfare Home was built in a remote place near the north corner of the Afterlife Street. The welfare home has a long history. It is said that a large-scale urban collapse occurred in Shangjiang City a long time ago. All players and monster beasts fought each other, and many players died in the battle. As a result, many orphans were left behind. Every city in Xia has welfare homes, some more, some less. The purpose is to provide a place for children or elderly people who have nowhere to go and no relatives. Chang Lanji lost her parents when she was very young, and she grew up in the welfare home since then. Later, she met Chen Wanxing's father, Chen Yangnan. Both of them were children from the welfare home and eventually got together. For her, Changlu Welfare Home felt more like her home, and Chang Lanji hadn't been back there for more than 10 years, even though her current residence was not far from Changlu Welfare Home. Getting on the car, after more than 10 minutes, Chang Lanji finally saw this home that she hadn't seen for a long time. However, it was quite different from what she had imagined. "Hello, may I ask why you're here?" Sitting at the entrance was an old man of unknown age, dressed in a common security uniform. Chang Lanji raised the things in her hand. "I'm here to visit the children and Director Zhang." The old man straightened his body slightly. "Director Zhang? Are you referring to Director Inshio?" She nodded quickly. Yes, I'm here to visit her. Director Inshio. She passed away 5 years ago. The security guard's words were very serious, and his tone revealed mourning for this name. Chang Lanji seemed to either not hear clearly or heard clearly but didn't want to understand. Passed away. Where did she go? You little girl, do you really want me to spell it out? Director Renshio was a very good person. The welfare home erected a monument for her in the backyard garden. If you're here to visit her, you can go there. The old man's words were already clear, but Chang Lanji's expression seemed to freeze at that moment. Little girl, don't just stand there like a fool. Let me open the door for you. He slowly opened the door, but Chang Lanji didn't enter. She turned her head and said to the security guard, Grandpa, I won't go in. Please give these things to the welfare home for me. I have something else to do. She looked towards the annex of the welfare home. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chang Lanji quickly hailed a car from the roadside and left. The security guard chased after her, but he looked at the items on the ground and smiled with a hint of bitterness. I wonder which child of Director Renshio's received these. Sigh. You have received a call request from Wawa. Hello? Mom, where are you? Chang Lanji looked outside. Mom, come out for a walk. I'm getting ready to go home now. Mom, let me prepare some food for you. Let's move out earlier this afternoon, okay? Alright, Mom will listen to you. Hang up, Mom. Chang Lanji sat in the car, watching the scenes passing by outside the window, feeling like she hadn't experienced so much in her life. Her children had grown up and had their own futures, and she couldn't help the child anymore, having been unemployed for several years and having no friends. She had no parents worth missing, no deeply affectionate mentor, and her husband had died in a copy years ago. Chang Lanji tightly held the spirit fruit in her hand. The child should like to eat it, right? At home, Shen Wangsheng busied himself frying vegetables, which was still very easy for him. While cooking, a call request appeared. You have received a call request from Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu? Shen Wangsheng didn't answer. He knew the general reason why Teacher Wu was looking for him. After finishing everything, the call came again. Teacher Wu? Yes, it's me, classmate Shen Wangsheng. A very familiar male voice came from the other end of the call. Teacher Wu, do you have something to say? Classmate Chen Wangsheng. The day before yesterday I thought the announcement was from someone else. Didn't expect it to be you. Chen Wangsheng frowned. Teacher Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm quite busy. Right. The teacher forgot that you are now the super genius of our city. The teacher has something to say directly to you. Okay, go ahead. Based on the teacher-student relationship of the past 3 years, Chen Wangsheng would definitely not hang up the phone directly without giving the other party any face. After all, his teacher hadn't done anything wrong back then. Even if he was brilliant in school, as long as he didn't awaken his profession, everything was just empty. Taking care of awakened profession players seemed to be the normal idea for every teacher. The voice on the other end of the phone paused. It's like this. The teacher knows that I don't have the qualifications to be your future career mentor, but I hope that if you go to Longjing or any other first-class university in the future, can you mention our Sanjiang's name? This is. Before the other party finished speaking, Shen Wangsheng interrupted him directly. Teacher Wu, maybe you're overthinking it. I probably won't go to university. Why? The voice on the other end of the call was surprised. If you don't go to university, you will lack a lot of knowledge growth, which is not good for your future development. Teacher, let's see. But I can tell you, even if I achieve great success, Sanjiang University will definitely be the school I have attended. You don't have to worry about me denying anything. The voice on the other end of the call laughed. Alright then. After hanging up the call, he received several anonymous call requests, all of which were rejected one by one. He directly activated the anti-interference function, which could directly block all call requests except from friends. It seemed that he had to hurry, otherwise there would soon be a crowd downstairs. Chen Wangsheng looked outside the door, which was still quiet, so he opened the Divine Theory Network and started reading. In the area of Shenzhen City, everyone was discussing what kind of reputation the 2 perfect clearances would bring to Shenzhen City. Not only Shenzhen City, but several other cities around Shenzhen City, such as Nanjing City, Tanzhou City, Changlu City, etc., were gradually receiving good news from Shenzhen City. Many newcomers heard about the incident in the novice instance in Shenzhen City and rushed over as soon as possible. This matter spread very quickly. But unfortunately, no one had leaked this matter in the World Channel yet, because it was not allowed in any country, especially when it involved super geniuses. Every country would keep it under wraps. How could it be made known to everyone? Shen Wangsheng didn't care about their discussions and opened a dedicated search page. He needed to figure out how to handle the egg. Search, how to make a nearly spoiled egg taste good. He quickly deleted it. Search, what methods can be used to successfully hatch a nearly spoiled egg. He quickly searched for useful information in the posts. A certain player's answer. If you want your egg to hatch quickly, use hatching acceleration liquid. If you want to improve the potential or strength of your pet egg, use specialized pet nurturing liquid. If no one is selling it, you can buy it from the Divine Destiny Mall. Downstairs, a player replied to him. I just wanted a better pet, but you want me to sacrifice my life? Oh, I don't mind sacrificing my life. Just then, there was a sound at the door. It was Mom coming back. Chen Wansheng happily stood up to go open the door to greet her, but in an instant, his smile froze on his face. Through the iron door, he clearly saw that the green life source of that body was only the size of an egg. This meant that his mom's lifespan was actually not much. What do you want to eat, child? When Chang Lanji entered the door, her face still had a smile. Chen Wansheng looked at the smile on Chang Lanji's face, and the confusion in her eyes. Child, this is a spirit fruit that someone just gave to mom. Do you want to try it? Chang Lanji walked into the house and placed the spirit fruit on the table. Mom! Chen Wansheng's expression was complicated as he sat down. Let's eat first. Alright, let's eat first. It was a lunch that couldn't be considered good or bad, but it was the condition they had become accustomed to. Child, today mom saw your name in the announcement again. Nothing dangerous happened this time, right? Chang Lanji asked as usual. No, everything went smoothly. Are the people who can be in this announcement all very powerful? I saw Yang Jun in there too. Mom, it's not about being powerful, it's that we have already become famous in Shangjiang City. So many people will come to our house. Chang Lanji nodded. That means you're very successful now, child. Chen Wansheng didn't say anything more. The taste of this meal was indescribable. He wanted to ask about his mom's situation, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Until they finished eating. Child, let mom clean up. Chang Lanji packed up the things and started silently working in the kitchen. Chen Wansheng was different from before. This time he leaned against the kitchen door and quietly watched the woman who had worked hard all her life inside. Mom, is there something you want to tell me? Finally, he asked the question he couldn't bring himself to ask. At this moment, Chang Lanji still didn't understand the meaning behind his words. She was just washing the dishes with confusion. Child, what are you talking about? Chen Wansheng felt a surge of anger in his heart, and directly said what he could see. Mom, is your lifespan not much left? Are you hiding something from me? The sound of washing dishes in the kitchen suddenly stopped. Chang Lanji stood there stiffly, and then continued washing as if nothing had happened. Child, mom doesn't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean by not much lifespan? Mom is not sick or in any danger right now. Why are you talking nonsense? Mom, please tell me, I'm not a child anymore. Do you plan to explain these things to me when it's too late? Chen Wansheng urgently questioned her, this woman who had taken care of him since he was a child. Chang Lanji was only 42 years old. According to the normal lifespan of an ordinary person, without any accidents or major illnesses, their lifespan was enough for them to live to be 70 or 80 years old. Lifespan did not represent a rule that allowed everyone to live to old age. This definition of lifespan only roughly determined the life energy of each person. If one died due to depleted life value, they still couldn't live up to their maximum lifespan. After being digitized, people wouldn't lose their limbs or body parts, but getting sick was like a debuff. It would make you feel uncomfortable symptoms in your body. If the illness was too severe and not treated, it would deduct life value or lifespan. Once lifespan was depleted, no matter the circumstances, one couldn't survive. Just like the dragon boss in the dungeon, even if it didn't have serious injuries or illnesses, it would still die when its lifespan was depleted. Chen Wansheng didn't know how much lifespan Chang Lanji had left, but he could see the green life source the size of an egg inside his mom's body, even though he had seen Fatty and the others, as well as other people on the road, and on average, each person would have a life source the size of an open palm. He couldn't imagine how much longer his mom's lifespan would last with that egg-sized life source. Chang Lanji did not speak or answer. She just washed the dishes silently. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of the dishes being washed conveyed something. Mom, actually, my dad didn't leave any savings. The money we've had over the years was exchanged with your lifespan, right? The sound of washing dishes paused, then continued. Mom, let's clarify this matter. It's not a small thing. Can you tell me how much lifespan you have left? The dishes were still being washed. Chen Wansheng felt frustrated in his heart. He walked straight over to ask clearly, Mom, you. But when he saw that there were no more unwashed dishes in the sink, he froze. In the sink, there was only one clean dish that couldn't be washed anymore, being rinsed back and forth by his mother. It was as if this dish could never be cleaned. Chen Wansheng looked at this scene, as if there were many words he couldn't say. Mom, I'll go back to my room first. If you need anything, we can talk about it tonight. He could tell that continuing to ask now wouldn't work, so he planned to go back to his room first. Judging from the size of the source, it shouldn't be possible for anything to happen today. But it definitely wouldn't be long. He had seen the source of a dragon's death before. It was only the size of a mung bean with a flickering light. He couldn't be too impatient. His mother must be feeling complicated right now. He needed to give her some time to consider how to explain this matter clearly. Chen Wansheng went straight back to his room and locked the door. It seemed that moving in the afternoon was impossible. Suddenly, such a thing happened, and he was equally troubled. He lay on the bed with a force, constantly stretching his body and exerting strength to throw his thoughts out of his mind. But the more he thought, the more chaotic it became. In this world, the only true friend he had was Fatty. His only family member was his mother. From childhood to adulthood, he was raised by his mother. To be honest, he had suspected a long time ago whether Chang Lanji had exchanged her lifespan for money. Because in the eyes of the neighbors, Chang Lanji was just a lonely person, taking care of herself while going to school and bearing the living expenses. But she didn't have a job. Although she claimed that it was the savings left by her deceased father, after more than 10 years, this was not a small expenditure. Soon, as he grew up and understood some things, he had this suspicion. But every time, under his mother's flawless acting, he dismissed this concern. At that time, he only had one thought, which was to grow up quickly, awaken his profession as a player, and share the pressure at home. Until a few days ago, on the day of his awakening, when he failed to awaken, he asked about this matter again when he returned home that night. That was the first time he started to worry. What was he worried about? The future of an ordinary person like himself. At that moment, he could feel the helplessness of the future suffocating him. Like all ordinary people, he knew one thing. That was, lifespan could be exchanged for what he wanted. So, whether his mother would exchange her lifespan for money, was magnified infinitely at that moment. Until he obtained his profession and had an immeasurable lifespan, he forgot about this matter. That's how people are. When you consider what your own future will be like, you will think about the people who are in the same situation as you. Only when he was an ordinary person, his subconscious mind would always consider the exchange of lifespan for resources. But when he became a player, he never thought about these things. Now, if it wasn't for life control letting him see the source, Chen Wangsheng would never have imagined when he would discover this matter. It was like he never asked his mother what she did when she went out, or if she encountered anything on the way. But his mother always thought for him. She would ask if he encountered any danger, if things were going smoothly, if he was being careful and diligent. He seemed to have never cared. Chen Wangsheng thought about a lot of things on the bed. He would rather think about helping Fatty become stronger than making his mother a powerful player. Although he had plans to make his mother a player, he never followed through. He is feeling very confused right now and hopes that his mother can explain things to him clearly. Chen Wangsheng feels restless and decides to calm himself down by taking a nap. He takes out the intelligence pill, which should calculate his sleep time for today, right? It's the perfect opportunity for him to get some rest. After taking the pill, he falls into a deep sleep. In Shangjiang City, at the municipal office, Li Jingming and Gao Desan have returned to the office. They are accompanied by Yang Yujun and her two sisters. Among the three sisters, Enro has the least say, while Zhang Yuan, the other member of the team, has not been seen since. Inspector Gao, congratulations. The team from Jiangzhou that came this time didn't just encounter a simple nightmare-level challenge. It was a perfect completion of the nightmare-level instance. Mayor Li, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the young heroes from Shangjiang City. Who would have known that your city also has such talented individuals? Indeed, they are just 2 students. They can't be considered geniuses. But we should report this matter as soon as possible, right? That's what I think too. After all, it's not only Shangjiang City that benefits from this, but Jiangzhou as well. We have gained a lot of face. Gao Desan finishes speaking with a hint of hesitation on his face. But how should I report the information about these 2 individuals? We don't know anything about them. If we were to fabricate a report, it would be discovered. The 2 of them agree with each other and then look at Yang Yujun. I wonder what Yang thinks. Li Jingming asks her as if seeking advice. Yang Yujun understands this very well. Leaving aside whether or not they need to put on an act here, she knows that this matter is very important. She has personally witnessed the strength of these 2 individuals. If she had any doubts about whether they had the ability to complete the nightmare-level instance perfectly as a duo, she is now completely convinced. She has never seen a player relentlessly attacking a boss that is 20 levels higher. Even the top-ranked players on the Great Xia Dragon ranking probably couldn't do it, right? The Great Xia Dragon ranking is a ranking of all awakened professionals in the country based on their class quality, followed by their class strength. Although this year's ranking has not been released yet, based on past experience with the ranking, she can't imagine what kind of class would be able to chase after a level 30 Jiao Dragon at level 10. Yang Yujun has fought alongside Chen Wangsheng and has witnessed it herself. Even though her contribution was less than 1%, she was there to witness it. After the battle, Yang Yujun was left with countless questions. First, she clearly received 2 fatal attacks from the Jiao Dragon, but she didn't suffer any injuries. Second, she observed the rate at which the Jiao Dragon's health decreased, and based on that, Chen Wangsheng's attack power must be close to 10,000. This is the only explanation for how he could deal 20,000 damage to the Jiao Dragon in a single strike. Third, Chen Wangsheng's family records are very outdated, and his family doesn't even have players. So where did he get his flying skill? These are all questions that can be answered just by looking at them. Leaving aside the issue of the flying skill, she can temporarily attribute it to Chen Wangsheng's professional skill. But how can she remain calm when faced with an attack that deals tens of thousands of damage? Even if she goes all out with her professional skills, she can only deal a little over 10,000 damage to the Jiao Dragon, while Chen Wangsheng can deal tens of thousands of damage with a single strike. This can only mean that Chen Wangsheng truly possesses that many attributes. She can't explain the fatal injuries, but she feels that this is not simple. She won't tell Li Jingming and the others about this matter. Facing Li Jingming and Gao Desan, Yang Yujun has nothing to fear. Mayor Li, this time, teaming up with Chen and Lin has indeed given us some new insights. But as for this matter, I was the one who hired them with a generous reward. Do you think it's so easy for you to take things away from me? Yang Yujun's face turns cold as she speaks. I brought you the second perfect level clearance instance in Zheng City. Do you still want to extract information from me for free? That's not how it works. Should I work for you? What she said makes sense, so Li Jingming could only awkwardly smile and say, Ha, Yang, you're right. I, as the mayor, didn't consider everything thoroughly. Clearly, you all are the clearers, and I, as the mayor, have indeed made some mistakes in my words and actions. After saying that, he continued, as clearers and also from Jiangzhou, I haven't thought of what to give as a reward in this small place of mine. Yang Yujun didn't buy it and said, I heard that Mayor Li used to be outstanding when he was young, causing a sensation in Jiangzhou. I don't believe that Mayor Li, who is so talented and virtuous, wouldn't have something good as a reward. In that case, I'm about to reach level 10 and I'm missing an external skill. Mayor Li, what do you think? Li Jingming's mouth twitched. Why is this young lady from Jiangzhou trying to take advantage of him? But obviously, Yang Yujun was trying to get some benefits in exchange for her explanation. In that case, he couldn't refuse. Since it's a skill, I'll prepare a catalog for the two of you to choose from. But let's make it clear, I don't have many good things here, so I hope you two won't be disappointed. Yang Yujun didn't respond to this, she just coldly snorted and said, Alright, Uncle Gao, let's talk about something important. Gao Desan had been watching the show without saying a word since the beginning. When he finally heard Yang Yujun speak up, Li Jingming felt relieved. Yang, please go ahead, we're listening. Yang Yujun began to tell them about what happened inside the instance, mixing truth and lies. She kept some things to herself, like the fact that she and Chen Xiaoying cooperated to kill the boss monsters. Chen Xiaoying was a bit hesitant and tugged at her clothes, but she was quickly asked, Xiaoying, why don't you tell us? Was it you and Lin Yangjun who killed the monsters together? This statement didn't have any traces of lies. Chen Xiaoying could tell that this was a way out for her because she didn't like lying. Facing Li Jingming's gaze, Chen Xiaoying replied, Yes, we did solve the monsters together, but Lin was more powerful and contributed more. Yang Yujun told them that Lin Yangjun was a mage who controlled lightning. This information matched the rare lightning mage recorded by the school, so at least there was no problem there. But then, what Yang Yujun said next shocked them. Lin is indeed a mage who can control lightning, but I estimate that his profession is probably above epic level. What? Above epic level? Seeing the two of them stand up in shock, Chen Xiaoying added, Yujun, what you said is correct, but it's possible that he's even stronger than epic level. She didn't need to say it, but the phrase stronger than epic level made Li Jingming want to go to Lin's house and find out more. Yang Yujun didn't care about what they were thinking and continued, Chen, I can't confirm his profession, but I can say that Chen is not a rare level profession. Many people outside the instance have seen it clearly. He has a flying skill, a self-class flying skill. Li Jingming was the most qualified to speak about this because his profession also had a flying skill. However, his profession was only at the heritage level, although it could match a general epic level profession. But ultimately, it couldn't compare to the top-tier professions. I know what you want to say, Mayor Li. I will explain the rest. Chen Wanxing's profession is at least above mine. He is at least a legendary level profession. He dealt with the dragon alone, and I didn't contribute anything. When they learned that Chen Wanxing had personally killed the dragon, not only Li Jingming and Gao Desan, but even the two girls beside them were stunned. That was a level 30 dragon. Its health and attributes far surpassed theirs. They thought it took the four of them to kill it together. But now you're telling me that it was Chen Wanxing's solo achievement? Li Jingming looked at Gao Desan, Director Gao, about this matter. I will return to Jiangzhou this afternoon, and I will report this matter as quickly as possible. It's not as simple as just an ordinary genius.